Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-guided human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generation for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter redeemed Voldemort instead of destroying him. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. Instead of defeating Voldemort with magic, Harry does something no one expected. He tries to save the broken soul behind the Dark Lord. But can redemption truly change the fate of the wizarding world? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The hot July sun was setting on the neat-looking house of number 4 Privet Drive, casting a pinkish-purple light through the window of the smallest bedroom in the house. The raven-haired occupant of that room shivered, despite the high temperatures that summer had brought. Harry Potter snuck a peek at the digital clock by his bed and shivered again. Sunset was in 15 minutes, but he didn't need a clock to know that now 8 days. Since his strange illness had come along a week ago, Harry froze in the light hours of the day and became feverishly hot at night. Maybe it's some sort of magical flu bug, he mumbled as he tried to rub his numb, gloved hands together. I don't think it's normal to have a daytime temperature of 15 degrees or lower and a nighttime one of 49 and higher. Harry knew this because he had been checking his temperature twice a day since he'd been sick, with an old thermometer that his aunt had actually let him use. All of his relatives had stayed clear of his room since he'd gotten sick, afraid they'd catch his freakishness. 10 minutes. He was actually stiff with the cold. Another weird part about his flu was that there were no other symptoms to say that it was the flu. Lately, meaning just today, Harry's lips had taken on a bluish tint, but other than that, he looked healthy. Maybe I should write to Dumbledore. Or the Order. Harry thought out loud. Hedwig hooted in agreement. Sirius would kill him if he found out Harry died after he fought through death to come back to him. 2 minutes. Harry knew that he should start taking off the layers he'd put on, but the cold was the worst right at its end. There'd be no transition between hot and cold, it was instantaneous. Harry put the thermometer back in his mouth and waited. Sunset. The heat started at the tips of his toes, burning like fire. Harry bit back a scream as his body broke out in sweat. Great. I'll sweat like a pig and stink now, he thought. What a great way to spend my 16th birthday. Throwing off the blankets that had kept him warm, Harry began stripping, trying to relieve the intense heat. The air in Harry's bedroom grew heavy with magic. The water that was frozen in Hedwig's cage melted and began to boil. The snowy owl shrieked in alarm. Boy, thundered Uncle Vernon's voice from downstairs. You'd better keep that ruddy owl quiet. Hedwig just shrieked louder. Harry shook his head and tried to calm his owl down. Come on, girl. Stop it. I don't know what he'll do if you don't. The snowy owl slowed its screams to a low hoot. Harry sighed as a bead of sweat ran down his face and onto his bed. The sheets under him burst into flames. Harry yelped and put them out with some of the thicker blankets. The heat intensified and he felt queasy. The heat in his rolling stomach were just too much. Grabbing his trash can, Harry vomited into it. Most of the nasty stuff was red. Blood. Harry stared at the spew before wiping his mouth. More blood. I'm dying. There's no other answer. I'm gonna die. Harry whispered and Hedwig's screams started again. The ailing wizard registered Aunt Petunia telling his uncle and cousin to go out and get some desserts. She would take care of the freak while they were gone. Although Harry still thought he was dying, the throwing up had made him feel better. Footsteps alerted him of his aunt's impending rant, but Harry didn't care. The heat was mounting. He threw up again just as his aunt entered the room. Whatever she was going to hiss died on her tongue as she took in the sight before her. Her nephew sat in his boxers, flushed and sweating with his head in his trash can, being violently sick. His horrible owl was frantic in its cage. Her beady pale blue eyes focused back on the boy as he lifted his head up to look at her. She gasped. His face was bloody. I'm sorry about the mess, he whispered before passing out on his bed. Petunia Dursley had always hated the wizarding world. It was her dear beloved sister's world. Not for normal people. But as she looked at the sick boy in her care, she realized that she would have to contact the man who had pulled her into this mess. Swiftly, she crossed the tiny room and unlocked the owl's cage. She doubted that the boys' school would be civil enough to have a telephone. "Come with me, you filthy bird. I need you to deliver a letter to that horrible school." If an owl could look surprised, the white beast was. She hopped out of her cage and flew over to her master. He didn't wake. Petunia hurried down the stairs and into the kitchen to write a quick letter. Wrapping some tape around it, she turned to the bird and gave it the letter. "Now I want you to give this letter to the first person you see at the boys' Harry's school." "You got that, you little pigeon." The snowy owl just grabbed the letter, making Petunia yelp in fright, and took off out the open window. It was a long flight to Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy scowled as he watched another house elf drop his trunks. His father, Lucius Malfoy, let a tiny sigh escape his lips before walking through the door of Hogwarts. Draco's godfather, Severus Snape, followed the blonde older man, his cloak billowing as usual. Both men had been found out to be spies among Voldemort's followers and were currently hiding out at Hogwarts. "I tell you, house elves can't do a single thing right," fumed Pansy Parkinson, who was supervising the unloading of the luggage on Draco's right. "Remind me why we still use them." Blaise Zabini chuckled on Draco's left. "Because if we didn't, it'd be you who was dragging your own luggage into the castle. You'd also have to cook for yourself and clean too. They keep us lazy." Draco sniffed. "A Malfoy is never lazy," before smiling. "We just have no interest in manual labor." "I thought you Malfoys detested labor of any kind," came Theodore Knott's voice as he walked up to join the group. Blaise laughed. "Hey Theo, you here hiding out from the crazy, evil tattoo artist too?" Theo nodded. Voldemort had been furious when the next generation of Death Eaters chose to not become the next generation. Voldemort's return had brought many of his followers' views for the future into the open. He was a madman obsessed with killing Harry Potter and ruling the world. His ideas about how purebloods were the best were just a line to get you into his little circle. One you never got out of. "My parents had to leave the country," Theo said as the group sat under one of the oak trees by the doors of Hogwarts. "Dumbledore offered to take me in here, and I needed to finish my education." Pansy nodded. "Same here, but I just want to stay with my best friends and see that maniac die." Pansy's older brother, Patrick, had been murdered by Voldemort while he was in one of his moods. Her family had turned from the dark side since then. "Who else will be coming here?" Draco asked. Many of the families once faithful to the Dark Lord had switched over when Draco's father had declared himself loyal to the light, and the neutral families had turned with him also. Adrian Pusey is being sent to Drumstrang, and so is Andrew Bletchley, Blaise said, his violet eyes dark. "Matthew Flint is coming. He took the death of Marcus hard. Malcolm Baddock is gone to France, the dirty traitor. Bulstrode and Bull too. Terence Higgs and Greg are coming, but Crabbe is in Drumstrang. Luis Montague will also be arriving today." Pansy rattled off. 8 families off the Dark Lord's call list. "Not bad," replied Draco. "He still has the mad, violent psychos though. Fitting, I guess." Blaise was just opening his mouth when an owl's screech stopped him. "What in the bloody hell was that?" asked Pansy, forgetting ladies don't use such language. A snowy white owl came speeding toward the 4, a letter clutched in its claws. Draco frowned. "That looks like Potter's owl. Why is it flying like the hounds of hell or at its tail?" Hedwig landed on the ground before the Slytherins with a hard thump, before tossing the letter at Draco's feet and flapping around, hooting frantically. "What's Potter doing writing you a letter, Drake?" asked Theo as Draco took the letter and magically ripped off the plastic stuff. "I don't know," Draco answered honestly. "Let's read it." The 4 crammed in closer to read the neat ink. "To whom it may concern. I hope this letter reaches someone at Harry Potter's school as I, Petunia Dursley, am writing this letter on his behalf. Please tell Mr. Dumbledore that the boy is horribly ill with some sort of disease I can only connect with your kind. I fear for the safety of myself, my husband and child. I request that you send someone to pick him up from my place of residence as soon as possible. If there is any doubt that he is indeed incredibly ill, ask yourself if it is normal to have a temperature of 49 degrees and to vomit blood. Please tell his godfather that we are taking care of his godson and that he is still a wanted man in my world. Yours truly, Petunia Dursley." Pansy looked at the others, clearly shocked before grabbing the letter and running toward Hogwarts. "Come on, we have to give this letter to Professor Snape. He'll get it to Dumbledore." Pansy swiftly ran toward the dungeons, her 3 friends trailing behind her like a strange human kite tail. Just like her, Draco thought. Impulsive. Pansy, wait up. We don't even know if that letter is real. Theo yelled after the blonde girl. You willing to take the chance that it is and do nothing? I have a bad feeling about this. She yelled back. Draco sped up. Pansy's bad feelings were usually, well, bad. She's got a point, said Blaze, out of breath from running on such a humid day. More yelling and shouts reached the quartet's ears as they turned the last corner to Professor Snape's private quarters and stopped. Theo rammed into Draco's back while Blaze jogged up to the trio, red in the face and panting. I need to work out more. Nobody heard him as they watched their head of house have what looked to be a childish tantrum. Why do I have a feeling this has something to do with Potter? Draco asked himself before looking back at his godfather. The man was red in the face. Why can't the werewolf and his mangy mutt stay at the headquarters? Yelled, no, screamed a livid Severus Snape. Albus Dumbledore sighed as he looked at the 4 grown men. Well, they were supposed to be grown men. Newly reincarnated Sirius Black growled at Malfoy Sr. and Snape before turning to Dumbledore. I would rather be trapped there than stuck in this castle with these 2. I just came here to talk about getting Harry out of that place soon. Not talk to him, Theo snorted. Gryffindor, he whispered to the others. They smirked in return. Yes, sneered Snape. Everything is about your precious Harry Potter. The boy is most likely being worshipped at his relatives. Leave the brat there and get out. Now listen here, Severus, Harry isn't worshipped at his relatives. Quite the opposite, in fact. And Albus invited us here, he usually has his reasons, reasoned Remus Lupin, ever the calm one. Not worshipped. Pa, the guy thinks he was born with a golden spoon up his ass. Draco rolled his eyes as he heard Blaze speak the words, quite the opposite. To himself. Pansy chose this moment to invade, dragging Blaze, Draco and Theodore along with her, but Hedwig got to Sirius first. Professor, Draco's just received a letter from. That's Harry's owl, gasped Sirius and then began to comically shake his best friend. Harry wrote U.S. Mooney. Harry. Dumbledore smiled at the 2 men as Sirius began dancing around the corridor singing, in his happy little Harry-induced bubble. Is this a Gryffindor thing or a contagious mental illness that man is suffering from? Probably a Gryffindor thing. Draco praised any listening gods that he was fortunate enough to be a Slytherin. Blaze broke that bubble by saying, actually Potter's aunt wrote Professor Dumbledore. The 2 marauders stopped, looked at the Spanish-born, British-raised Slytherin and said at the same time, his aunt. Pansy nodded. Yes, Petunia Dursley is signed at the bottom, but that's not the point. Sirius interrupted her. Tuna wrote Dumbledore. She hates magic. Why is she sending letters by owl? May I have the letter, Miss Parkinson? Dumbledore asked while Remus tried to calm Sirius down. Sirius, I'm sure there's a logical explanation for all of this. A logical explanation. Now calm down or you're going to kill yourself. Again, Snape snorted and said sarcastically. Pity, and I was so looking forward to the funeral. Are you sure? Asked Lucius. He'd most likely make a mess of it. This raised Draco's eyebrows. Did my father just make a joke? This was the most relaxed Draco had ever seen the man, even with Voldemort gone those 13 years. Sirius and surprisingly Remus glared at the 2 men. Sirius opened his mouth to start another verbal battle with the 2 former Death Eaters when Dumbledore's voice stopped him. Oh dear, it seems that Harry has fallen ill. He didn't seem that shocked. That or he was hiding his shock very well. Sirius and Remus paled. Ill. WWWHHAATTT. Give me that. Sirius Screech stuttered, before grabbing the letter out of the old man's hands. Lucius looked at his son and his friends, confusion barely showing through his usual mask. How did you 4 come across this letter? Don't tell me Potter wrote 4 Slytherins. Draco shook his head. That crazy owl just threw it down at our feet and started flapping around like a bloody menace. He'll probably shit bricks when he finds out we read that letter. Draco, language. Lucius warned with no malice. Snape growled. He probably made his aunt write it so he could leave earlier. Thinks we'll all just drop what we're doing and go to fetch him, arrogant brat. Just like his father. 2 rings of Severus from Remus and Albus and 1 of greasy bastard from Sirius were heard at this remark. Pansy even came to Potter's defense. It says that he has a fever of 49 degrees. That's 12 degrees above normal. And he's vomiting up blood. Why would he make that up if he knew they would come for him and find out it was a lie? Reasons bounced off Snape like jet balls in a cement room. He's Harry Potter. He'll just say he needed to get out of there and everyone will coo at him like he's a baby. Snotty brat. Okay, Professor Snape just used the word, coo. Anyone else a little worried he smelt too many potion fumes? Asked Blaise, edging away from the irate potions master. That's twice you called my godson a brat, Snivelius, warned Sirius. It's the truth, Blackhead. What are you going to do about it? Oh dear lord, here they go again, sighed Lucius Malfoy before tapping Snape's shoulder with his snake-headed cane. Severus, you are 45, act it please. I chose you as Draco's godfather to set an example for him. Not act like a brat. Believe me, he's got that down pat. Hey, Draco interrupted but Remus stopped his protests. Sirius, remember in our 6th year, Lily got sick a week before her 16th birthday with these exact symptoms. Albus Dumbledore smiled at one of his most intelligent graduates. He would make a great headmaster someday, if he could get him to accept. Sirius looked confused for a minute, trying to remember. Yeah, but she was, oh. Comprehension dawned on the man's face, leaving the Slytherins in the room confused. Draco frowned. Potter's sick with his mother's illness. That doesn't make sense. Dumbledore nodded. Exactly. You may leave to pick him up immediately. I'll get Poppy to fix him up a bed. Today is July 31st. Albus, said Snape, knowing it was useless. I see enough of the boy as it is. Now he's invading my vacation. Dumbledore smiled. I'm sure Harry will feel the same way, Severus. Petunia Dursley looked back out her living room window for the 100th time that morning. She had sent Vernon and Dudley on a shopping trip that would take them all day so the freaks could come and take the boy. She was a tad bit worried about the boy, not that she would admit it. He had awakened every hour on the hour to throw up more blood and at midnight had screamed bloody murder before passing out for the whole night. His fever had disappeared like magic, for lack of a better word, the next morning, and now he was freezing. The whole upstairs of number 4 was now cold, the coldest part being the boy's room. Last night the room had been stifling hot, breaking the pipes under the boy's bedroom floor and flooding the downstairs bathroom. That thought made Petunia scowl. She had to remember that boy was the reason her fair blonde hair was turning gray prematurely. A sudden knock at her door made Petunia scream and knock over her tea. Fear gripped her as she tried to calm her nerves and answer the door. A man dressed in shabby clothes was standing on her doorstep with a huge black dog. Petunia wrinkled her nose at the man and his mangy pet before she noticed his graying blonde hair. Ah, a kindred spirit. Now that she thought about it, the man looked familiar. What can I do for you today, sir? The man smiled. We're here for Harry Potter. If you let us in, the neighbors won't know a thing. Petunia paled before stepping aside. There is only he and that horrible thing he has for a dog. Petunia was deathly afraid of black dogs. One of her sister's friends could somehow become a giant dog and had chased her to the nearest park and up into a tree. Since then, Petunia had hated big, black dogs. Where is he? The wizard asked before turning to his dog and saying, You can change back now, Sirius. To Petunia's horror, the black dog changed into Lily's friend and mass murderer Sirius Black. Hey Tuna, he said with a devilish grin. Miss me? Petunia's mouth moved like a goldfish for a second before her eyes rolled up in her head and she fainted. Sirius laughed while Remus studied Lily's sister. You know she just might have a touch of Vila blood in her. See the blonde hair and blue eyes. Too bad Lily was an elemental Vila. Come on, let's go get little Prongs. Sirius hopped over Petunia and ran up the stairs. He slipped on some ice. Whoa Moony, you see that? Our little Prongs is more of a little Lily. Remus laughed. You know, I'm starting to feel sorry for Voldemort. If Harry has half the temper his mother had without her Vila blood, I can already smell the burnt Voldemort in the air. At the top of the stairs, the ice was a centimeter thick, close to 2 around the door to Harry's room. Sirius whistled. Remember Lily froze all of Madame Pomfrey's potions while she was in the hospital wing. Looks like Harry just might outdo her. Reaching the door, Remus tried a melting charm only to have the water freeze up again. Both men looked at each other, eyebrows raised. Might. Remus asked. Sirius shrugged and used a blasting charm before running into the room. Big mistake. Sirius slid past his godson's bed and into the wall on the other side. Remus slid into him moment later. Smooth, Moony. The place is covered with ice. Remus pushed away from Sirius, making the ex-convict fall flat on his ass. Smooth, Padfoot. The place is covered with ice. Sirius looked around the room for something to hit his best friend and secret crush with but found everything covered with ice. You know, if the pillows weren't as hard as ice, I'd hit you with one right. Of course. Suddenly the pile of blankets on the bed moved to show the pale blue face of Harry Potter. If both men weren't in love with each other and the boy's surrogate father and uncle, they would have swooned. Moony. Padfoot? Asked a melodic, yet stuttering voice. Even with his skin tinted blue, Harry looked like a Vila. His black hair had naturally induced red and white blonde highlights, the red subtle, the blonde silky looking, like the rest of his hair. His vibrant green eyes were no longer hidden behind his glasses and almost glowed with power and relief. The only imperfection, if you could call it that, was his scar, but it too looked beautiful. Get up, Harry, said Remus gently. We've come to take you to Hogwarts. Happy birthday to me, Harry thought as he shivered under the mountain of blankets and clothes he was wearing. He so wanted to get up and write to Dumbledore or Sirius, but the cold was just too much. Forget Voldy, I'm gonna die by freezing to death. Snape and Malfoy are gonna dance on my grave in pink tutus and throw rose petals at anyone who passes by. Lost in his self-pitying thoughts, Harry didn't hear his aunt scream, but he felt the magic that was used inside the wards. The house was silent, his aunt having sent his uncle and cousin out shopping. Harry strained to hear something beyond his chattering teeth. Unintentionally, the ice that was thinly covering the upstairs thickened at Harry's feelings of fear and unsettlement. More magic. Harry sent out another wave of ice magic but wasn't quick enough to stop a blasting charm. He heard his attackers slide across his tiny room and into the wall on the opposite side. The voices he heard next made him sigh in relief. Sirius and Remus. They came. I'm not gonna die. Pause. At least not yet. Get up, Harry, said Remus gently. We've come to take you to Hogwarts. Harry tried to move, but was shaking so violently that he could barely get out from under his mound of blankets. What's wrong with me? He asked as Sirius lifted his godson off of the bed, blankets and all. Remus was packing all of Harry's things by magic. We've got our suspicions, Harry, but we'd best wait till we get to Hogwarts for that. Dumbledore knows, he can explain it best. Why am I not surprised? Harry mumbled and burrowed deeper into the nest of cloth. There was something on Sirius that was giving Harry a slightly warmer feeling, but it wasn't Sirius himself. All of those feelings were connected directly to Remus. Done, said Remus as he closed the lid of Harry's trunk and shrunk it to fit in his pocket. Turning around, Remus found the garbage can and another bucket filled with blood. It was a lot more than Lily threw up when she'd received her inheritance. Harry seemed to be sleeping, coldly, in Sirius' arms when Remus turned around looking worried. Sirius hated that look. Moony, come on. We gotta go. Remus nodded. He threw up a lot more blood than Lily did, that's for sure. Both men walked carefully down the ice-covered stairs to the kitchen before pulling out a portkey and disappearing. All of the 8 Slytherins that were expected at Hogwarts were present in the Slytherin common rooms, holding a meeting with Lucius Malfoy and their head of house, who was currently mixing up a batch of potions for when Potter was brought in. So Dumbledore's going to bring his golden boy to a castle full of Death Eater children when he's badly ill? Asked a stunned Matthew Flint, the youngest Slytherin present. He said he trusts us, Matt. He's taken us in. And Hogwarts is the safest place to hide from Voldemort. And he's not badly ill, he's horribly ill. He was vomiting up blood. Since when is that good? Said Pansy in a huff. She was pacing the common rooms, worry etched on her face. Not many people knew it, but Pansy was a fatalique, something like a seer, but she relied on bad feelings, or her instincts about things, instead of visions and tea leaves. The ability could almost be described as a cross between empathy and precognition. Yeah, and she had a bad feeling about it, said Blaise smugly. That caught Snape's attention. Did you, Miss Parkinson? He said, looking truly concerned now. Well, perhaps concerned wasn't the word exactly. More like perturbed. Pansy nodded, still pacing. It was like, I have a bad feeling about how bad his illness is, but it's good that he's ill. But that doesn't make sense, does it? Could it be that this illness will be good for him? Albus said something about it being the 31st of July like it was important. What could that have to do with Mr. Potter's illness? Luis Montague kicked open his trunk and began digging. I've read that date in one of my old Dada textbooks. I think it was either the first-year text or a book on dark arts. Terence Higgs went over to the bookshelves that lined the common rooms and took out an old thin exercise book. Why don't we just use this? He asked before tapping on the cover and saying in a clear voice, July 31st. Dark arts books. The exercise opened up and began listing all the books with dark arts that happened on that date. The list was long. That was too broad a subject, Terence. Give it here, said Draco. He closed the exercise. Start over. The book erased its last list. Draco tapped the cover. Dark Arts. July 31st. Harry Potter. This time only 2 books came up, the first being, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. Draco frowned. Luis, look in The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts please. Under Harry Potter. Luis found the book and opened to the far back and began to read out loud. The Dark War was just reaching its peak when our Savior was born. At 11:49 p.m., on July 31st, Harry James Potter was born at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It's Potter's birthday. Theo ran his fingers through his shoulder-length hair and sighed frustrated. First he's sick because of his mother's illness and now because of his birthday. What, the kid doesn't like presents and cake. Dumbledore knows what's up, so do Black and Lupin. Gregory Goyle growled. He has to let us know if he wants our help in the war. That was my deal. Severus had finally finished getting all the potions needed together and had them sent up to the hospital wing by House Elf before flopping down in a dark green chair and rubbing his eyes tiredly. Why are we worrying about Potter again? The boy gives me a migraine. I've just depleted my potion store for him too. You'd think he was dying by the number of potions Poppy demanded. Pansy stopped suddenly. He isn't dying, but it's damn close. He'll be a new person when this is all over with. She paused. He's here. Sure enough, Sirius Black's voice could be heard yelling for Poppy. What he said next made everyone's heart stop. He won't wake up. I don't think he's breathing. Help. Pansy ran over and pulled Draco up off his seat and began pulling him toward the doors. Come on. We in the dungeons and can hear his voice. We have to be there. She yelled and turned to the other 8. All of us. Pulling Draco along, Pansy didn't look back to see if they followed. When Sirius and Remus landed outside the gates to Hogwarts, Sirius tried to wake Harry. He didn't move. Sirius started to shake him. Remus. He won't wake. Harry. Harry. The shaggy-haired wizard began to panic. Remus grabbed his wand and pointed it at the still blue boy and said, Enervate. Harry didn't move but a slow trickle of blood began to run from his nose. Sirius yelped and began to run for the castle, shedding the blankets as he went. Remus blasted the doors open and Sirius screamed for Poppy. Dumbledore and the nurse came running, along with Professor McGonagall who gasped at the sight of a blue and bloody Harry Potter. Albus looked grave. He's far worse than his mother was. Come on Poppy, let's get him to the hospital wing. Sirius ran past the group of shocked Slytherins. Faking Professor, came Pansy's voice as she looked at the limp form of the boy who lived. He was blue and bleeding. The 10 Slytherins ran off to the hospital wing with Draco and Pansy still in the lead. Madame Pomfrey had made a big area of the wing open for when they had brought Harry in. Now with 6 adults and 8 students trying to see what was going on, Poppy was glad she did. Sirius Black was pale and shaking and Remus Lupin was doing no better. No help there. Grabbing 2 potions and setting them by the bed on which Harry lay, she called out to the only person who could help her. Severus. Open his mouth for me. I have to check his airway. Severus rushed over and held open the boy's head. His airway was blocked with blood. Madame Pomfrey vanished it with her wand. Harry took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The whole room sighed. Swallow these, Mr. Potter, said Madame Pomfrey. Harry's hands were shaking too much to hold them himself, but he swallowed down 3 until he turned green. Snape saw this and grabbed a bedpan, thrusting it toward the queasy teen. Harry vomited up more blood. Pulling back his head, he looked at Dumbledore and whispered for the second time that day, "What's wrong with me?" Snape looked at the contents of the bedpan and frowned. There's blood, but no potions. The last one should have at least come up. Potter, how do you feel? But Harry didn't answer. He was too busy staring at Draco Malfoy. What's Malfoy doing here? And why does he look so colorful? Harry squinted. No, not colorful, sparkly. Harry looked around the hospital wing confused. He felt attracted to Malfoy, in both senses of the word. Warmth seemed to flow off of the blonde Slytherin and into Harry. The blue tint to his skin and lips disappeared and the slush that was forming in the potions melted. What was that? Harry wondered as his eyelids began to droop. I'll ask Dumbledore when I wake up. Harry drifted off to dreamland. The people left in the room watched as the deathly blue color left the boy who lived and he drifted off into sleep, mumbling something about, no more cold. Dumbledore had seen the connection between Harry and Draco. I wonder, he thought before clearing his throat. Everyone in the room looked at him. He's better. When he wakes up he will have a lot of questions. Send him straight to me, Poppy. It will be Mr. Potter's choice if he will tell anyone else beyond the people who already know of his illness. Remus looked at his best friend's godson, still worried. Are you sure he'll be okay? He had a trash can and a bucket full of blood at his relatives. Lily didn't get that ill. He would have continued but Dumbledore gave him a stern look. When Harry wakes up, we will have some answers. Sirius and Remus stayed by Harry's side, but the boy was in a potion-induced sleep. Madame Pomfrey finally drove them out to get some food and to rest. I'll send word when he wakes up. He'll be sent to Albus if you're not here before he leaves. Now go. Both men had no choice but to leave, in fear of the nurse banning them from the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey went over to her only patient. She checked his vitals once more before going to her office for dinner. A simple charm would tell her if Harry got worse. Harry began to stir. His mouth felt like cotton from all the potions he was forced to drink and his stomach grumbled with hunger. Slowly, Harry sat up and looked around the room. I'm in the hospital wing. At Hogwarts. It wasn't just a dream. Harry grinned. Snape and Malfoy won't dance on my grave. Thank God. The thought of Snape in a tutu is scarring. But not one of Malfoy in a tutu. Or maybe in nothing at all. That thought made Harry frown. Where in the hell had that come from? Shaking his head to clear away the frightening thoughts, Harry got out of bed and took off some of his clothes. His body temperature had returned to normal, and it was the end of July. Since Madame Pomfrey was nowhere to be seen and Harry didn't want her to baby him anyway, he left the hospital wing for the Great Hall and food. Scratch hungry, he was starved. A clock chimed from one of the towers, signaling 5:30, the time that Hogwarts usually had supper. Harry looked down at his clothes and frowned. I hope McGonagall's not there. I'm not really dressed to be seen. His growling stomach pulled Harry out of his thoughts and he sped up, unconsciously walking more gracefully than he usually did. There was a sway about his movements that spoke of lazy cats and seduction. There was a lot more noise than Harry expected coming from the Great Hall when he arrived. That's when Harry remembered that there had been a lot of Slytherins in the hospital wing when he was brought in. Now I really wish I had my trunk, Harry said to himself, tugging at his clothes self-consciously. He was wearing a pair of old, worn jeans and a black t-shirt that seemed a size or two too small. That shirt fit yesterday I think. His feet were bare. Sighing, Harry shrugged. I need food now more than clothes. I'd feel stupid surviving that flu only to end up dying of starvation. Slowly, Harry opened the door to the Great Hall just a crack and peeked his head in. It seemed the Hufflepuff table was being used to house the students, adults and professors that had stayed over the summer. To Harry's surprise, everyone seemed to be getting along. Even Professor Snape and Sirius, although neither was talking to the other. Sadly, McGonagall noticed Harry first. Potter, what are you doing out of the hospital wing? She said, stopping the whole table's conversations. What do you say to something like that? Hi, I'm walking to the table to get food. Duh. No, she'd probably have an aneurysm if he said that. That works. Harry was saved having to answer by Sirius jumping up and running over to his godson. Harry, you're awake. Oh, you must be hungry. Come on, let's get you something to eat. Harry never got a word in, as Sirius was picking him up and carrying him over to the table. Sirius, put me down. Harry spluttered. I'm fine. I can walk, you know. My legs didn't shrivel up and fall off. Sirius stopped about a foot from the table and looked at Harry concerned. You sure? Harry struggled out of his grip. Yes, he said before pointing down to his legs. They're right here. Dumbledore chuckled as Sirius watched his godson slide into a seat and start in on the sushi. A moment later Sirius sat down beside him and watched, along with the whole table, as Harry devoured piece after piece. Remus finally spoke up before Harry could eat the whole dish. I didn't know you liked sushi, Harry. Harry stopped, his mouth full, and looked around at everyone watching him before turning beet red. Me either, Moony. Everyone started eating again, like someone had pushed the play button on a paused movie. A few of the Slytherins stared at Harry, missing their mouth as they tried to eat. That's when Harry noticed who he was sitting with. Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, Matthew Flint, Louise Montague, Terence Higgs, Gregory Goyle. Harry gave a start at that name. Grabbing his drink, he continued on. Theodore Nott, McGonagall, Flitwick, Dumbledore. Harry paused and took a sip from the strawberry-flavored juice. Snape, Draco Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy. The last two names made Harry choke on his yummy drink. Everybody was looking at him again. Snape sneered. God Potter, is it possible for you to eat like a civil human being, not like some rabid mutt? Must be your godfather's work. Sirius growled, opening his mouth to retaliate, but Harry beat him to it. The room grew a few degrees warmer. God Snape, can't you speak like a civil human being, not like some commoner? All those years under a madman's rule must have cracked your head. Suddenly Harry came to his senses and clapped a hand over his mouth. The voice he had spoken in had been deeper than his own, subtly, and as cold as ice. Many of the Slytherins glared at him, Remus raised his eyebrows and Sirius just grinned. Snape, whose face was white with shock, was rapidly turning red. Why you, he began but was cut off by the shrill cries of, Albus. He's gone. Albus. McGonagall looked at Harry sharply. Did Madame Pomfrey release you from the hospital wing, Potter? Harry turned S. Arlette. The cat's out of the bag. Sort of, a sharper glare. No, not really. Sirius winced in sympathy. This is gonna hurt Harry, my boy. Harry paled. But she wasn't there. At least I never saw her. And I was hungry. Madame Pomfrey burst through the doors, her white robes flapping, and her face red. Albus, Mr. Potter is right here, Dumbledore said before she could panic. Madame Pomfrey looked at her prisoner, impatient, sitting at the table with a guilty look on his face and her eyes narrowed. Mr. Potter, did I give you permission to leave? Harry gulped. Blaise Zabini snickered. Well, Dumbledore stood up before his nurse could become a murderer and do what Voldemort had wanted to do since before Harry was born. Harry is better now, Poppy. After I talk with him in my office I'll send him to you for a final checkup. Come with me, Harry my boy. Harry practically jumped out of his seat and joined Dumbledore, making sure he was on the side opposite the rabid-looking nurse. Dumbledore turned back to the table. Sirius, Remus, I think it's best you join us. Harry gave his headmaster one curious glance before following him out the door. The four men walked in silence towards the headmaster's office. Since Harry hated silences, he asked the question he'd been dying, almost literally, to know. So Professor, do you know what happened to me? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, but it's best we wait until we are safe in my office. Candy corn. The gargoyle jumped aside and Harry noticed how everything from here on sparkled brightly. Sirius put a comforting hand on his shoulder as they all sat in the now shiny, at least from Harry's point of view, office. Harry sat on the edge of his chair, now slightly nervous. Dumbledore sighed before beginning. Harry, did you know that your mother was considered one of the most beautiful women to ever attend this school? Harry shook his head. What did his mother's beauty have to do with him being sick? Sirius sighed. That she was. If she didn't belong with James the First would have went after her. Remus smiled. If you survived James's jealous rages. Dumbledore chuckled before continuing. Your mother had a secret. And that secret is what made you sick this past week. Am I correct? Harry nodded again. Yes. Now that I think about it. I've been sick a full week exactly. So what does my mom have to do with this? Harry, said Dumbledore gently. This might come as a shock for you but Lily Evans was a Vila. And not just an ordinary one either. She was part of a rare race called Naturaspecies or what we would call Elemental Vila. You are also an elemental Vila. Harry just stared at the old man. Shock was the most prominent expression on his face. Finally he got his voice back. But Vila are fair and female. I have black hair and I think I would know by now if I'm male or female. This can't be true. Sirius put his arm around his godson. It is. Lily was a Vila and James was her mate. That's why they got together after 5th year. Lily received her inheritance. Although she never became as sick as you did. Harry's eyes were wide. Is that why her love saved me from the killing curse? Because she was an elemental Vila. And why was I coughing up blood? And the heat and the cold. Remus cleared his throat. Well, a Vila's primary want in life is its mate. If its mate or their children are in danger, they will use any means of protection they can. Vila can get away with murder if their mate or children are threatened, especially the elementals. I'm not too sure about the receiving of an elemental Vila's inheritance though. Dumbledore picked up where Remus left off. Well, for a person to be an elemental Vila, you need only one of your parents to be one. The fact that your father was a pure-blooded wizard makes you even more powerful. Now, elementals, like yourself, and your mother have this heat and cold flu, you could call it, because it will be one of your best defenses against enemies. Did you notice, down in the Great Hall when you were angered by Severus' comment, the whole room rose in temperature? Anger produces a heat that can help you call upon your powers of the elements such as fire and lightning. If you feel threatened, your body will instead give off a cold, like the one you were experiencing today. You will not feel these like you did while your body was being prepared to receive its powers. The cold helps you control ice and water. These two defenses are also like beginners to help you gain your other powers. Remus nodded. When we went to pick him up, the ice on his door was 2 centimeters thick and froze when I tried to melt it. Harry frowned. I felt magic in the house. I've never felt that before. And everything in here sparkles. Is that normal? Sirius nodded. Your mother could see a prank a mile away after her 16th birthday. But she stopped hating James and Viola. You are the product. Harry blushed. You said that a Vila needs to find its mate. Will I? Yes, Harry, but we will wait until the school year to see what we will do about that, decided Dumbledore. I have a feeling we won't have to wait too long for you to find them. Remus and Sirius frowned. Dumbledore knew who Harry's mate was already. Harry didn't notice or didn't want to notice the meaning of Dumbledore's words and went on. What about all the blood? That was the worst. Yes, you lost a lot of blood, I'm told. Well, that was the Vila blood driving out your Muggle blood. Since Lily wasn't a Muggle, your body purged itself of that blood. You now have new Vila blood coursing through your veins. Harry suddenly got very excited. Professor, Moony said that my mother's love and powers as an elemental Vila saved me that night, right? Dumbledore nodded. Yes, love can be considered an element and Vilas are beings of love. What is your point, Harry? Well, if I have new blood, the blood of my mother, then the blood Voldemort took from me in the third task is useless. I have new blood and my mother's protection would be restored with my inheritance. Maybe that old protection was my father's protection and now I have both restored. The office was silent after Harry's logical statement. Dumbledore stroked his beard and thought. It is, in fact, very possible your blood protection has been restored. The only true test is having Voldemort come in a close range of you, and that isn't the best of ideas. Remus nodded. Your theory makes perfect sense. From what I know of elemental Vilas, they don't get their powers until their 16th birthday because it helps hide them from Vila traders. An elemental Vila is worth a lot on the black market. Harry paled. You mean people are going to want to trade me? What the bloody hell for? Sirius cleared his throat. Well, regular Vilas are beautiful creatures, but they aren't as spirited as your kind. Elementals only grow attached to their families and mates and will fight. Ends. Avenued Vilas are used as toys for wizards. Elementals are for the ones who like pain. The Sirius cringed, S&M type. The temperature was rising again and many of the portraits were complaining. Harry turned a deaf ear to them. Say, were used for say, but I'm still a person. Not something you can play with and just throw out. Remus patted his best friend's son's shoulder. Not to some wizards. The Ministry has been forced to recognize elemental Vilas as a sort of subhuman species, so your rights are a bit higher than mine, but elementals have a huge respect from the wizarding world. If you had to go and tell every Slytherin down in the Great Hall your status, they'd be very impressed. Harry shook his head, his shiny locks reshaping themselves when he stopped. I'm not telling anyone, not even Ron or Hermione. And especially those Slytherins. A thought struck the Vila suddenly. Why are they even here? I know for a fact that Malfoy Sr. was present at the Ministry of Magic that night. Shouldn't he be in jail, or better yet Azkaban? Dumbledore shook his head. Not only did I have Professor Snape as a spy in Tom's ranks but Mr. Malfoy's father as well. They were found out this summer, and for their protection and that of their families, they will be staying here. When Lucius revealed his true place in this war, many other purebloods also revealed theirs. I've had 8 spies in Tom's ranks for the last 3 decades. Sirius snorted. I think some of them took their roles a little too seriously. Many of their parents had to flee the country. Remus nodded. The Parkinsons, the Knotts, the Montagues, the Flints, the Zabinis, the Higgs, the Goyles and the Malfoys. Lucius refused to leave, while Narcissa is staying somewhere in France, I believe. Dumbledore nodded. The least I could do was give them my protection and offer Hogwarts as a safe haven. Now, Dumbledore clapped his hands together lightly, where shall we put you for the remainder of your stay? Sirius narrowed his eyes. I was under the impression that Remus and I would stay with Harry in the Gryffindor Tower. Harry nodded his head. That's fine with me. Maybe Ron and Hermione could come visit later. Dumbledore sighed. Miss Granger is out of the country until the last week in August, and the Weasleys have a mission for the Order. Ron and Ginny went with Hermione. They had wanted to take you with them, but I was worried about you becoming sick. They left some letters and birthday gifts with me to give to you. Harry took the 4 gifts gratefully. 1 from Hermione, 1 from Ron, 1 from Mrs. Weasley and 1 from Ginny and the twins. Remus finally spoke up. So we'll take Harry to see Poppy and then go straight to the Gryffindor Tower. We all need a good night's rest. But sadly Dumbledore had a twinkle in his eyes. Before anyone could move, another voice spoke out, this one strangely familiar. I think that Mr. Potter and his guardians should be housed in the Slytherin dorms, just to help inter-house relations. Sirius choked and Harry started to sniff out, literally, the culprit. There on the shelf behind Dumbledore was the Sorting Hat. Harry scowled at it. You just want to put me there. They all hate me. The Sorting Hat laughed. Your destiny lies within that house. You were always meant to be there. Now I will get what I have been hoping for the last 6 years. Harry was just about to ask what that was supposed to mean when Dumbledore stood, blocking the hat from view. Well now Harry, you'd best go see Madame Pomfrey. When you are finished, the password to the Slytherin common room is pureblood. Harry groaned and began to mutter to himself. Great. Snape is going be the one to kill me and dance on my grave in that pink tutu. How unfair is that? The men just looked at their teenaged savior in confusion. Harry blushed. Inside joke, he said before quickly leaving the office. Sirius shook his head before leaning around Dumbledore and glaring at the Sorting Hat. What do you mean Harry's destiny is in that house? Harry is a Gryffindor. The Hat chuckled. You have always put too much meaning into a person's house, Sirius Black. Harry Potter's mate lays within that house, the prince himself. The choices made have led Harry down this path now. You both must help him understand and accept it, for if he doesn't all will be lost and the prophecy will be fulfilled in a way that will destroy the world. Remus sighed. It was always Harry. The poor kid couldn't get a break. So Draco Malfoy is Harry's mate. And Harry was always meant to be a Slytherin. Sirius nearly fell out of his chair. Draco Malfoy. My snotty cousin Sis's spawn. He's Harry's mate. And Harry is Slytherin. Moony, have you taken too much wolfsbane? Remus glared at his childhood best friend. Did you ever hear the saying, read between the lines? The Hat said Harry's mate was a Slytherin, the prince himself. Now who has been called the self-proclaimed Slytherin prince since he came here? Sirius flushed and mumbled. Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore nodded. I thought so. Harry told me in his 2nd year that the Sorting Hat had wanted to place him in Slytherin. I've always feared what would have happened to him if he was sorted into that house, but now, his destiny has been to be there. Dumbledore looked up at the last true marauders. Look after him. There is a new room being set up in the dungeons as we speak. Help Harry and Draco accept their fates. You may need to enlist the help of Severus and Lucius in this matter, but I will leave that up to you. Both men nodded as they felt the magic in the room change. An oath, said Remus awed. You truly care about Harry that much? Dumbledore nodded sadly. I'm afraid that his need for knowledge has only derailed his anger at me for a short while. I have made some mistakes in his life and upbringing, but I think of him as the grandson I never got the chance to have. But he is so much more. The Sorting Hat has forgotten that his blood also lies in Gryffindor. After Professor McGonagall had left the Great Hall, the remaining Slytherins started talking. So do you think he'll tell anyone what's been happening? Asked Matt, curiosity seeping out of his pores. He never looked like that in June. Many of the guys actually blushed. Pansy smiled. I hate to say it, but Potter just might beat out our Draco for the wiest guy in Hogwarts this year. Their head of house snorted. I do not want to know if you think thoughts about Potter like that. He's still as arrogant as his father. Apparently Snape was still fuming about Potter's comment at dinner. Draco mock sniffed. You really think that, Pansy? I'm hurt. Blaise punched him in the arm. You'll get over it. All she's saying is that you'll have some competition this year. Isn't that what you love, a good competition? Draco glared at his best friend. Blaise, do shut up. I'm upset here. Where do you think Dumbledore will put the Gryffindors? He's tricky. We may all end up with some guests for the summer, commented Lucius. Snape growled. He wouldn't dare. Suddenly a phoenix swooped down and dropped a letter on the potion master's plate. Reading the letter over Snape's shoulder, Lucius did a very un-Malfoy-ish thing. He slapped his forehead. I hate being right. Beside him, Snape taught his students some very colorful curses, and not the kind you could do with a wand. Poppy was still chewing Harry out when Sirius and Remus showed up, ready to head to the Slytherin common room. Never again do you leave like you did today. You went from passing out and vomiting up blood to just walking around in a few hours. Harry was still trying to explain himself as he followed the irate Mediwitch's instructions, but he could barely get a word in. I was hun. I don't care. You should have yelled or something. I don't think I've been that frightened since Voldemort Poppy, said Remus in his no-arguing voice. Are you finished with Harry? We'd all like to get some rest, it's been a long day. Poppy Pomfrey blushed before nodding at the werewolf. Yes, a good night's rest will be perfect. Then she rounded on Harry. If you have the slightest pain or irritation, you will come and see me at once. Once you find your mate, everything should work itself out. Harry nodded once before trying to put his shirt back on. This time it wouldn't fit. A growl rumbled throughout the hospital wing. Sirius took the shirt and enlarged it. You're growing into your natural body shape. We'll need to get you some clothes tomorrow. My little Harrykins is all growed up. Remus rolled his eyes at the two before they all started off towards the dungeons. Somebody up there hates me, Harry complained as they walked. First this horrible illness, having to spend my summer with Slytherins, and now all my clothes will be too small by tomorrow morning. And that doesn't even include Voldemort. Remembering Albus, words the two men tried to soothe their godson. You know, some of the Slytherins may not be so bad. We should at least try to get along with them, Sirius said. Harry blinked slowly at him. Sirius, you hate anything that has to do with Slytherins, Snape and Malfoy included. I think the stress of today has cracked you. Sirius glared at the two. What? Am I really that bad? Remus and Harry nodded in complete unison. Well damn. Harry, Remus and Sirius stood in front of the one thing that stood between them and the Slytherin common rooms. A portrait. Not just any portrait, but a serpent one. How original. Bet you can't guess where this leads, drawled Sirius. The serpent, silver figures, hissed at the offending Gryffindors, but only Harry understood. Gryffindors. Ha, I suppose I will have to let them in if they know the password. Which is unlikely. Harry grinned at the beautiful snake and hissed back in response. Actually we do. And I'd rather be a Gryffindor than a Slytherin any day. Pureblood. The serpent looked shocked for a moment before realizing that the Gryffindor was actually talking to it. Its tongue lashed out and tasted the air. Elemental. Elemental Vila. My apologies. Please enter. Harry grinned and hissed his thanks back as the portrait swung open. Sirius shivered. I hate it when you do that. Harry smirked at his godfather, one which frighteningly reminded both men of the boy's mate. The sight in the common room wasn't exactly a welcoming one. All the Slytherins were either sitting or standing around the silver fires that danced in the fireplaces, or in Snape and Malfoy Sr.'s case, standing menacingly facing the door. Gee, don't you just get this warm, happy feeling right in the pit of your stomach when you come here? Harry asked his godfather sarcastically. Remus snorted. Yeah, it feels like I'm about to be sick. The three Gryffindors slowly descended the stairs that began at the opening of the portrait, all wary of the supposedly evil Slytherins. Snape finally spoke up. How in Merlin's name did you get Albus to agree to this? Black, I assume it was you wanting to prank everyone in their sleep. Or maybe it was Potter, wanting some sympathy. Harry glared, the white in his hair sticking out more now thanks to the silvery flames. Believe me, we all tried to get out of this. The first pair of scissors I find I'm taking with me to visit the headmaster. Everyone looked at Harry in surprise. Did Harry Potter, the boy who lived, just threaten the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore? Harry sighed heavily. Not Professor Dumbledore. I'm here thanks to vengeful Sorting Hats. The surprised look stayed. And that's all I'm saying. Remus recovered first, shaking his head to get rid of the Vila allure. The Slytherins weren't so lucky. While they all had great control over their emotions, Goyle was starting to drool. Come on Harry, said Remus, putting a hand on his sort of nephew's shoulder, it's been a long day. You need to get some sleep before Poppy decides she needs to kidnap you and hold you hostage in the hospital wing. Harry bristled like a threatened cat. She wouldn't dare. I can't be in the hospital wing anymore before school ever starts. Sirius chuckled. You keep going and you'll beat out all the Marauders' records for the number of hospital wing stays in 7 years. Now, he clapped his hand before pointing towards himself. Do you want your lovable pet Snuffles to join you on your quest for clothes that fit tomorrow? Or shall I mope around this place and ignore you for the rest of our unnatural lives? Harry smiled. With choices like that, I'd have to say I'd like to spend some time with Snuffles. His human counterpart is far too boring. Harry ducked a swipe from Sirius before turning back to the Slytherins. They'd been quiet all throughout their little talk. His clear emerald eyes caught a pair of quicksilver ones and Harry felt his stomach drop and his heart rate soar. He didn't even realize he had moved until Draco Malfoy spoke. I suppose you'd like to sit, was all he asked, regaining his control and pulling back from Harry's allure. It was the nicest tone Harry had ever heard the blonde take with him. Harry mentally shook himself. What the heck was going on? Was it just a side effect from the blood loss? Nodding his head, the Gryffindor closed his eyes and took a seat next to the soft fire, letting a normal kind of heat fill him. He was suddenly pulled out of his bliss by someone politely clearing their throat. Opening his eyes, Harry saw Pansy Parkinson was sitting across from him, her navy blues eyes seeming to bore into him. Hi. Smooth Harry, real smooth. Are you all right now? Her question wasn't in the usual mocking voice she always used, but in one that was a tad bit warmer than neutral. Harry, while surprised by the question, was suddenly extremely embarrassed by the whole situation. These people had seen him in one of his weakest moments. It would be just like the old Slytherins he knew to use the whole thing to their own sick, twisted advantage. But these are the new Slytherins. A sudden voice inside Harry's head argued. Before it was all for show. Please, are you trying to tell me that they didn't enjoy one moment of it? I bet they took it as extra perks, bullying Harry Potter. Why so pessimistic all of a sudden? Indirectly, these people risked their lives for you. And you go and think there has to be some alternate motive behind his simple question of how you're doing. Great. Now Harry was making himself feel bad. And why did that voice sound a lot like Hermione? Realizing he hadn't answered the patient Slytherin yet, Harry blushed and cleared his throat. Yes, I'm feeling much better now. Thanks for asking. The girl actually smiled at him, and now the so-called ice was broken. A lot of tension left the room as Sirius and Remus sat down on the couch next to Harry. Matthew Flint gave the two men a small smile before turning his eyes back to Harry. So Potter, what was wrong with you? Luis Montague rolled his eyes. Harry boggled at the very sight. Had he stepped into an alternate universe? With his luck, it was a very large possibility. You have no tact, Matt. You're supposed to slowly withdraw the information from him so that he doesn't know what he's said until it's too late. Not just drop a question on him like that. Matt shrugged. I was curious. Then he looked back at Harry. So, Harry remembered Remus saying that they would all really respect him if he had to tell them what he really was, but you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Harry wasn't even sure he could tell Ron and Hermione, let alone the very people who had made fun of him and his friends for the last 5 years. Well, I was sick. Harry said, hoping the over-curious boy would take the hint and leave him alone. And the Understatement of the Year award goes to Theodore Knott said, a bit of curiosity coloring his voice. Harry gave a sigh. What was this, the Spanish Inquisition, and looked to his guardians for help. Remus just raised his eyebrows as if to say, what are you waiting for? Sirius looked torn between telling them all to mind their own business and blurting out the truth all at the same time. Why doesn't he understand? Sirius thought as he watched his godson struggle to explain his sudden illness and healthiness without giving away his secret. Remus told him that being an elemental Vila was something to be proud of, not kept like some horrible secret. If he doesn't come to accept himself, how will he ever accept that Draco Malfoy is his mate? The ex-convict decided to speak up and save his poor godson from information-hungry Slytherins. Harry just came into his inheritance. It's hereditary, so Albus could prepare for it. Nothing to worry about. Harry shot the man a look. The whole speech had the distinct feeling of someone waving their hands wildly and saying, "There's nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see," while trying to hide a robbery in progress. Pansy snorted. "Nothing to worry about. Yeah, I suppose throwing up blood is nothing to worry about." Sirius looked sheepish. Harry sighed mentally, happy the heat was off him. Remus also looked upset at Sirius. He was supposed to be encouraging Harry to tell Draco and the other Slytherins his secret, not hide it away. Remus had lived that life and it was not a pretty one. "Hey Harry," Remus said suddenly, reaching into his robes and unshrinking a present. "Happy birthday." Harry caught the green and gold wrapped present with a mix of his Seeker and Vila reflexes before breaking out into a smile and taking out the 4 others he had received that day. "Thanks Moony," he said happily. "I probably would have forgotten." Matt Flint's eyes widened. He was the most innocent, if you could call it that, of the whole group, and the very idea of someone forgetting their own birthday was mind-blowing. "You would have forgotten your own birthday? Who does that?" Harry blushed prettily. "Me apparently. Long story." Sirius scowled. "And it probably begins and ends with the Dursleys." He handed Harry his present, which was surprisingly small. Harry gave his godfather a pleading look. "Please don't start that tonight. I'd like to have a bit of a nice birthday for once, which for me would include not discussing the Dursleys." Snape snorted, still miffed about the whole living arrangements thing. "What's the matter, Potter? They didn't get you enough presents this year. Poor spoiled celebrity." Remus held Sirius back as he tried to reach Snape, but Harry was surprisingly calm. He put Sirius and Remus' gifts down on the floor. "You know these are from Sirius and Remus." He picked up a red-wrapped gift and read the tag. "Ron." He then put that one down too. The silver-wrapped one was heavy and big. "Hermione." The next one, red and gold, was medium-sized. "Mrs. Weasley." He kept the last one, wrapped in blue, in his hands. "Ginny, Fred and George." Harry looked at the potions master. "The last gift I ever got from the Dursleys was a pair of old yellow socks. They don't acknowledge my birthday or even me now that I think about it, except when I'm getting yelled at for not finishing all of the chores. And you know I'm not lying or being too dramatic about the situation. You've seen the memories." Harry looked down at the ground, suddenly embarrassed. Merlin, he couldn't keep his mouth shut, could he? Before anyone could say anything, he picked up his gifts and tried to balance them over to his, Sirius and Remus, rooms. Both men followed their godson, angry at Snape for making him unhappy. "Well, we've got to get to bed. It's been a long day and tomorrow we have to go to Hogsmeade." "Good night everyone." Only Pansy and Matt replied. "Good night." When the door closed, Snape raised his eyebrows at his Slytherins. And Lucius. The elder Malfoy had been quiet throughout the whole ordeal while his house was somewhat inviting. "He's not like you think he is, Severus," replied Lucius, who also raised his eyebrows in response. "No matter how much it pains me to say this, but Harry Potter only comes off like the arrogant, self-centered replica of his father because you bait him and egg him on. You forget even his mother had a temper, and I believe that he is more his mother's child than his father's. Now more than ever." Pansy nodded. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I wasn't raised to hate Harry Potter in my real life, I guess you could call it, or Muggles for that matter. Sure, being in Slytherin we get the ideas that maybe we are better in a sense because we have magic, but they have lived without it for longer than we have lived with it. My parents told me," and Pansy stopped for a minute to clear her throat. It still hurt her to talk about Patrick. And Pat to treat everyone like we ourselves would like to be treated when this was all over with. And now, in a sense, we're free. Maybe still in a war, still hunted but no longer spies. We can be ourselves and I intend to be friends with Harry Potter. Her eyes flashed in the firelight. He's going to need all the help he can get in the future. The common room was quiet after Pansy's little speech. Matt shifted, a bit embarrassed. Well, I don't have as nice a reason as that to befriend the golden boy, but I just like people in general. This made the usually stone-faced Slytherins chuckle. Harry set his gifts down on the kitchen table and looked around the place in awe. There was a medium-sized, but spacious-looking common room, decorated in blues and blacks that lead to a kitchen with an island all done in black marble and a space made big enough for 4 people. Sirius whistled. Remus looked around in pleased shock. From the common room was a hallway with 4 doors, 2 on each side. Each door was exactly alike in size and color but all had a plaque with their names on them. The last door read, Guest Room. Sirius smiled. You know, Dumbledore is really good at dotting ass. Remus made a surprised noise in the back of his throat and shot Sirius an annoyed look as Harry laughed in agreement. Remus sighed. Let's check out our rooms and meet back here in 10 minutes for present opening. Harry nodded. $10 says my room is red and gold. Sirius looked at Harry strangely. $10. Why would I want bucks? I'd rather have galleons. Remus sighed again but quickly tried to explain. It's a Muggle expression. Bucks mean dollars. At Sirius' still puzzled expression the werewolf continued. Dollars, give or take the ever-changing exchange rates are something like Muggle pounds. You get the idea. If you had taken Muggle studies like I told you to, this wouldn't be a problem. Harry chuckled as he went to his new room, listening to Sirius complain about Muggles with odd sayings for everything. Luckily for Harry, Sirius and Remus had forgotten his bet. The room was done in dark greens and blues with gold and beige accents. It was, quite honestly, like walking into a 5-star hotel. The walls and carpet were a dark, almost black green while the bed was golden with sheets of, according to Harry's increased sense of touch and smell, Egyptian cotton. The ceiling was charmed to look like the sky outside, like the Great Hall. Across from the bed was a big walk-in closet, still open with Harry's clothes already in it. Too bad it's all too small. Harry grumbled to himself tugging on his shirt. It had been hard to move about and not flash the entire Slytherin population his midriff. Right in the corner was a large dark, navy blue bathroom. It held a prefect's tub, as Harry had dubbed it during his 4th year. The tub, sink and toilet were done in shiny silver. The same kind of shiny stuff that was in the headmaster's office. Magic. Harry could actually see magic. Concentrating hard on sparkles, Harry looked back into his bedroom and saw everything was sparkling. Wicked, Harry said before hearing Sirius's distinct footsteps coming up the hall. Remus followed him with the scent that the villa in Harry understood as werewolf. Come in, Harry said before Sirius could knock. Sirius came in with a put-out expression on his face and Remus with an amused one. You've turned into a Remus. Between a werewolf and an elemental villa I'll never pull another prank again. Sirius yelled before dramatically throwing himself at Harry, who thankfully caught him before he could damage his already damaged brain on Harry's end dresser. Harry patted his godfather's shoulder in mock sympathy while looking over at Remus. So you can also hear people's footsteps. Remus nodded. I'll probably have to teach you how to control it, magical being to magical being. Has your sense of touch and smell improved any? Harry nodded but looked confused. You have the smell that screams werewolf but there's this part of me that says friendly werewolf. Family. Remus smiled. I also have the instinct that says you're different, but you're first and foremost part of my pack. And if we can get the other part of our pack away from you and out in the common rooms, we'll open presents. Sirius perked up and let go of Harry. Presents. Well, why didn't you say so? Come on, Harry. Harry stumbled gracefully, if that's possible, out into the common room and was pushed into a chair by Sirius. Grabbing the big present, Sirius cleared his throat. To Harry, love from Hermione. You got something to tell me. Harry blushed and grabbed his present away from his godfather. Yeah, Hermione likes Ron. Harry pointed out before ripping off the silver paper. Expecting books, Harry was surprised and thankful when he saw a wooden box. Opening it, Harry let out a yelp before jumping up and punching the air. Hermione, you're the best. Sirius looked over his godson's shoulder to see what all the fuss was about. Surely it wasn't a book. Inside the box sat 3 snitches, 1 bronze, 1 silver and 1 gold. This is the newest thing in training Quidditch seekers. The gold one is for regular training, the silver for helping practice and sharpen my flying skills, and the bronze is for reflexes. Lifting up the compartment that held the snitches, Harry found another compartment that held 2 books. One was Training for the Leagues, Seeker Edition, and the other was Strategy for Dummies. Hermione, said Sirius, shaking his head. There had to be books in there somewhere. Harry nodded. She wouldn't be Hermione without her books and freakish know-it-all nature. Pause. Just don't tell her I said that. The world's know-it-all, or a bit of a sore spot for Hermione. Ron's present was also a surprise. It was a crystal sphere the size of a grapefruit that fit perfectly into Harry's hand. Inside, wisps of smoke curled around each other and shifted into different shapes and colors. Remus whistled. Ron must have saved for this all year. It's pretty expensive. Harry looked at the smoke closely. What is it? It's called Aurora's Tear. Mostly seers use it to see if the dreams they have are prophetic. It can also be used as a lie detector. The booklet it comes with tells you how to operate it. It's actually pretty pricey. Harry thought about the vision of Sirius being tortured by Voldemort, the one he was sent during his exams, and saw the smoke in the sphere turn black and shape-shift into a dark mark. Remus picked up the booklet and read. Black means that the vision is a complete lie and that danger has a serious chance of occurring if you follow what you have seen. Harry sighed and put the sphere back into its velvet box. He could have used this precious gift so much last year. Voldemort probably wouldn't use the same trick on him twice. Sensing his godson sinking into a depressed mood, Sirius picked up his gift and handed it to him. I know it's small, but I think you'll like it. I had to fight Moony to let you have it. Curious, Harry opened the small box and pulled out a small scroll and 2 sets of keys. Heart pounding, Harry looked at Sirius for confirmation. Sirius smiled and just pointed to the scroll in Harry's hands. The scroll was actually shrunk, so with the help of Remus, Harry could finally read it. The will of Lily Jade Potter and James Dominic Potter is to be read on August 30th to their son and only heir, Harry James Potter, in the company of Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore, Remus Jacob Lupin and Sirius Caesar Black at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. At that time Harry Potter will become the head of the Potter house and can legally view the family vaults and have complete sole authority over family finances. Please be prompt in meeting Griphook in the headmaster's office at noon at the aforementioned date. Gringotts Goblin Banks. Harry S. Said in a shaky breath. His parents had a will. What else did they have that Harry didn't know about? Sirius smiled sadly. They didn't want to overburden you, so they made it so if you, by some chance, weren't living with me when you turned 11, you could have the will read to you and legally have a say in it at age 16. The first set of keys is for the Potter family vault. Lily and James's personal vault and my vault. Sirius put up a hand to stop Harry before he could start. Even as a criminal you are still my godson. Now, James and I were 10th cousins 3 times removed or something like that, so I could say we're family. And I can't really use the money being on the run as I currently am, so I'm entrusting you with it. The ministry won't allow Remus to have so much money. It's against the werewolf code of some odd year for them to have over 2 million galleons or something like that. Bunch of BS if you ask me, but that's our ministry. So you're the only one I can trust with this. End of discussion. Harry smiled. So my parents had a will. Did they have anything else I should know about? Graves. And I will take care of your money. I promise. Sirius looked at Harry, his face pale. You mean you didn't know? Remus looked the same. Both had looks of shock on their faces. Feeling a sense of dread, Harry asked. No. Know what? Most people shy away from anything that has to do with families, especially mine. Remus spoke this time. Of course your parents have graves. We thought Dumbledore would have shown you them already. Harry shook his head, rage building with him. Dumbledore again. He knew about the prophecy, knew about the Vila thing, and now this. He probably also stopped Harry from seeing his parents' will the first time. Everything goes back to him. Harry whispered, his anger making the room boiling. He knew everything. Sirius grabbed Harry before he could do anything stupid, like cook everyone, and looked into his eyes. I promise, on my friendship with your father, that we will figure all this out. Dumbledore will tell you everything he knows about it. Us as well. But not tonight. Your parents would want you to enjoy this night. Do it for them if not for yourself. Harry slowly calmed down and brought down the room's temperature. Okay, Sirius. Tomorrow. It took a great amount of effort to push away the threatening rage. What are the other keys for? Sirius grinned. Or should I say your, new flying motorcycle. Harry's eyes went big. The one you used to own. Sirius nodded. I remembered you saying last summer that the one memory of that night you truly liked was the one about a flying motorcycle. Hagrid must have brought you to the Dursleys on it. Hagrid said he put it in my vault just before I was arrested. Now who's next? Remus smiled slightly. That would be me. Remus' gift was actually very useful. It was a book. Honestly, someone had to be the responsible one around here, but it one of the 3 books written on Elemental Vila. The book itself was very old looking and had on the cover a heart split, not broken, down the middle that was made of pink diamond, with the symbols of different elements: a ruby flame, an emerald leaf, a sapphire droplet and an amber twist all around it. The book also opened from the middle, more like a travel booklet, and was very thick. Get started on it as soon as you can, was all Remus said. Mrs. Weasley had sent Harry a bunch of candy and cakes, probably still thinking he was at the Dursleys, and a homemade jean jacket. She must be experimenting with different fabrics. It's a lot better than the jumpers. The Elemental Vila said, a lick of guilt creeping into his voice. Those wool jumpers kept him warm and were very precious to him, but Harry was certain red wasn't really his best color. Last but not least was the gift from Ginny and the twins. Ginny had given Harry a book about defense against the dark arts and how to teach it. Many of the spells Harry had never heard of. You could actually make someone's ear hairs grow out fast enough to muffle their hearing. Somehow, the Gryffindor doubted the tactical usefulness of that maneuver. Fred and George gave Harry a free tester of everything in their shop and what looked like a dress-up kit of some sort. The twins must be doing good to get this for you, Harry, said Remus. It very appropriate, actually. It's for celebrities or known criminals to hide themselves. Many famous celebrities have been out in the public and have been mob-free. Sirius winked. You can take that special someone out and not be bombarded with reporters. Harry was touched that they'd actually gotten him something to make his life easier. Perhaps he would try and get Sirius to invest into the twins' shop. The looks on Fred's and George's faces when they realized Sirius was one of the 4 original Morators would be priceless. Finally, well after midnight, all 3 Gryffindors said their goodnights and went to their separate rooms. Closing his bedroom door with a soft click, Harry turned to take in the sheer elegance of the room and blinked. A door, obviously not belonging to his bathroom or the closet, was set into the right wall. His curiosity was quirked. Opening it, Harry saw it led right to the guest bedroom. Knowing it was for his mate, a warm tingle went through his body as he dressed, got in bed and fell asleep watching the stars. He was back at the Department of Mysteries, alone this time. That should have been the first clue that Harry was dreaming, but he was frantic. He needed to find Sirius. Voldemort had him. Harry all but flew down the now familiar corridor and into the spinning room. The flaming X's made by Hermione before were still there. Please be all right, Harry whispered to himself before running through the first X-ed door he saw. It was the sparkly room. The one with time as its theme. Not here. Running back out, Harry didn't give the door time to close and spin before ripping the other one off its hinges. The 5 Order members were there, fighting the Death Eaters. Sirius was just starting to duel Bellatrix Lestrange. He didn't have much time. Sirius, stop. She's gonna kill you, Harry screamed at the top of his lungs. Sirius stopped to look at Harry when the curse hit him. He crashed through the archway. Everyone else disappeared as Harry jumped down the benches to the dais that held the arch. Sirius, please come back, Harry yelled at the curtain that danced mockingly in front of him, keeping Sirius out of view. Remus stepped out of the shadows, his face pale. He's gone, Harry. Gone. You took him from me. Remus's face shifted into Bellatrix's mocking face. Ah, is Whittle Bobby Potter sad? Does he miss Wiz Serwis? Lestrange's black hair turned silvery blonde and her face became more pointed until Harry was gazing at Lucius Malfoy. This all could have been avoided if you had just died, Potter. Harry shook his head. No, Voldemort would still be here. Lucius laughed. Potter, he is here. Thanks to you. Harry still shook his head, but doubts began forming in his mind. Lucius laughed again before stepping back into the shadows. The sound of footsteps reached Harry's sensitive ears and he turned towards the veil. Sirius. It has to be Sirius. Harry thought, shaking with a mixture of fear that it might not be Sirius and hope that it would be. The veil had stopped blowing in its supernatural wind, blocking the person from Harry's view. Harry let out a shaky breath before whispering, Sirius. A dead, graying hand ripped the curtain back in response and Harry came face to face with the dead Cedric Diggory. Harry stepped back quickly as Cedric walked out of the veil. The smile on the dead boy's face was not welcoming. Disappointed Harry. I thought you'd be happy to see your old friend. Got anything to say for yourself? No. This can't be real. You're dead. Harry whispered. Cedric looked every bit the vengeful ghost he was. Yeah, I am. No thanks to you. Tell me, what else do you have on your checklist after killing me, stealing my girlfriend and breaking her heart? Or killing your innocent godfather? Harry shook his head. Cedric accused him of all these horrific actions in a voice Harry had never heard the kind-hearted Hufflepuff use. Cedric continued. What would your parents think, Harry? They'd be so disappointed in you. After all, you killed them too. Anger sparked in Harry's blood and he glared at the boy before him. No. Voldemort killed my parents. You're not Cedric. The Cedric I knew would never say these things. Fake Cedric smirked evilly. The Cedric you knew. You didn't know me. Just like you don't know your parents. Let's have a little chat with them, see who they believe killed them. Cedric walked over and stood to the right of Harry, facing the veil. Harry stepped away from him, cautious as he heard two more pairs of footsteps coming from behind the veil. Lily and James Potter stepped out from behind the veil, skin tinged gray with looks of hate on their faces. Murderer. James Potter spat at his son as he and his wife made a semicircle around Harry, who could do nothing but face the veil. I died for you. Your mother died for you. And this is how you repay us. By getting one of our best friends sent to Azkaban. If it weren't for you, Peter would have never changed sides. Cedric Diggory would still be alive. Sirius would still be alive. That nasty voice in Harry's head kept getting louder with every accusation said, drowning out his thoughts. He did kill them. It was his fault. Lily Potter looked every bit like Harry imagined his elemental Vila mother to look like, but the decaying skin and hateful expression was something he never pictured on her. You survived that night. Why couldn't you save us? You're supposed to be the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. And then to turn around and bring him back. After everything your father and I did to stop him. You are no son of mine. Harry was crying but they didn't notice. Please. It was an accident. No one was supposed to die. No one. While trying to convince himself and the dead around him, Harry didn't hear the next step of footsteps. Harry. Came a voice from behind him. Harry knew that voice. Sirius. The relief that spread though Harry's Sirius voice died and turned to fear as he turned around and came face to face with his dead godfather. Sirius? Harry asked quietly, heart breaking over the fact that he had lost Sirius again. No, you can't be dead. Please, I'm so sorry. Sirius glared at him before grabbing his arms and pulling him closer. Well, you should be, he whispered back, his ice-cold hands squeezing Harry's arms. I lost 15 years of my life to you. A worthless freak that kills everyone around him. You're a plague, Harry Potter. One I should have washed my hands of a long time ago. And now you've killed me too. Sirius pushed Harry away from him. He stumbled into James, who pushed him back into the middle of their circle. Harry fell to his knees and covered his ears with his hands. No, he whispered to himself, trying to drown out the voices of the people he'd killed. I'm sorry. I was trying to save you. All of you. I tried. I did. I really did. A high, cold laughter echoed in the room. Harry looked up to see his nightmares all gone. Help us, Harry, came his mother's voice. Help us. Harry looked across the room to see his mum, dad, Sirius and Cedric all chained to the wall, looking alive. Harry, please. His mother screamed again before a pale, spidery hand holding a wand came out from the shadows. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light and Lily Potter was dead again. Laughing, Voldemort stepped out from the shadows, a sword with Slytherin green emeralds on its hilt. Quickly he beheaded James Potter before turning back to Harry. You fell for my trap again, Potter. Now I get the pleasure of killing them all over again. Harry surged forward to stop him, but the floor that he was kneeling on suddenly turned into liquid, trapping him. "Leave them alone," Harry screamed as the liquid grabbed his arms, preventing him from getting his wand. Voldemort chuckled as he ran his pale hand down Cedric's cheek to rest on his neck. "Kill the spare," he whispered before snapping his neck. "No. Stop it," Harry screamed as the goo pulled him down and Voldemort walked slowly over to Sirius. Sirius began struggling with his chains as Voldemort got closer. Pointing his wand at the escaped convict, Voldemort whispered, "Imperio." Sirius stopped struggling and a blank look fell over his face. Harry was now up to his chest in the goo and sinking quickly. Voldemort looked over at his enemy and mock-sighed. "You're going to miss your loving godfather, aren't you, Harry?" he asked before turning to Sirius and saying, "Say, goodbye, Harry." Sirius looked over at his struggling godson and repeated, "Goodbye, Harry," before Voldemort plunged the sword through his chest and the goo swallowed Harry completely. End of dream. Harry sat up gasping. He was in an unfamiliar room. The ceiling was dark with storm clouds, lightning illumining the room every so often. Jumping out of bed, Harry ran towards the door. Sirius. He had to find his godfather. Harry ran down the hallway to Sirius' room only to find the door open and empty, having either not been slept in or already made. With no windows this deep down in the dungeons, Harry had no way of knowing exactly what time it was, his old wristwatch having been previously broken in his 4th year during the Triwizard Tournament. With that thought reminding him of Cedric and that of his dream and Sirius, Harry took off out into the Slytherin common room. It was empty, but the wizarding clock above the main fireplace read, "You'll never make breakfast." Just as Harry was dashing up the stairs to exit the common room, the portrait swung open and Harry collided with the one person he was looking for. "Harry!" exclaimed Sirius, smiling at his godson. "You that happy to see me?" Harry was too relieved to see Sirius still among the living to answer, and that's when Sirius took in the look on Harry's face. He was pale and shaking. "Hey," Sirius said in a soothing voice. "What's wrong?" Harry swallowed as tears began forming in his eyes. "You're alive?" he asked in a whisper, his voice trembling. Sirius pulled Harry into a hug as the boy began to cry. "Of course I'm alive. I couldn't be standing here dead now, could I?" Harry shook his head, hugging his godfather back tightly, which concerned Sirius even more. Harry wasn't the kind that liked displays of affection. Smoothing Harry's now tricolored hair, Sirius wanted to know what caused the normally kind-hearted boy to cry. "What made you ask such a question?" Harry had finally calmed down, his crying now a small sniffle every few minutes. His face wasn't red or blotchy from crying, his Vila nature taking care of that. "I'm sorry," he finally said, his voice still shaking. "I had dream. You fell my fault. And you came back but he killed you." Everything clicked and Sirius wrapped his arm around the boy's shoulder again before dotting his forehead. "Hey, don't cry. It was just a nightmare. I promise you, I'll live forever or die trying," Sirius said, trying to lighten the mood. Harry chuckled weakly and had stopped crying altogether now. He blushed. "Sorry about that. I was just worried." Sirius smiled. "You know you can come to me about anything. Even nightmares. I'll even listen to your dreams. Any kind of dreams you want to talk about." Harry blushed at Sirius' joke and playfully shoved the man. Sirius was about to grab Harry in a headlock when Remus rounded the corner. "There you two are. We've only got about an hour before we're supposed to go to Hogsmeade." Harry quickly began walking back down the steps to the common room. He still had to shower, change and get something to eat. Sirius and Remus followed Harry back to their rooms. "You go shower and change, Harry," said Remus, moving towards the kitchen. "I'll make you something to eat. How about bacon and eggs?" Harry nodded. Sirius sighed as Remus took out 2 frying pans. "Why do you cook when Hogwarts has more house elves than the Forbidden Forest has trees?" Remus answered Sirius without looking up from his work. "Because not only is it relaxing, but what would you do if there weren't any house elves around?" Sirius smiled. "Why, get you to cook for me, Moony." Remus sighed. "Why do I bother?" "Ah, Remus, you cut me deep." Snort. "You'll survive." Sirius mock-pouted. "You'd miss me if I was gone." "No, I wouldn't." Sirius sniffed, his nose up in the air. "Well, fine. Harry and I will just go shopping by ourselves." Remus raised an eyebrow at the black-haired wizard. "Who says Harry would want to go shopping with you?" Sirius gave Remus a superior smirk. Because he has nightmares that one day I'll be gone. Remus stopped. He does. Sirius sighed, looking sad. Yeah, he had one last night. Nearly trampled me running out of the common room this morning. I just got him calmed down before you showed up. All that talk last night about the past and his parents must have brought up some pretty scary memories. Sirius was pensive. It was the first time I ever saw him cry. Remus set Harry's food down on the table, his back to Sirius. He cares about you a lot. I had to hold him back from running right in after you when you fell. Sirius looked over at the werewolf. All he really wanted to do was go over and hold him and tell him he'd never be alone again, but Sirius hadn't had the right to do that in over 15 years. Slowly Sirius walked over and put his hand on his crush's shoulder. Remus, he began but was cut off by Harry announcing his presence. I have no clothes. It's all too small. Harry stormed out wrapped in a long dark blue robe. Both men turned towards their dead best friend's son blushing. Harry raised an eyebrow at them. Am I interrupting something? Remus cleared his throat. Don't the clothes from last night still fit? It was an obvious change of topic. Harry shook his head. I doubt it would fit a first year now. Sirius, are you shrinking my clothes? The man gave Harry an insulted look. No, he denied swiftly. I'll have you know that you've grown about 8 inches overnight. Harry's eyes widened. Before, thanks to the Dursleys, Harry was a small 5 foot 2 inches. If Sirius was right, Harry would be about 5 foot 10. Remus nodded. You've grown into the body you would have had you had been fed properly and taken care of. He growled out the end. Harry grunted. He had no other choice according to Dumbledore. After the trip to Hogsmeade all bets were off. Harry was getting his answers one way or another. Sirius decided to end the angry silence. Come on and eat your breakfast, Harry. We've got Slytherins to meet in 20 minutes. Harry looked at him confused. Dumbledore thought it would be safer if the whole group went to Hogsmeade when we asked him about a trip this morning. Harry huffed in annoyance. What exactly is he trying to do? Force me to make nice with the Slytherins. We're not going to just forget all our differences and be great friends or anything. It's actually a great idea, said Remus thinking out loud. What better way to promote inter-house relations than to get Harry Potter to be friends with a bunch of Slytherins? Harry swallowed a mouthful of egg and sighed. I hate being the lab rat in his scientific study. Sirius patted Harry's arm in mock sympathy. You know, it could be worse. Harry gave his godfather a doubtful look. And how exactly could it be worse? Sirius smiled. Well, they could all secretly be out to get you. Harry groaned. They could all secretly be out to get me anyway. Remus smacked the convict on the back of the head. Don't make him paranoid. I'm doomed. Harry Ned, his head resting on his arms. Sirius finally conjured up some nice-looking jeans and a dark green t-shirt for Harry to wear, while Remus let him borrow one of his robes. He and Harry were pretty close together, height-wise. The 3 Gryffindors met the group of Slytherins at the main entrance. Snape had his usual sneer on his face when he saw them. We'll break up into groups of no less than 3 apiece. We'll leave the Gryffindors, he said the word like it was something on the bottom of his shoe, to do their shopping on their own. Thank Merlin, said Harry and Sirius at the same time. Snape glared. The walk to Hogsmeade was refreshing for Harry. He hadn't been outside in the sun for the last week and it felt great. The storm that had appeared on Harry's ceiling had just passed, leaving the sky clear. Remus leaned close to whisper in Harry's ear when he saw the contented smile on the boy's face. Elemental Vila love it outside. Your mother loved the winter time when it snowed. Harry grinned. It was nice to have something in common with his mother for once, when he had almost every physical aspect of his father. Harry was so happy he didn't really mind that his eyes would often travel over to one particular group of Slytherins. The group consisted of Blaise Zabini, Pansy Parkinson, Theodore Nott and of course Draco Malfoy. As if feeling Harry's eyes on them, the whole group looked up at him. Harry blushed at being caught staring but gave a small smile back when Pansy waved at him. Nott smiled back, while Blaise nodded his head gracefully. Draco was the last one to turn his head away. Looking into those silvery eyes, Harry felt that feeling again. Like his first time flying on a broomstick, his first spell, getting his wand. Both boys blinked and began blushing at their actions. Draco was brought back into his group with a question from Pansy. Sirius and Remus, having seen the whole thing, smiled. Maybe this wouldn't be as hard as they thought. Sirius decided to have a bit of fun at Harry's expense. Is that a sunburn on your face or are you blushing? Shrinking back at his godson's glare, Sirius turned into Padfoot and tried to hide behind Remus. Harry suddenly smiled sweetly. Keep it up, doggy, and I just might find a reason to get you neutered. Padfoot yipped, causing the Slytherins to look back at the two laughing Gryffindors. Harry Potter was a mystery. And Draco Malfoy hated mysteries. Pansy on the other hand loved them and was quickly becoming obsessed with what had happened to Harry Potter. I can't wait to go to the bookshop here. They have everything. I'm going to get anything I can find on magical inheritances. I got a list from the book and I'm going to look for every book available on it. I'll probably order the rest, but of course I'll have to check out the library. Theo sighed. We'll never hear the end of this until you figure it out, will we? Blaise shook his head. She's like a thestral with a bone when it comes to things like this. That's what made her a good spy. Draco rolled his eyes at the comparison Blaise made, but was quite honestly a bit curious himself. His father and godfather had no clue either as to what had plagued the Gryffindor Golden Boy, and Dumbledore wouldn't tell them. I suppose we'll just have to help her then. It was obvious that Potter didn't even know himself what was going on, so it couldn't have been a normal coming of age since he only turned 16 and not 17. But then again, when has anything normal happened to him? Draco asked. Theo chuckled. Probably never. Something normal coming along just might scare him. But he's looking pretty fine this morning. What? Said Draco, taken aback. Blaise also looked shocked but nodded his head in agreement. Theo's right, as much as I hate to admit it, but either Potter did some serious growing over the last month or we've all been blind for the last 6 years. Pansy leaned closer to the three boys but addressed Draco. Even you have to admit it, Drake. Especially with the way your ideas swing. I thought Malfoys could enjoy true beauty no matter what it was. Draco glared at his only true girl friend and was about to retort when she interrupted him. And he's even looking over at us right this very second. All four Slytherins turned to see the god that was Harry Potter staring at them, his emerald eyes brighter than the grass they walked on. Theo looked away first and shivered. Damn, it's not normal to look like that. Blaise made an agreeing noise. Maybe it isn't normal. Draco drowned out his friend's discussion of what was wrong with Harry Potter for just looking at Harry Potter. Okay, so he's hot. His personality leaves much to be desired. Sev's right about him being a spoiled celebrity brat no matter what Pansy says. Draco thought about what his father had said last night too though. But Dad's no fool. Why would he say those things if he didn't mean it? Potter blinked and Draco could look around again. Oh Merlin, I was just staring at him all that time. To Draco's horror he began to blush but was saved from too much embarrassment by Pansy asking him a question. Using his mask, Draco gave Pansy a total non-answer to which she gave him her patented freaky-eyed glare. Pansy huffed. I hate it when you do that. I ask for your opinion and I end up getting more confused than I was in the beginning. Blaise nudged Pansy playfully. Well, it isn't that hard to confuse you anyway. Pansy looked like she was about to give the black-haired Slytherin a tongue-lashing when a frightened yip from the Gryffindor area, as Draco's mind had dubbed it, made them all whip around. A huge black dog was now cowering behind their ex-Dada professor, while both him and Potter were laughing. Pansy's eyes widened. Did you know Black was an animagus? She asked her friends, back in spy mode. Draco shook his head. Apparently he became one illegally. Think Harry's one? She asked back, now that the commotion was nothing too serious. Serious? Huh? Draco laughed at his thoughts, before answering Pansy. Merlin, I hope not. And stop talking about him already. His head will soon be so swollen he'll have a hard time getting through the front hall. Pansy rolled her eyes, but was silent because they had reached Hogsmeade. Everyone split up, agreeing to meet at the Three Broomsticks for dinner. Harry sighed as him, Remus and amazingly Snuffles walked into Madame Malkin's dress robes for all occasions, Hogsmeade branch. He could do without shopping really, if it weren't for the fact that he had no clothes that fit. The woman behind the counter balked at Sirius, but was quickly assured that Snuffles was magically charmed to sit and wait patiently. That and the fact that Harry kept accidentally persuading people to do what he wanted got the poor doggy in. One man on the street had started yelling loudly about how Harry's eyes were unmatched by emeralds and that his hair put silk to shame, but Remus quickly silenced him and sent him on his way. At the moment, Harry, Snuffles and Remus were staring at all the clothes with a lost look. Neither really knew where to start. Harry and Remus, not being big on fashion and Sirius being a dog, couldn't just say, "This color looks good on you, Harry." Finally, Harry appealed to the manager, who just snapped her fingers and quickly had two bubbly blondes helping Harry pick out his clothes. All three men discovered more about the world of fashion in 1 hour than 3 years of reading magazines could ever teach them. Harry apparently looked best in darker colors, pastels making him look too young and girly and white making him look monochromatic. There were a lot of dark greens to match your beautiful eyes, squealed one of the blondes excitedly, flirting with Harry. Blues, grays, blacks and to Harry's surprise reds. Harry got casual clothes, formal, semi-formal, practice or workout clothes, undershirts, PJs and to Harry's horror and extreme embarrassment, underwear. Finally, after 2.5 hours of trying on clothes, Remus shrunk all the bags and the group left to explore until dinner. Harry wore a pair of casual black jeans with a dark red t-shirt and midnight black robes out of the shop. Harry went to the post office to write quick thank you letter for his gifts to his friends before they decided to head towards the bookshop. "I'm planning on asking for some books to be shipped in and sent to me on Elemental Villa. If anyone asks, it's for defense," Harry said as they walked through the door, a bell signaling their entry. The place wasn't as busy as it was usually, seeing as it was the summer holidays and few students actually want to see books until September 2nd. "Look, there's Draco, Pansy, Theodore and Blaze over there," pointed out Remus. "They sure have a lot of books." That was an understatement, as Blaze and Theodore already had their arms full and Pansy was now filling up Draco's. Professor Snape was over browsing the potions section, while Lucius Malfoy was checking out some magazines on finance. Harry's shoulders shagged in defeat. He'd have to be pretty swift to get a book about Elemental Villa checked out, paid for and or ordered without one of the Slytherins breathing down his neck. Harry was actually curious as to what Pansy was so interested in. "Remus, can you try and find out what they're looking for? It may be a good enough distraction for me to get any of the books I need." Remus looked at Harry, hesitating. "You shouldn't hide your uniqueness from people. Some may call you a magical beast, but most will respect you. You should be proud. Your mother was, even though the danger at that time kept her from acting that way. All the time. Yeah, and one galleon says that the Slytherins are some of the few who believe that people like me aren't worthy of living or something equally twisted. They may not have been evil Death Eaters in training, but they still hold the belief that they're better than everyone. In their eyes, not only would I be just a half-blood but an animal as well. Why are you pressuring me to tell the whole damn world? I don't remember you being so honest with my dad and Sirius when it was you at school with a secret." Snuffles barked, looking at Remus. "Give him time, Moony. He's grown up too fast for my liking, but he's still an insecure boy. If we force him to do this, it'll probably backfire." Sensing that Harry had serious backing, Remus let it slide for now. They both didn't understand that being a werewolf and being an Elemental Villa were as different as water and oil. This was what Harry was completely now, not like Remus, who spent 1 day a month as a monster. Just about to walk over and do a bit of spying on the spies, Remus was stopped by Harry. "If they say anything that hurts you, just tell me and I'll set their beds on fire." Remus shot the Villa a stern look. "You will do no such thing." Harry shifted his eyes around, looking for eavesdroppers before glaring back at Remus. "I meant what I said last night. To me, your family. Anyone who hurts you hurts me. This is Harry the person talking here, not Harry the Villa. Even if I was normal, if that's possible for me, I'd still hex them all 6 ways past Sunday for hurting you. And you'd do the same for me. I've got no need for racism. It does nothing for society but start wars." Remus smiled in spite of himself. Even after all that had happened, Harry was still so pure of heart, for lack of a better word. He still believed in a society that treated its people equally while living in a world where equality was a farce. As casually as someone who had never been able to be casual in their life could, Remus went over to the book-laden group. "So what are you all looking for? It's still a month until classes start, you know." Pansy quickly hid the book she held in her hands and turned towards Remus, looking perfectly innocent. Her 3 friends were trying desperately to hide their own books, but Remus quickly snatched one off of Blaze's pile. One look at the title made his blood run cold. Elemental Villa, the powers unknown. Harry needed this book. Instead of panicking, Remus cleared his throat and raised an eyebrow in question. Elemental Vila. I thought they had gone into hiding for the next 10 centuries. Pansy laughed and made a dismissive gesture with her hands. I honestly don't know how that one got in here. Must have accidentally gotten mixed up when I was grabbing a book about vampires for my Dada essay. Remus knew she was lying. What was worse, Pansy knew he knew she was lying. Damn. Pansy sighed in defeat. Okay, I was actually. Bang. A blast shook the building, wood and glass covering them all. Remus had pushed all 4 students down to the floor and covered them. Is everyone alright? He asked, getting up off them. People were screaming outside the shop, Blast still shaking the ground. Blaze rubbed his ribs with a grimace. Oh, I'll never breathe right again. Draco. Came Lucius Malfoy's voice from the far right of the group. Are you alright? Draco untangled himself from the group and swiftly walked over to his father, who was bleeding just above his left eye. In an uncharacteristic display of emotion, Lucius hugged his son tightly before holding him out for inspection. As the dust started to settle, Snape walked over to his students, his arm twisted bizarrely. What's going on? He asked, his face pale with pain. Where are the others? That's when Remus' brain clicked. Harry. Sirius. Turning away from the group, Remus began to yell. Harry. Sirius. Where are you? To his relief, Harry came running at him from outside the shop. Most of the other Slytherins came behind him. Sirius was missing. Harry looked frightened. Remus. We've got to find Sirius. We went to look outside because it was so quiet when the blast came. I couldn't find him after. He could be hurt or dying. Remus' heart stopped. His brain told him that Sirius would want him to go on with Harry. Harry had to be safe, but his heart said that Harry could now take care of himself. Making a decision he hoped didn't doom them all, Remus grabbed Harry's wrist and pulled him outside. Come on, we've got to find him before Voldemort gets here. Outside, the sun was covered by black clouds, making it seem like twilight. The first thing Remus noticed about the darkness was that it was cold. Dementors. Sirius couldn't stand Dementors. Harry was talking as he pulled Remus into an alley. From what I saw, there were at least 20 Dementors and what looked like vampires. But it's just after sunrise. I'm guessing Death Eaters set the blasts. Remus nodded. They're not normal vampires, Harry, so be careful. They've been given the power to walk in the sunlight. They're called light vampires, but are the most vicious of their kind. And they hate elemental Vila. Harry looked out of their alley. Witches and wizards were screaming and running away from the group, but it was no use. Harry's enhanced eyesight saw that all the exits from Hogsmeade were blocked. Harry looked at Remus. They had to get Sirius, but they also had to get the others back to Hogwarts before Voldemort showed up. He'd have a ball with almost all his spies here to kill. A plan was forming in Harry's head. Now all he had to do was get Remus to go along with it. Remus, Sirius can't fight Dementors. At all. And we've got about 12 of Dumbledore's spies hiding in a bookshop waiting to be killed like fish in a barrel. I know that. Your gift for stating the obvious isn't really in that much of a demand right now, Harry. Said Remus, angry for once. It was working so far. Then you know some of the secret passageways back to Hogwarts, right? I'd say the best one is the one from Honeyduke's cellar. If you can get them all together and there in 10 minutes, I can get me and Sirius there. Remus looked at Harry like he had just grown another head. No way am I leaving you here to get Sirius on your own. Look what happened the last time we went to get him. He died. I'm not going to lose him again, and I'm never going to lose you. Harry growled. They were wasting time. I can take care of myself. You know this. If I couldn't, you wouldn't have pulled us out here to look for Sirius. I know as a werewolf you have enhanced senses, but mine are more than yours could ever hope to be. I'm relying on you to get them to safety. With you doing this, I can focus on finding Sirius. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. If I'm not there, then go without me. Now go. Harry tried to push Remus away, but the man wouldn't budge. No. He began, but Harry cut him off. Don't make me use my magic to get you to do this. We're wasting time. Move. This time Remus took off back towards the bookshop. By the multicolored flashes at both ends of Hogsmeade, the Death Eaters had already arrived. Silently, Harry jumped onto the fire escape of building he was hiding by, which was located on the second floor. He honestly didn't know how he could do this, just that he could, and right now he was following what his gut said to do. Landing on the roof, Harry looked around for Sirius on the ground but couldn't see him with the wind making it so dark. Closing his eyes, Harry decided to do something about the horrible weather. The rain that had felt like knives on his skin began to slacken to a complete stop when something pushed Harry from behind, breaking his concentration. Opening his eyes to make sure he didn't kill himself by falling off the building, Harry saw Remus and the Slytherins battling their way towards Honeydew Cave. Sirius was with them. Now Harry had to get there. Turning, Harry came face to face with a light vampire. It was honestly the ugliest vampire Harry had ever seen. Its ears were pointed like an elf's but pale white, while its hair was tangled from the wind. Its face looked like a hospital sheet stretched over a skull and its eyes were blood red. Of course, what most concerned Harry were its 3-inch fangs and its elongated claws. Harry sidestepped a swipe from the claws, and before the vampire could so much as hiss at him, Harry pulled down a lightning bolt from the clouds and fried the evil thing. It dropped to the ground before turning into dust and was blown away by the wind. But not before Harry got a whiff of charred vampire. Scrunching up his cute nose at the smell, Harry turned back to see how Remus was doing. Unfortunately, it wasn't going so well. The group was stuck, surrounded by a ring of Dementors, and by the looks of it, only Remus, Snape and Malfoy Sr. could produce an actual Patronus. Sirius was on the ground. He wasn't moving and Harry's blood boiled over. Swifter than his lightning bolt, Harry jumped to the next roof and so on until he was standing on the building right above his allies. The Dementors would not be held back for much longer. Even in the wind, Harry's New York taxi whistle was heard loud and clear. The Dementors stopped their approach. "Hey!" Harry yelled at them. "Wouldn't Voldemort be more pleased with me dead at his feet than these people?" As soon as they hesitated, Harry quickly hopped down to land right in front of Remus. "Miss me?" he asked. Remus looked beat. "We can't get there. Sirius has passed out. All his years in Azkaban have made him weak to Dementors. And I doubt even your Patronus could save us now." The Dementors looked confused, hovering around unsteadily in the whipping wind. To save time, Harry whipped out his wand and quickly conjured up his prongs Patronus. Matt Flint was keeping Sirius comfortable in the middle of the group as they all huddled together with Harry's silvery stag making a protective circle around them. "How'd you jump like that?" asked Pansy, her eyes still wide. Harry waved her off. "Not now. We need to get to Honeydew Cave. My Patronus will only work for about another 2 minutes. Snape looked green. "Potter, even if we did get rid of them Dementors, Voldemort has light vampires here. The best in all of Europe. They want us dead." Harry looked around at the group they made. They're all afraid, but trying to hide it. They all think that if they died today it would be with honor. The wind was picking up with each doubtful look on Harry's yearmates' faces. He saw that they were trying to be brave, but they also had regrets. They regretted the way they treated him. They regretted the way they played their roles. They regretted not being able to see their families one more time. Harry looked into Draco Malfoy's sad eyes. They regretted having to die this way. Suddenly Harry was struck with an idea. The Dementors were stupidly taking turns bouncing off Harry's Patronus trying to get in. The ones floating around waiting were doing so while fighting the wind. Wind was just moving air. Air was an element. Harry was an elemental Vila. A determined look spread across Harry's face. Remus looked at him. "You've got an idea." Harry nodded and said over the wind, "Hold on to something." Turning around, Harry closed his eyes again, not knowing he was glowing a steady yellow color. The group gave each other confused looks as they grabbed hands and huddled together. The wind jerked as if someone had just put on its brakes and shifted suddenly. Right in front of Harry, the dark clouds began to spiral down into a funnel. Coming together, the wind began to glow the same color as Harry and became a medium-sized tornado. The Slytherins watched in awe as the massive storm kept up the Dementors like a Muggle vacuum before coming to rest back in front of Harry. "Now go somewhere nice and sunny," Harry said to the cloud mass as if it were a young child. "But don't ruin any towns or cities on the way." Quickly, Harry turned and pointed his wand at Sirius, reviving him. "Wah! Huh!" he said groggily. Harry helped him to his feet. He had stopped glowing. "Come on, let's get out of here," said Harry, slinging one of Sirius' arms over his shoulder and heading towards Honeydew Cave with everyone else close behind. Inside Honeydukes, the group took a well-needed rest. Everyone was uninjured for the most part, Snape and Sirius being the worst. Snape was a pale green with the pain from his broken arm and Sirius was weak and shaking. Lucius looked out the window. Even with the Dementors gone on a sunny vacation, the Death Eaters and the Light Vampires were still fighting. Hogsmeade was almost destroyed. The only bit of luck they had was that Voldemort hadn't shown up yet. "They'll find us soon if we don't move," said Lucius, his face pale and bloody. "Stay away from the doors and windows and we just might have more time," said Remus, who was hovering over Sirius, concerned, before turning to Harry. "Do you remember the way? I haven't been here like this in over 20 years. Harry nodded before scrunching up his nose. "You didn't need to make it sound so dirty." Remus blushed. Pansy, who had been quietly resting, began making her way over to Harry. "Potter, just what in the hell was that you did back there? With the wind and everything?" She had faltered on the end, looking at the villa in slight awe. Harry shook his head. "Now is not the time to talk about it," he said, looking at Remus to keep him quiet. Pansy snorted. "Then when is? We all almost died back there." Harry was getting annoyed. They weren't supposed to know anything about his new powers. "Well, if you want to stay here and ensure your death while listening to me explain magic, fine. But I'd rather not be a vampire's slushie." Pansy backed down. "Fine. But you will explain it later, right?" Harry didn't answer her but turned around and began making his way to the cashier's counter. "Pick Sirius up, Remus. It'll be faster this way. We need to go down to the cellar." The Slytherins looked confused. "We go down in the cellar and we'll be sitting ducks," hissed Draco, looking around, spotting his godfather's pale face. "And Professor Snape can't get down there." Harry got that weird feeling whenever Draco looked at him again but forcefully pushed it aside. Now was not the time to be attracted to somebody. And yes, he admitted it to himself, he was attracted to Draco Malfoy. Bloody brilliant. "Well, there is a hidden passageway to Hogwarts down in that cellar. We're going there. And shouldn't one of the adults know a spell to help with the pain, two of them being ex-spies, one a teacher and the other an escaped convict?" Lucius nodded. "He's right. Come here, Severus." Lucius did a pain-free spell and a temporary healing spell before everyone headed down to the cellar. The Slytherins were quiet, ashamed that they, pure bloods, had forgotten magic. Down in the dusty cellar, Harry began to feel the floor for the hidden door. "It's usually hidden right by a box of every flavor beans," Harry mumbled to himself. Sirius nodded. "Still, it was always by that box for us too." Harry looked disgusted. "Remind me to never get any beans from this place again." Everyone began to spread out, looking for the box when suddenly Harry and Remus perked up. Looking towards the door, both Gryffindors seemed to be concentrating on something. "Shite," Harry said before moving at lightning speed towards the cellar door, pulling out his wand and yelling, "Colloportus." The door made a squelching sound and was sealed just before something big banged against it. Frustrated, Harry turned back to the cellar floor and flicked his wand. Accio hidden door. Amazing, the flap flipped open, almost coming off its hinges. The Slytherins all crowded around it but no one went in. "Go," said Harry. Remus shrugged and jumped down it with Sirius in his arms. Then one by one the students filed out, starting with Matt Flint and ending with a protesting Draco Malfoy. Harry looked at Snape and Malfoy, making a keep going signal with his hands. Apparently Snape didn't like that. "You're still a student, Potter," he said, his face still pale. "As a teacher, it is my duty to make sure you get back to the school safely." The banging on the door was getting louder and more forceful by the minute. Harry was royally pissed at Snape right now. "With all due respect, sir, you have a broken arm. That healing spell will only last a bit longer. No one will be safe if I have to drag your sorry ass back up to school with a bunch of light vampires and Death Eaters on our heels, now will they?" Snape opened his mouth to retort, but Lucius pushed him down the tunnel. Harry followed, but waited until both men were well away before shutting the door. Concentrating, Harry pulled out his powers again, this time glowing slightly green for a moment. The dirt that was guarding the entrance to Honeydukes shifted and then grew to cover the door. Now anyone who actually found it would think it had caved in. Madame Pomfrey was caught between shock at the amount of patience she had even a month before school began, and amazement that Harry was one of the only ones not injured. You know, said Harry standing next to Remus as they watched the Mediwitch in her element, I think she was disappointed that I escaped harm. Remus chuckled. He and Harry were the only two unharmed in the attack, but Poppy still made them eat more chocolate than was necessary. You know, I think you're right. We must be her most frequent patients. She might feel unwanted. Anything Harry might have said was cut off when Dumbledore entered the hospital wing. All the anger Harry felt at the old man came back. When he was sure everyone would be okay, Harry was going to get his answers. Even if he had to attach himself to the old man's side. Is everyone okay, Poppy? Dumbledore asked, looking concerned. Madame Pomfrey nodded. Here Remus, give Mr. Black this potion. He should sleep for a while now. Remus nodded and helped a protesting Sirius drink his potion. Poppy turned back the Dumbledore, wiping her hands on her gown. Severus had a fairly bad break in his arm. It will be weak for a day or two. Sirius is suffering from the effects of exposure to the Dementors. The rest were just cuts and scrapes. Amazingly, Mr. Potter avoided any injury. Along with Remus. Indeed. Said Dumbledore in a voice that said he wasn't surprised at all. Snape sat up on his bed, looking disgruntled. Albus, tell his woman I do not have to stay here overnight. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. Dumbledore just smiled. I think that Madame Pomfrey knows best, Severus. The healer nodded in agreement. I want them all to stay here for one night. Exposure to the Dementors is something that takes a while to get over. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling. Although from the reports I've gotten, you won't have to worry about them much for a long time. Something about a golden tornado. All of the Slytherins looked at Harry, who fidgeted under the attention. Are you going to tell us how you did that? Said Pansy from her bed. She was still eating the chocolate Madame Pomfrey had given her. Before Harry could open his mouth, Dumbledore had spoken. I'm afraid your question will have to wait, my dear. He said, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder and steering him out of the ward. I must ask Mr. Potter some questions about the attacks. Good day. Harry allowed himself to be pushed out of the hospital wing by Dumbledore. They both walked in a tense, at least on Harry's side, silence. Smarties was the password to Dumbledore's office. Still not a word was spoken until the headmaster had taken his place behind his desk. I would like to congratulate you on gaining control of your powers so quickly. It took your mother until almost the end of her transition week to do it. You did it on the next day. Harry stood stiffly. He had a feeling he would find out just what a transition week was in his book from Remus. Well, sir, you may be able to get rid of that many Dementors by yourself, but us mortals need help. The light that was usually always in Dumbledore's eyes dimmed a bit. Ah, I see you have regained your anger at me from last summer then. I never forgot it. Almost losing Sirius for the fourth time today brought it back full force. Dumbledore brought his fingers together and looked back at the villa. The fourth time, I don't think I understand. He looked so much like a psychologist that it made Harry's blood boil. Well, he began in a falsely cheery voice and sat down. The night I lost my parents, I also lost Sirius. He was put away and kept a secret from me for 12 years. Then in my third year when he was almost cut dry by Dementors. A little over a month ago when he actually died and just down. Now I believe that if you count that as 4 times, is it not? Dumbledore nodded, still calm. It is. But I promise you, when Sirius is free you may see him as often as you like. But not live with him, right? That would upset the plan. You would not be safe there, Harry. I'm not safe anywhere. He hissed back, now angry beyond yelling. Not even in here with the great Albus Dumbledore protecting the school and all its, you can't apparate in the school wards, protections. Wanna kill Harry Potter? Just apply to become the defense against the dark arts teacher. Dumbledore still did not rise to his anger. Remus did not have a hidden agenda to kill you. No, but he was part of the plan. Part of the, control Harry Potter's life, plan. Merlin, my life could be a biographic movie on some crummy independent channel on the television. And Sirius was still wanted for a crime he didn't commit. Dumbledore was silent for a minute. I understand I have wronged you, Sirius, Remus and your parents in my lifetime, and with my decisions, but they had to be made. During a time of war choices have to be made and lives have to be given for the good of the world. That is the power of choice. Yet, Merlin forbid that I actually have a say in my life. And all those years Sirius spent rotting in hell was worth it. No, Harry, Dumbledore said with a shake of his head. I regretted not believing Sirius ever since your third year. Everything looked right and logical. Sirius' family was known as big supporters of the dark arts and the war had finally ended, but I still had my part to play. The loss of Lily and James was a big one to me, and with your protection in jeopardy, how could I not believe that Sirius Black was guilty of murder? Harry let out a harsh breath. Then you're a hypocrite. Hasn't it always been you who said that a name doesn't define who you are? I may look like James Potter, but I don't have the same cruel streak he had when he tortured Snape here at school. And is it not you who currently have 10 infamously dark families resting in the hospital wing discovered as spies against Voldemort? Harry, that is the point. If anything, the trials you and Sirius have faced to be a family proves that you make your own destiny, not who sired you, who you marry, or what house you were in at school. But when the time of choice comes, you must choose. I am human, no matter what people may think, and I do make mistakes, mine bigger than others, due to the fact that they are harder to make. I could not risk believing Sirius and losing you. If Sirius had been found innocent, it was well within his right to claim you as his charge, and I was fearful this would mean your death and Tom's resurrection. Harry made a disbelieving noise in the back of his throat. He was doing pretty well in keeping his temper under control, the temperature having only risen a degree or two. I find it hard to believe that you could see Sirius, a man who loved my parents like they were his own blood, guilty of betraying them and then killing 13 others in cold blood, yet believed the best of a nobody called Tom Riddle, who according to you, was a shifty-looking character from the beginning. There's just one thing though I've been wondering. Harry leaned forward in his chair. Tell me, if Sirius wasn't convicted of those charges and found innocent, would you have willingly given me over to him? Dumbledore stood and walked over to his window. Harry followed him with his eyes. What you have to understand is that while Voldemort was gone, his followers were panicking. The Longbottoms were tortured for information on you and what had happened on that Halloween night. He was stalling, Harry realized. Just a simple yes or no would be fine. Dumbledore sighed and looked back at him. No, I would not have allowed Sirius custody of you if he was not imprisoned. Harry stared right back at him. Then that was all I needed, to know how sorry you really were for what happened to Sirius. He was the one my parents wanted me with. Your parents left no specific details, Dumbledore began, but Harry cut him off. That's bullocks. You know very well that they left a will for me when I turned 11, considering you have to be present for it to be read to me. They wanted me with Sirius if anything happened. Do you honestly think that Sirius would have run after Peter so quickly and fell into that trap if he knew he had me waiting for him at home? Dumbledore sat back down. No. If there is one true thing that still remains in this world, it is that Sirius Black loves you like a son. He has proven that by dying for you and coming back for you. That almost took all the wind out of Harry's sails. Almost. You're being awfully honest. I usually have to ask direct, complicatedly detailed questions and sort out your riddles when I get back to the common room. Dumbledore gave him a small smile. I believe I am beginning to see that honesty is the best policy when dealing with you, Harry. Then why'd you stop me from see my parents will when I was 11? You already had so much to accept when you came here. I never thought that you'd be so ignorant of your heritage when you first came here. It was not your fault, of course, he said at the look on Harry's face, but continued. I guess that it should have been my first clue that Sirius was innocent when the magic that bound you parents Will didn't take his name off as your guardian. But I ignored it, thinking the magic just needed to be redone. Since you had no idea who Sirius or Remus were, I decided not to burden you with people you should have known and things you didn't know. At the end of this month, however, I will not stop you from hearing what is rightfully yours. Something passed between the two after that moment. A bit of forgiveness was given and taken by both parties and the temperature returned to normal. Voldemort was not present at the attack on Hogsmeade. Dumbledore's swift change in topic startled Harry. Now they were going to argue over that stupid piece of junk people called a prophecy. Well, if he was, I didn't feel him. Could this elemental Vila thing be the power the Dark Lord knows not? Dumbledore smiled. I believe so. If Tom had known your mother was an elemental Vila, he would not have attacked her. No one has ever survived an attack by an elemental Vila. But even without your Vila powers, you would have been a powerful wizard. More so than me or Tom could have ever been. Once we find your mate and train your powers up, you'll be fine. Harry looked at his shoes. So really in the end this is all about who I am and not who my parents were, or the date I was born, or because of my scar. If I kill a person, who's to say I won't take his place? Power is gray, neutral until its channel chooses a side. And everyone can be swayed. Harry, look at me. Dumbledore said. It is important you understand this. A prophecy does not take away your power of choice, it instead gives you the options you have in black and white, so to speak, if you're lucky enough to get a prophecy like that. Without that prophecy, Voldemort would have still attacked you, maybe later in life, but he would have. Who your parents are, the date you were born and your scar are just signs that the prophecy gives the rest of us who doubt that it is you who can do this. If there had never been a prophecy, you would still be the powerful elemental Vila you are today, the powerful wizard that you are also. Could you honestly say that you would not want revenge on Voldemort for what he did to your parents even if there was no prophecy to go by? He would have hunted them no matter what. Your father was a pure blood, descendant of Godric Gryffindor, while your mother was one of the most powerful witches to pass through these halls. Just the fact that they didn't join him was enough to make them a threat. Harry nodded. That and the fact that my mum being a muggle born would remind him of his childhood, and my dad would have had everything he wanted. Fox trilled. Yes, Harry. You thought that I had taken away your right to make choices, decisions and mistakes, and in many ways perhaps I did, but you still ultimately chose differently than Tom. Living in an orphanage made him think that he wasn't special or unique, and that made him crave attention. He's afraid of death because he does not want to be forgotten. He does not understand that every end creates a new beginning. Quote. He smiled. You, on the other hand, have done everything differently, even in the almost exact circumstances. Tom took his mother's death as a sign that said she didn't want him, while you saw Lily's death as a sign of just how much she did love you. While you lived with relatives, certain hints along the years have said that they were not favorable in having you stay with them. Their lack of attention, or in some cases negative attention, made you humble and modest, and seek not attention but affection. You treat those different, man or creature, with the respect you give everyone, while the people around Tom had to fight for his attention. And even in your first year, you chose good over evil. No matter what anyone says, always remember that you and only you can make that choice. One thing I know about Tom is that he gives everyone he kills a choice. Join him or be killed. Your parents were no exception. Harry was silent for a while. So while I may be alive, by living I make my choice to defy him, and the only way I could ever submit to him would be to die, knowing I didn't do all that I could to take that bastard with me. Dumbledore smiled. And I'm here, Harry, to make sure that you get that choice. The choice to live. Harry smiled back. You know, I'm still miffed about all the lies. I know. But I will never willingly lie to you again, my boy. Harry's smile widened. I know a way you could make it up to me. Dumbledore nodded. If it is in my power to do it, I will. I'd like to see my parents' graves. Harry followed Dumbledore, still in shock. Not only had he agreed to take him to his parents' graves, but told him that they were buried here, at Hogwarts. For the last 5 years Harry had been walking around them. They were walking, Dumbledore said, to the very center of Hogwarts, but Harry wasn't listening. Was it Lily Potter that made him feel safe in his bed at Hogwarts, and James Potter who made him feel at ease while flying? Harry had always felt these two comforting presences while staying here, and had always felt a sense of belonging while at Hogwarts. Sir, why are they buried here? Why not Godric's Hollow? Harry finally asked out of the blue. Because all of the founders' descendants are buried in this graveyard. It was what they wanted. Finally they stopped at a door Harry had never seen before. It was like the entrance to the Great Hall, but this door was special. On its gold and silver surface was Hogwarts' seal, an H surrounded by a lion, a snake, a badger and a raven, with the words Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titalandus across the bottom. Dumbledore cleared his throat. On the behalf of Harry James Potter, son of Lily Jade Potter and James Dominic Potter, I request that these doors open to the Gryffindor graves. Harry saw the magic rush out to meet him, and Dumbledore, before being ducked back into the door with a flash. Only Harry covered his eyes. I'm sorry about that. The magic is very old on this place. Very powerful, said Dumbledore before the door creaked open. For a graveyard, it was the most beautiful place Harry had ever seen. May types of wild flowers had grown over all the graves, yet never covering the golden bricked path. They had entered right beside a statue of Godric Gryffindor done in a clear jewel of some kind. Ruby, Harry whispered in awe. Right below the statue were 4 graves. Godric had 2 daughters, so the name of Gryffindor was lost after his generation. Dumbledore explained. Harry grinned. Yes, I don't think Harry and Gryffindor goes together so well. Dumbledore led Harry down the middle of the graves and Harry tried to sneak a peek at his long-gone relatives. Sirius was right when he said that many of the pure-blooded families were related. Harry saw many familiar names, but one was a constant, Potter. The other names were slowly whittled down until there were just 5 headstones left. On Harry's right were his mother and father, Lily on the end and James next to what had to be Harry's grandparents. Lucas and Ella Potter were in the middle, so the one on the far left had to be with Harry's aunt or uncle. Harry had to read the headstone a couple of times to actually understand what it was saying. His father apparently had a sister. Rachel Potter Snape was buried right next to her parents, but her husband was obviously still alive. Harry looked at Dumbledore. She married Professor Snape, didn't she? Dumbledore nodded. Nobody outside the Potter family knew about this arrangement. Not even Sirius or Remus. The night she was killed was the night Severus truly hated everything the Dark Lord was. So I'm related to Snape? Harry asked, still shocked. School hadn't even started and already it was weird. Yes, Harry. Professor Snape is your uncle. Harry never got a chance to respond as something began to let of a high-pitched wail. Dumbledore took off a necklace with a red and gold phoenix on it and spoke into it. Yes, Minerva, I'm coming. Then he turned to Harry. Take all the time you need, then visit Madame Pomfrey. I would not want a woman like her to be mad at me because I let you go back to the dorms. Harry just stared at the graves after Dumbledore left. What was he supposed to do? In all the movies he'd seen, people usually talk to the dead. Hi. Harry felt like an idiot standing there when suddenly he felt it. Those warm feelings he got while flying or just before he fell asleep. It was them. What a year it'll be, huh? Not that my other years here haven't been exciting, but wow. An elemental villa. You'd think I'd be used to abnormal things happening to me, but I still get surprised. I think something normal would stop my heart. Feeling braver, Harry sat down on the smooth surface of the path and looked around. I still just can't believe that I'm here. That and the fact that my aunt was married to Snape. I can't really call him that though now. She was a Snape too. But I think I can understand him more now. Why he's so bitter. He's lost just as much, if not more than I have to Voldemort, and he still hasn't given up. I better stop praising him though, Dad might not like it. The feelings stayed with him, so he pressed on. It felt good to talk to them, his family. I can't believe that half of the Slytherin 6th years were spies though. They played their parts very well. I guess I'm just wondering what made them turn good. What's freaky is that they actually seem normal. Remus and amazingly Sirius want me to give them a try. They really miss you guys. I hate that they feel alone when they could have each other, but they wouldn't be Gryffindors if they weren't stubborn. Speaking of being together, I still have to find my mate. Everyone says that the need to find him or her will be strong after I'm through with the transition week, whatever that means. I'll have to read the book Remus got me. But I'm afraid. What if I can't find them? Or if they say no? What happens then? I mean, I have to spend the rest of my life with this person. The person who I'm beginning to think is a guy. Harry thought about his mate. Something was calling to him. Screaming male. Okay, so it is a guy. Is that even normal in the wizarding world? The feelings pushed him to go back to his rooms and get his book. I'm going to go then. Harry said, feeling stupid again. But I will come back. A warmth wrapped around him and Harry felt like he was being hugged by a mother. His mother. I love you. Harry whispered before turning around and trudging back to the outside world. Harry decided to actually go back towards the hospital wing and then go to his rooms. He was hungry and tired but wanted to read that book. Angry voices hit his ears like a hammer as he turned the corner to the hospital wing. Harry had to cover his ears for a second to stop them from ringing. Shaking his head, he listened. Hogsmeade is ruined. Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape will be arrested for Death Eater activity, along with the others that were present, and thrown into Azkaban right this very instant if you do not let me take them in now. Harry knew that pompous voice. It was Cornelius Fudge, the Minster for Magic. Harry felt his blood boil. Now the man was trying to put more innocent people in jail. Didn't he ever learn? Dumbledore's voice came next, still calm, but with a bit of an edge to it. Cornelius, they were victims just like the rest of the people in Hogsmeade. No jury would ever put them in Azkaban and the rest are just children. Just like Harry Potter, I suppose. That boy has ruined my stay in office ever since he came to this school. That was probably your doing, Dumbledore. And as for your jury, well, if I get my way there just might not be one. Are you saying, came Remus, voice low with rage, that you would put an innocent in Azkaban without a trial? Fudge just had to be smirking. I am the Minister for Magic. I can do anything I want. Harry had had enough. Pulling out his wand, he quickly conjured up an envelope and walked up to stand in the entrance to the hospital wing. Everyone in the room could see him clear Fudge. Everyone had stopped talking, but Harry made a go on motion with his hands and Remus started again. Well, I was also in Hogsmeade. Are you going to arrest me too? Fudge looked at Remus like he was a bug. You're a known werewolf. I'm sure we can find someone bitten down in that mess. Harry saw that the curtains were drawn around Sirius' bed before Pansy spoke up this time. What about Harry Potter? He was there with us. Fudge looked confused. No, that thorn in my side is busy being pampered with his relatives. He may have the press under his thumb now, but just wait. Harry Potter is standing right behind you. Harry butted in, making Fudge jump in surprise. Harry was tempted to say, boo. But he might end up giving the guy a stroke. Ha ha, Harry. The small man stuttered in surprise. What a surprise. Great to see you again. Harry raised an eyebrow. Really, I thought you were happy. The thorn in your side was busy being pampered by his relatives. Remus chuckled as Fudge turned purple with embarrassment, guilt and rage. It is not polite to listen in on other people's conversations, boy. Fudge spat out. The way he said, boy, reminded Harry of his uncle and he quickly dropped the calm face. Just like it isn't legal to imprison innocent people without a trial. You just threatened to do that to not only 3 innocent men but to 9 wizarding children. Just like you did to Sirius Black. Fudge glared at Harry. And just how would you know that? Still talking to that murderer. Harry never missed a beat. It's called a library, Fudge. There are plenty of newspaper articles on my family and not one of them states a trial in which Black was charged with and found guilty of murder. You just chucked him in there because you needed a scapegoat. The ministry didn't do a damn thing to bring down Voldemort. Fudge flinched at the name, so you needed to look like you put away one of his biggest followers. Fudge was still purple. You think that just because you're Harry Potter you can tell me, the Minister for Magic, what to do? The people will never believe you. Society has seen Sirius Black as a mad, dark supporting murderer since the night those 13 muggles died. It would take more than the likes of you to change their ideas. But you're Harry Potter, he said the name like it was a filthy curse word. You can do anything right. Harry just smirked. Of course I can. Fudge obviously didn't expect that kind of response. Harry continued. I've come to realize, after almost 6 years of people walking into walls trying to stare at my forehead, that maybe I can use my fame for something. And I'm sure my good friend, Luna Lovegood, would agree. I'm sure you've at least heard of Luna's father. Harry asked as Fudge turned pale. He runs that magazine, The Quibbler. Well, I've just gotten a letter from him asking me if I want to do another interview for his paper. I'm thinking of telling about not only this bit here, you threatening to send the very people who have been spies to jail, but that time in my 3rd year. Not only did myself and Remus see Peter Pettigrew, but 2 of my other year mates did too. And since I told you a year beforehand that Voldemort was back, but you ignored it, giving him a year to get stronger, I'd say, the people are going to be more inclined to believe Harry Potter over you. Fudge was looking somewhere between murderous and sick with worry. You wouldn't dare, he whispered. Harry leaned forward. Don't tell me what I wouldn't dare. I'd do just about anything to get your sorry ass kicked out of office. Fudge was silent. Most of the Slytherins in the hospital wing looked at Harry in shock and awe. Harry had better stop shocking them so much. He didn't know how much shock their systems could take. He looked back at Fudge. Now this letter will still get sent. Fudge looked pale again. That couldn't be good for his heart. But the message I sent out to the people will be different if you meet these 3 demands. Fudge stood in thought, but found no way out of what Harry was saying. What? Harry smiled. First, you never interfere with Hogwarts again. The day you become headmaster, which will never happen thank Merlin, you can paint everything different shades of pink and lavender for all I care, but for now you leave it alone. It is a school, not an army enlisting center. Harry could see Dumbledore's smile out of the corner of his eye, it was so bright. Next is that every spy in this room and anyone that Dumbledore says is one, because you know he knows who's who, will never be arrested on Death Eater charges unless they return to his circle, which is unlikely. Fudge glared at the last one. You can't honestly say you believe these Slytherins to be innocent. Harry was starting to be annoyed. Do you honestly think I'd be up here telling you to back off if I thought they were guilty? Fudge backed down. The last thing I want is, if you can get Amelia Bones here within the next 2 hours, I'll get Sirius Black here. Fudge's eyes lit up thinking Harry was going to turn in his godfather. What an idiot. I'm sure a certain potions master in this school, who is innocent, Harry was reinforcing the point, would be willing to give a drop or 3 of Vertiaserum for the cause. Amazingly, Snape nodded his consent. And if no when Sirius Black is found innocent, you will give him a full pardon and announce it tomorrow. Fudge was shaking with rage. Harry had made it so the man had no way out. I want 2 Aurors here. My choice. Harry shook his head. 2 Aurors, my choice. Either way the story gets out. An inquiry gets made. Fudge relented. Who? Harry was quick. Tonks and Shacklebolt. Fudge smiled. Agreed. Harry shook his head. I want you to swear a wizard's oath. Fudge looked outraged. For this? These petty demands? No. Harry shook his empty envelope. If they're so petty, you shouldn't have a problem in doing it. Caught again, Fudge took out his wand. I, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, hereby do swear to abide to the 3 demands requested by Harry James Potter on the date of August 1st. Harry nodded. You got 2 hours, Fudge. The man left in a huff. As soon as the doors to the hospital wing were closed and warded, Sirius jumped out from behind his curtain and began to strangle Harry in a hug. Oh Harry, I'm going to be free. How did you do that? Harry, who was swiftly turning blue, finally got his overexcited godfather off of him and smiled. What, be mad at Fudge? Easy. Pansy stood up and came over. I can't believe you vouched for us. Harry shrugged now, a bit embarrassed. But the idea of the word Slytherins in Azkaban made his inner Vila shriek with anger. Sirius, who had left Harry to strangle Remus, had come back and swept Harry into our arms again. You've got to come and live with me and Remus. You can bring all your friends and your Harry gave him a look. Sirius smiled nervously. Your owl. Everything. Harry looked over at Dumbledore, who was standing behind Sirius. You know I'd love nothing more than to come live with you. Dumbledore must have gotten the hint because he came forward and clasped Sirius on the shoulder. Expecting the worst, Harry lowered his eyes, but Dumbledore must have decided it was Harry's turn to be shocked. I think it's a wonderful idea. Harry looked at him. Really? You won't keep us apart for my own safety? Dumbledore smiled at the tone in which Harry said the last 3 words. I think you've just proven that you can take care of yourself. Someone banged on the door. Fudge was back already. Quickest he's ever done anything, muttered Remus. Sirius was seated on a chair and with an apologetic smile, Dumbledore chained him to it. The wards on the door were released and in walked Fudge, Tonks, Kingsley and Madame Bones. Ready, Potter? I doubt Black could. Whatever he was going to say stopped at the sight of Sirius chained to a chair. Madame Bones looked around. Will these all be witnesses? Pansy nodded. So did the others. Snape had walked over and reached into his robes before drawing out a small bottle of Vertiaserum. I'm supplying the potion, so I cannot be included. Madame Bones drew out an official-looking scroll. She quickly got everyone present to sign their names before putting a recording spell on the document. Apparently whole trials could be recorded onto a single piece of parchment. Snape walked past Harry and administered 3 drops of the potion onto Sirius' tongue. As he turned to pass Harry stopped him and whispered, I think Aunt Rachel would be proud. For the first time ever, Harry saw Snape's eyes widen before he replaced it with his usual mask and nodded. Sirius had that blank look on his face that all victims of the truth potion had. Madame Bones began with some easy questions. What is your full name? Sirius Caesar Black. Some of the Slytherins snickered. Harry smiled. Who in their right mind names their kids such odd names anyway? Only pure bloods. What is today's date? August 1st, 2005. I know the date is messed up, but I hate how it's all different from ours. Now she started in on the harder questions. Were you the secret keeper of Lily and James Potter? Yes. The room was silent. Fudge looked gleeful. Madam Bones looked at Harry. For how long? Harry mouthed back. For how long? Right up until the week before they were murdered. Fudge deflated like a popped balloon. Who was the secret keeper then? Peter Pettigrew. Did you betray the Potters? No. Who did? Peter Pettigrew. Madam Bones cleared her throat and said, the 2 charges of murder on Lily and James Potter and the charge of attempted murder on Harry Potter have been dropped. She continued with the questioning. Did you or did you not kill 13 muggles while cornering Peter Pettigrew? I did not. Who did? Peter Pettigrew. How? He blew up the street we were arguing on just before yelling that it was me who killed Lily and James. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew? No. Is he still alive? Yes. How did he escape the blast? He is an animagus. He cut off one of his fingers and transformed into a rat. All you could find was a finger. How do you know he's an animagus? Harry held his breath. This part might get bad. Because him, James Potter and myself all became one while attending Hogwarts. Fudge jumped in. He's not registered. He can go to Azkaban for that. Madam Bones gave Fudge a glare that could peel paint. Why did you not register? You cannot register until you are of legal age because the Ministry does not believe that it is possible to accomplish an animagus transformation until that time. Once of legal age, the animagus has 5 years to register. I was imprisoned before that time was up. Madam Bones nodded. I hereby declared that Sirius Black is cleared of all charges of murder and pardoned in full. The parchment rolled up and with a flick of her wand was off to the Ministry. Snape gave Sirius the antidote and he looked at Madam Bones. She smiled. You're free. Harry smiled at the noise Sirius made. He really wanted to read his book. With Sirius freed, Madame Pomfrey didn't have the heart to keep the man stuck in a school hospital bed. She released everyone, telling them to report in the morning for one last batch of chocolate. Unfortunately for Sirius, the potion he was given in the hospital wing finally kicked in when he went into his rooms to change. Harry and Remus were left to dress him and put him in his bed, even though it was only 7 in the evening. After the morning they had, most of the Slytherins turned in early, or at least that's what Remus told Harry when the Velas sent him out to check if the coast is clear. Pansy, Blaise, Theodore, Draco, Draco's father and Professor Snape were still up. Pansy was probably staking out the entrance to the Gryffindor rooms for Harry to bombard him with questions. Starving but not wanting to go through the Spanish Inquisition in the form of Pansy Parkinson, Harry appealed to Remus to distract the Slytherins long enough for Harry to sneak out under his invisibility cloak to the kitchens. Remus agreed when Harry said he wasn't just going for food but for a quiet place to read his Elemental Vila book. So 8 o'clock found Harry Potter under his cloak, book tucked under one arm, wand in his hand, standing at the picture of the fruit bowl that guarded the kitchens of Hogwarts. The house elves were, as usual, overly excited to be able to pamper another wizard's needs again, what with the school being closed for the summer, and brought Harry more food than he could eat in a couple of years. Dobby was there, along with his friend Winky, both looking much better although both still could speak no wrong about their former families. Dobby was devastated when he realized that he had missed Harry's birthday. Mr. Harry Potter must forgive Dobby. If Dobby had known, Mr. Harry Potter would have had a 12-layer chocolate cake, treacle tart. Yes Dobby, I know. But I can only eat so much food. Could you please just get me some tuna salad and strawberries? Covered in chocolate. Just the strawberries, not the tuna. Dobby ran off to get Harry's food while Harry pondered over his choice. Chocolate-covered strawberries and tuna salad. Harry didn't even like tuna. But the more he thought about it, the more his mouth watered for it. Harry had been eating a lot of seafood lately. It was probably an Elemental Vila thing, Harry thought as he looked at his book. It was called Elemental Vila, the beginning. From what Remus had told him, it had all Harry needed to know about himself in it. The second of the trilogy was like a guide for an Elemental Vila's mate and the last was a first-hand account written by an Elemental Vila. Dumbledore and Remus were trying hard to get all 3 books for Harry. Dobby came back with Harry's food and Harry asked to be left alone to read. Dobby's eyes went big, well bigger than they usually were, when he saw the title on the book. If Harry thought, The knowledge of Harry's heritage would ward off the clingy house elf. He was sadly mistaken. Dobby knew you was special. Dobby knews. When Dobby first saw Mr. Harry Potter at his house, the house elf squeaked while hopping around excitedly. He suddenly stopped and bowed formally, his misshapen nose touching the carpet. Dobby, honorable house elf of Hogwarts, is humbled to meet you, sir. I speak to you upon the behalf of all house elves in this castle in declaring our alliance to your victory in this war. Quote. Harry looked on in shock before something in him made him gracefully bow his head in thanks. This elemental Veela business was going to turn him into a sugar-craving, seafood-addicted, stuffy old fusspot. Or as loony as Dumbledore. The day I utter the words, nitwit blubber oddment tweak, at a welcoming feast is the day I pierce myself with a blunt rubber spoon. Harry declared before opening his book and reading. The book started off with the myth or legend behind the creation of Veela. Regular Veela, ones like Fleur Delacour, were created by the goddess of love, Aphrodite, as her matchmakers. Of course, being made by the goddess of love, each Veela also had its own mate to love and cherish. As sometimes happens, some Veela were born with special abilities. Aphrodite was pleased with this new discovery and she began to favor her special Veela. Jealousy sprang up and the larger number of regular Veela banished the elementals from their home on the island of Cyprus. Ares, the god of war, embarrassed that his affair with Aphrodite was discovered, made Aphrodite's regular Veela kill off most of the elementals before they could leave. Aphrodite, upset that not only were her creations of love and beauty now hateful and ugly but saddened that her elementals were nearly wiped out, banished all Veela from Cyprus. The normal Veela were cursed with the reminder of their hateful actions by becoming ugly, bird-like creatures in anger. Aphrodite had 2 elemental Veela left when the banishing was over. Iris, a young boy of 14, and Zara, a girl just reaching her transition age of 16. The goddess could not punish her creations for being what they were born to be, so instead she put them into a deep sleep to wake when it was safer for them, during the time of Merlin. During that time, Aphrodite and her brother and sister gods were forgotten as magic can to mortals. When Iris and Zara awoken, they began the search for their mates. Their search got them many new enemies and many new friends. Vampires, for one, could not stand the Veela, and the jealousy between the 2 Veela species themselves was still fresh. Finally Zara found her mate in the form of a young boy named Emrys, who was later named Merlinus Ambrosius. Tales of Merlin and Arthur tell of Zara settling in Britain where her descendants have stayed. I must be one of her descendants, thought Harry before reading on. Hers and Merlin's. Holy snap. Iris lost contact with Zara after that, going back into his sleep to wait until his mate was born. The last known location of Iris was on an English ship traveling to the Americas. The next few pages were just speculation of who Iris mated with and who his descendants are today. The next chapter told about an elemental Veela's coming of age. An elemental Veela comes of age at 16 years. It is a week-long process, starting on the sunrise of the day exactly 7 days before the Veela's birthday, usually called the Transformation Week. For those next 7 days any tainted blood is forced out of the Veela, be it vampire, muggle or werewolf. Wizarding elemental Veela are especially powerful, and for some unknown reason, the blood of a witch or wizard will mix with the blood of the elemental Veela to make a unique individual every time. The witch or wizard is now even more pure-blooded than any regular pure-blooded witch or wizard, as the Veela blood pushes out impurities. For this reason, elemental Veelas are considered the height of social purity and are very well respected in wizarding communities. As was established early on, elemental Veelas are different from the normal ones you see. They have powers that even to this day have not been completely discovered and controlled. The next symptom of an elemental Veela's transformation week is one of the reasons behind the name of elemental Veela. During the time in which the sun has risen to the time in which it has officially set, the soon-to-be Veela will experience a freezing cold, often called the cool down. The ability to control the elements revolves around 2 major elements themselves. The cold prepares the body for its new powers. At nighttime the Veela's temperature takes a sudden turn about. A fever sets in, slowly building up in intensity until, on the last night, it forces out the impure blood. At the same time a powerful magical blast is sent out. This magic searches for the elemental Veela's mate. If the mate has yet to be born, the Veela will fall into a deep sleep, protected from harm and the power of time. The purifying of blood usually takes long into the daylight hours. If the Veela's mate is alive, a steady cold will persist until they have seen their mate. Once the transformation week is complete, the elemental Veela will begin his or her transition week. The description fit what Harry had experienced to a T. The best part had to be that Harry was now more pure-blooded than any Slytherin in the common room. He was officially a pure-blood raised a Muggle. And apparently still human, seeing as wizard blood and Veela blood could mix. Next was the transition week. What he was going through now. Harry hoped to find any more surprised before he did something he regretted. Although he had yet to read anything about his mate. After contact had been made with his or her mate, the elemental Veela, they begin their transition week. During this week an elemental Veela's goes from being a beginner without any control to a fully fledged elemental Veela. Within the first 24 hours, the Veela will grow into their mature body. Most men go through growth spurts that range from 4 inches to almost a whole foot. As the week progresses, the Veela becomes more graceful, the Veela species being based on feline instinct, and he or she will begin to show more of their true personality. Since an elemental Veela is distinctly feline, they mostly feed on seafood for that entire week and other Veela favorites like strawberries and chocolate. Elemental Veela consume vast amounts of sugar to keep their energy up during this week. It is at the very need of this week that the need for the Veela to find its mate is the highest. An elemental Veela's already heightened senses become more acute, especially their senses of smell and sight. This is to help finding their mate easier. Their mate will give off a scent only attuned to them, different for each individual. To the elemental Veela, it will be the best scent they have ever smelt, better than any perfume or any flower in bloom. A heightened sense of sight is another way of finding their mate. Elemental Veela are in tune with nature and can see magic. As the transition week progresses, they become better at distinguishing different magical signatures. Not wand signatures but the person's very magic. An elemental Veela's mate will have a magical signature that is identical to their own. At the end of the transition week every elemental Veela to date has found his or her mate. Harry sighed. So my August 7th Harry would have found his mate. The thought was met with mixed feelings. Harry had been trying his hardest to not think about having a mate. It was too final, too decided. He liked the ability to make his own choices, to have his own free will, and if this book was right, by the end of the week he'd be like the dog who'd lost his favorite toy if he didn't find his mate. This mate, this person is supposed to mean everything to him. After what the Dursleys did to him, could he really love someone like that? So unconditionally, so much. Harry was stupid, although Snape seemed to think he was. He knew that the Dursleys said those things, him being a freak and unloved, was their fear speaking. They feared him, but what was worst, made him fear himself. Made him doubt himself and the existence of the kind of love this book talked about. But on the other hand, Harry now knew there was some other there for him. Someone who would fit him perfectly. In the legend, it said that mates were happy with each other. No one else could make them as happy as they made each other. Harry would never be as happy with someone else as he would be with his mate. Okay, so the thought didn't make him want to break out into some cheesy love song by the Weird Sisters or write lame love ballads, but what did he expect? A miracle. According to Winky, it was 9 in the evening. Harry asked for some more chocolate-covered strawberries and decided to read one more chapter. The next part was on mates and bonding. As was said in the previous chapters, the most important thing to a Veela is their mate. If a Veela's mate is not born when they come of age, they are sent into a deep sleep to await their birth. So far, an elemental Veela has never been born after their mate has perished, seeing as a Veela dies shortly after their mate does. The need of the Veela's mate is simple. Veelas are creatures of love and beauty. They can see connections other mates, such as vampire and werewolf, soulmates and couples with a strong emotional bond or feeling. This is what makes them such excellent matchmakers. Without their mate, an elemental Veela only has a certain extent of control over their powers. On a rampage, an elemental Veela could wipe out large cities. Once their mate is found, an elemental Veela will either be accepted or rejected by their chosen. If accepted, the Veela and its mate have 6 months to establish a physical bond, a mental bond and an emotional bond. Almost all elemental Veela mates accept their partner. A physical bond, the most simple of the three, can be established by a key between mates. If both partners participate, a physical bond begins. The next one is a mental bond. This one will only happen if there is trust between both mates. This bond creates a link that tells the other if their mate is in danger. The bonded become empathic toward each other, and in some rare cases, slightly phases of telepathy can be done. The final bond, emotional, is only completed after the boned have, to simply put it, had say. After all three bonds have been completed, the mates become bonded for life. If by chance the vila is rejected, they become of the mentality that they have somehow failed their mate and are unworthy of their love. The elemental vila's health drops swiftly, him or her becoming deathly ill in a matter of hours. If within 48 hours, if their mate has still rejected them, they die of what many call a broken heart. The same applies for mates who have not bonded completely within the 6 months. The elemental vila takes this as a sign that their mate did not want them in the first place and would be happier without them. Harry had stopped eating at the part where it said he'd have to have say with his mate. Say. That was a swear word in the secret mind of Harry James Potter. Worse than dancing, dating and Madame Putterfoots. This had to be a prank. It was all serious. He's the only one Harry knew evil enough to do this kind of thing. But the last part, Sirius wouldn't make fun of people dying having just done so himself. And especially not to Harry. No, this was real. Harry had two choices. Get buggered or kick the can. Harry quickly got up and left the kitchens. He needed to think. Why couldn't this sort of thing happen to people who want it? Like Lavender Brown. She was the romantic type that liked to go on about fate and destiny. Begone gods of fate and destiny. Go play house with someone else's life. Why's it always, do this or die? Kill that scaly evil, get volume de dork or die. Boink like bunnies with a complete stranger in 6 months or less or die. Couldn't be like find your mate or never have another date again. I'm cool with that. But no, maybe, just maybe, I'm getting a little sick with this, or die. Crap. Portraits were looking at Harry in interest, but Harry was too caught up in pity Harry world, population, 1. To care. How'd his mother do it? She had to go up to a guy she said she hated for the last 5 years and say, I'm a vila, you're my mate, wanna have a go before charms. It must have worked because here he stood, product of Lily and James Potter. Caught up in his mind, his feet took him back to the place he had felt most comfortable in. The graveyard. The magic coming out and greeting him in a flash woke him from his thoughts. The door opened for him, recognizing him from earlier today. Harry sighed. He really could use having a fit at someone who wouldn't have a fit right back. His walk down the golden path was quicker this time. It was only a few minutes before he was standing in the place he had been a few hours before. I read the book. Well, most of it. And I'm thinking I got the short part of this deal. First I fight through Voldemort God knows how many times to actually live until I'm 16, and now I have to find my mate in a week. I mean, Merlin. Who'd I kill in a past lifetime to get this now? Must have been someone really important. Maybe I pissed off some long forgotten god and now he's getting revenge on me. Harry started to pace. He didn't feel those warm feelings he got the last time he was here. Maybe his parents were sleeping or something. Well, he was going to wake them up. They got up and got him. They can very well hear him waffle on about this. They really have to make up their mind. Either they want me to kill off Voldemort or find my mate and live happily ever after. You can't put this responsibility on my shoulders and then kill me off just after I begin to accept I have to do this. Sirius will have died and come back for nothing. Freeing him will have been the last good thing I have done, and I promised myself I was gonna stop Voldemort. Harry suddenly felt very rebellious. Well, I'm not going down without a fight. If you want me to have a mate. Alright, fine, I will. But I am not going to like this. Harry suddenly felt foolish, standing there waving his arms about and yelling at nothing. If he was going to do this, he needed help. He'd usually go to Hermione for this type of thing, but Hermione wasn't here. Remus was the next best thing. Harry cleared his throat. Right, I'm just going to go. Bye. It was pretty late, so Harry figured that the Slytherins had given up their mad quest to find out the secrets of Harry Potter and gone to bed. Unfortunately, Harry didn't know the determination of Pansy Parkinson. Pansy, Theodore, Blaise, Draco, Snape and Malfoy Sr. were still up. Sirius' potion had worn off, so him and Remus were sitting in the Slytherin common room, obviously. Waiting for Harry to return. Pansy's eyes widened at Harry's form coming through the portrait. Her navy blue eyes darted from Harry to the Gryffindor rooms a few times before she looked royally miffed. "Just how'd you get out there?" she asked, looking just about ready to throw something at Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Magic. Damn. Draco was there." "Hang on. Since when has Malfoy been Draco?" Remus smiled. "I told you he wasn't in there." Theodore Mo.Ned. "I don't care how he got wherever he was. I wish that house elf would hurry up. I'm starving." Blaze snorted. "When aren't you? You eat more than Weasel King." Harry, Remus and Sirius had looks of amazement on their faces. "Does he really?" asked Sirius. Snape scowled. "I really do not care to know about Weasley's eating habits." Dobby took that time to pop in with food. He gasped when he saw Harry. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir. You're staying here with Mr. Draco and Mr. Malfoy. You should have told." Sirius looked at his godson in amusement. "It didn't really come up." Harry mumbled, not looking at Draco or Mr. Malfoy. After all, it was Harry who had lost the man, his house elf. He just had to turn out to be a spy in the end. Dobby continued. Dobby meant what he said in the kitchen's Mr. Harry Potter. Dobby is just so happy now that Mr. Harry Potter knows he's a. Harry made a noise that sounded like Crookshanks the time Ron had stepped on him in their third year. Pansy caught onto this like a dog with a bone. "He's what? Do you know what happened to him?" Dobby looked unsure who to obey, Pansy or Harry, and solved the problem by disappearing with a crack. The look on Pansy's face was comical. She looked like she was caught between frustration, anger and amazement. As Harry sat down between Sirius and Remus, his gaze earned on Draco Malfoy. Harry figured it was his elemental Vela heritage that made him appreciate all the beautiful things life had to offer, and Draco Malfoy was one of them. Sometime at the end of their fourth year he had finally stopped gluing his hair to his head, making it look more like hair instead of a good paint job. It was still white blonde, going well with his pale skin that stuck out in the dark dungeons. He had a seeker's body, slender and aerodynamic but not skinny. That great body had some muscle. And oh, what a great body it was. Sweet merciful Merlin. Did he, Harry Potter, just think that Draco Malfoy had a great body? Harry had to will himself not to look around for a meteor, because his last thought had to be an apocalyptic sign that Armageddon was on its way. Or maybe Harry was right and all that blood loss yesterday had permanently damaged his brain. That or being the main target of a murdering wand-happy madman had finally gotten to him, and this was all just his imagination playing tricks on him while he was stuck in St. Mungo's, sharing a room with Lockhart, insisting to everyone that passed that he was famous too. At that moment Sirius decided to pop Harry's little elemental Vela-free fantasy bubble, by poking his godson in the ribs. Hard. Ow. What the hell was that for? Sirius raised his eyebrows. I called your name 3 times but you were too busy goggling Malfoy to notice. Harry, to his horror, blushed. I was not goggling Malfoy, as you so charmingly put it. I just happened to be staring off deep in thought. In Malfoy's direction. I didn't know there were designated staring off in thought places down here. Do I need a license to do it now too? Well, just what were you thinking so deeply about that you never noticed your name being called? The Slytherins seemed to find Harry's and Sirius conversations fairly interesting. Harry sighed. Just wondering how can you tell if you're crazy or not? Sirius PFFFTed. Have you been hearing voices no one else can hear? Not since second year. Had any weird dreams you can't understand? Since when have anyone's dreams, mine included, been easy to understand? Been overly paranoid lately? Thinking everyone's out to get you? Everyone is out to get me, Sirius. Do the voices in your head tell you to kill your friends, set things on fire and two-step BPD up Main Street? Harry looked at him oddly. I can honestly say that has never happened to me before. Sirius smiled and patted Harry's shoulder. Well then you were obviously sane. Oh. Harry's shoulders slumped. You seem disappointed. Things would be so much easier if I were crazy. That's life. Everyone is damningly sane no matter what they say. Voldemort's crazy. Hey, I didn't say there weren't exceptions. Snape sighed and rubbed his temples. Gryffindors always give me migraines. I think I'm allergic. Harry sighed also. Don't worry, Professor. We've all got allergies. I'm not too partial to Dementors. Sirius made a surprised face. No way. Me too. We could start a club. Lucius decided to step in with some useful conversation. A club won't help you when they leave Azkaban, which should be soon. Everyone became somber after that. All the real guilty Death Eaters would be free after that, said Blaise. They could just walk out after that. It's protected with more than just them souls. King creatures, Blaise, said Theo, rolling his eyes. People do not just walk out of Azkaban. Pansy smirked. Sirius did. One day he was locked up, the next he was on every newspaper across the world. Sirius' escape is completely different from a guilty Death Eater's, said Remus. Sirius was innocent. A Dementor makes you relive all your worst memories because the wrongful deed you do are horrible to your soul. His innocence is what saved his soul. Sirius nodded. Most people just give up after a few weeks. When I saw Wormtail's picture in the Daily Prophet, I knew I had a chance to redeem myself. Draco shuddered and Harry felt the urge to hug and say everything would be okay. I am not fancying meeting Aunt Bella after they've left. She's not going to be too happy with Mother being a spy. Harry, Remus and Sirius bristled at mentioning Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry scoffed. I highly doubt the Dementors affect her anyway. Lucius, who had been sipping what Harry could only guess as wine, tilted his head slightly to the left. Why would you say that, Mr. Potter? Bellatrix is far from innocent. If anything, she is the worst the Dark Lord has to offer. Oh, I'm not saying she's innocent. She's guilty as hell, Harry said, his rage simmering under his control. I just highly doubt she has a soul. Blaise nodded. If there are two words that go together any less, it's Lestrange and soul. You do realize, Theodore said with a grin, that we've all just had a fairly decent conversation here. With all of us being mortal enemies and whatnot. Stranger things have happened, said Harry bitterly. I am here for a month, not. You might want to get used to abnormal occurrences. Professor Snape not yelling and trying to bodily throw Sirius from here is what surprised me. Draco said, smiling at his godfather. Snape smiled back, although it looked more like a grimace. Albus made me swear to try and get along. He says there is a fine line between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. Says he even has living proof. Sirius smiled wickedly. Well, I sure hope Harry's alive. I'd be rather disappointed if he turned out to be a ghost. Snape looked godsmacked. Are you trying to tell me, Black, that Potter here is Dumbledore's living proof? Harry groaned. If this ever got out, he'd never life it down. Remus, the logical, calm voice of reason, decided that Harry could deal with the details getting out and followed Sirius' lead. This was the first step in getting Harry to accept who he is. The Sorting Hat was rather demanding that Harry spend some time in his rightful house. Rightful house, came Draco's voice, a confused look in his eyes made him look cute to Harry. Cute, that's it. Harry was hopping back aboard the boat of denial. He was not attracted to Draco Malfoy. He was just tired. Draco continued. If there is anyone more Gryffindor than Gryffindor himself, it's Potter. Harry gave Sirius a glare that would have made the killing curse run before sighing in defeat. No getting out of this one, he muttered to himself before explaining. Well, I was given the choice, in my first year, by the Sorting Hat of two houses. Gryffindor and Slytherin. It wanted me in Slytherin. Sadly for the Hat, I had just met an annoyingly biased, snotty little brat that had boasted about his family always being in Slytherin and had just befriended Ron. Anything that is not Gryffindor should be shot Weasley. And being stubborn is a Gryffindor trait. So I chose Gryffindor. It was getting its revenge this summer. Snape shook his head before getting up. A Potter in Slytherin. I need to go lie down. That was everyone's cue for bed. That was when Pansy suddenly remembered what Harry was there in the first place. Arg, I still don't know what's changed about you. How can you keep avoiding my questions? But Harry was walking toward his rooms. Easy. I have Hermione Granger for a best friend. I'll tell you what, Pansy, Harry turned at the door to the Gryffindor rooms. If you can guess right, I'll tell you. Other than that, you're on your own. Harry waited in their smaller, private common room for Remus and Sirius to shut the door before starting in on them. You know, I'd have been really grateful if one of you thought to mention that if I didn't find my mate I'd die, seeming as you all need me to kill off Ide and Scaly. Both men looked sheepishly at their things with Harry never went as planned. Harry, we're going to help you find your mate. They have to be close by or else you'd still be cold, wouldn't you? asked Remus, before sitting down at their small kitchen table and pulling out some parchment. Let's make a list of everything you need to know about your mate. Sirius sighed and sat down. Join us, Harry. When Remus makes a list, Sandy Claus gets jealous. Harry laughed. It's Santa Claus, not Sandy Claus. That's what I said. Remus ignored Sirius and turned his attention to Harry. Do you have any inkling as to who your mate could be? At this, Harry was silent. He had a feeling that Sirius and Remus had a thing for each other, but Harry could be horribly wrong. I think it's a guy, he said finally and lowered his eyes. Sirius raised his eyebrows. I didn't know you swung that way. Are you okay with that? Harry asked, nervous. Remus smiled. I think Sirius and I would be 7 kinds of hypocrite if we were against you having a male mate. Harry smiled, relieved. Sirius tapped his chin in thought. So you must have come into your control already, he asked, startling Harry. Yeah, Dumbledore said so. How'd you know? Sirius smiled. Well, that Theodore not bloke wasn't drooling all over you so much tonight as he did yesterday. Harry blushed. He was what? Remus kicked Sirius under the table, making him yelp. Harry, you give out this allure that makes people attracted to you. Once you gained control, you could turn it on and lower it, depending on your mood. It will heighten by the end of the week, until you make a physical bond with your mate. From then on, you will simply be one very attractive male. That thought made Harry very uncomfortable. The book said that I'd be able to tell who my mate was by sight and smell. Will that happen soon? Remus paused in thought. Probably by the last 2 days of your transition week. So that can wait. There's one thing you have yet to figure out. That made Harry confused. It sounded like Remus already knew just who his mate was. You know, don't you? He asked, feeling a bit betrayed. Remus and Sirius exchanged glances. Dumbledore has an idea, but it's you who has to find him. Harry closed his eyes and thought about what he had read. The only other thing I can think of is that if my mate wasn't born yet, I'd be in a deep sleep. Harry stopped, his eyes widening. And that I'd stay cold until I saw my mate. I was freezing until I came here. In the hospital wing. Remus nodded. That means my mate is a Slytherin. Sirius nodded. And is one of them kids out there? Draco Malfoy usually saw himself as an excellent judge of character. Being a spy, it was a talent that had kept him and his family alive for many years. You had to know who you could trust and who would sell your sorry ass out at a moment's notice. But when it came to Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy turned out to be a horrible judge of character. Just goes to show you how bad his ability to judge characters was in judging his one character. He thought the Gryffindor had saved their hides from the Dementors because his godfather and the werewolf were there. But he had waited until everyone else were safely on their way to Hogwarts before jumping down the tunnel himself, or so his father had told him. Then, after saving them from a certain death, the Gryffindor Golden Boy went and not only saved them from Azkaban but vouched for them all in front of the Minster for magic. Although Draco probably would have played that all off for show on Harry's part, the boy hero had to go and say he meant it. But actually having a decent conversation with him, Draco realized that Harry Potter was not the person he, his godfather and the rest of the Slytherin thought he was. Harry Potter was smart, funny, sly, brave and a truly good person. But that was no reason for Draco to feel this attracted to him. Draco had spent most of the night trying to find a reason why he should be horrified at his sudden attraction to the boy who lived but had rationalized himself out of every single one. He was a Gryffindor but almost a Slytherin. He was the famous boy who lived but Draco was a Malfoy, practically just as famous. He was a boy but Draco liked boys. He was probably straight but had only had one date in the last 6 years. Theo and Luis were the only others of Draco's friends to see things the way Draco did. His father didn't really mind either way because the latest potions made an heir possible and he wanted Draco happy. When Black had pointed out that Potter had been staring at him last night, Draco had to fight off a blush. He honestly didn't know when the Gryffindor had turned into such looker, but Draco wasn't complaining. So the next morning found Draco Malfoy staring at Harry Potter, who was looking just as good as he did last night. He seemed to be nervous, not that any regular person could tell, but Draco's character judging was trying to make up for being wrong. He also looked tense, like he was waiting for something to happen. While Draco studied, Harry, Pansy, Theo and Blaise were looking at their best friend in confusion. Draco's eyes hadn't left the Gryffindor side of the table since Potter had arrived. It was uncharacteristic of him to openly stare at someone like he was doing so now, making Luis look at Blaise with raised eyebrows. If they hadn't been school rivals for the past 6 years, the Slytherin would say that Draco had a thing for Potter. Pansy smiled. The idea of Draco and Harry together was hot. It made her feel Merlin, it made his instincts jump. Something was going on here. "Hey Draco," she said, not really getting a reaction out of him. "Potter sure is looking good again this morning." Came her reply before he sat up straighter and tore his gaze away from Potter. "I didn't notice." Theo grinned, catching on. "Well, I sure did." Draco gave him an annoyed look. "I thought you had better taste in lovers, not." Blaise smiled this time. "Funny how you always say that when Theo is after someone you want Draco." Whatever Draco was going to say, and by the looks of his face it wasn't going to be pretty, was cut off by the arrival of the post. In Draco's opinion, the Daily Prophet had been nothing but a brown paper wannabe in the first place, but it helped to know your enemy, and the press usually reported things you couldn't get from spies. The attack on Hogsmeade and Sirius Black being found innocent fought for front page, both finally being intertwined together, which made Draco's thought turn back to the mystery of Harry Potter. Not like that subject ever left his thoughts to begin with. Harry Potter was not having the best of mornings. He had woken up sometime just before sunrise with his scar burning. That was, of course, normal in the everyday life of the boy wonder, Harry Potter. Unfortunately, Harry's eyes were also acting up. They were itching like crazy, his eyesight going from clear to blurry all morning. Remus said that because he was so powerful, he was probably gone through the transition week faster than normal. Figures. That meant he'd know who his mate was before the week was up. He also hadn't stopped sneezing, nearly popping his eyes out on the way to the Great Hall with Sirius and Remus. He had come to terms, sometime late last night, with the obvious fact that one of the Slytherins were his mate and was, at the moment, wondering who it could be. Pansy was out obviously, because Harry knew his mate was a guy. So was Matt Flint. Harry's mate was in his year, like all Elemental Vila's mates. Sirius kept looking up from his plate at the ceiling for the Morning Post. If the Minster came through, Sirius would be officially freed today. Remus sighed as he looked over at his mate. The need for him to find and have one was not as strong as the one Harry has, but it was binding all the same. "Staring at the windows and not eating won't make it come any faster, Sirius," the werewolf said. Both members of his pack were distracted, but it was in a good way. Harry had been pretty shocked when he realized one of the Slytherins present were going to be his mate. The Vila had finished reading the chapter on mates before going to sleep, but you couldn't tell it by looking at him. Finally the post came. Sirius literally jumped up to reach the owl and ripped Remus' copy of the Daily Prophet out of its beak. Snape was in his usual cheerful mood and just threw his copy of the paper on the table. Harry picked it up and the man sneered at him. "What, Potter doesn't have his own subscription to the press? Thought you might have wanted to highlight how many times your name was in the paper." Harry raised his eyebrows. Snape obviously wasn't a morning person. Then again, Snape was an anytime of person. Flicking open the paper, Harry talked as he skimmed the front page. "I stopped reading the Prophet when it began calling me an attention-seeking psycho and Dumbledore a lying old man. Plus my uncle gets twitchy around owls. Keeps making comment about how much of an excellent shot he is in his hunting club for work. Hedwig usually stays with Ron." Sirius had finished reading the article and was looking over at Harry, obviously in thought. Harry, feeling his godfather's eyes on him, flipped down one edge of the paper and rose an eyebrow in question. Everyone was looking down at their end of the breakfast table, having read the article on Sirius. "Do you have anything left at the Dursleys? Anything that can't be replaced?" he asked, a smile on his face. It made him look like the man Harry had seen in the picture of his parents' wedding. Harry nodded. In his haste, he had forgotten to get the stuff he had hidden in under his bed in the floor. Sirius was still smiling, and it seemed like Dumbledore had caught on to what the dark-haired wizard was getting at. "A wonderful idea, Sirius my boy. I'm sure if you go to the Ministry now and get the papers, you could have them signed by lunch." Remus, Eden nodded. "We'll need some Order members for protection." Harry was, for the most part, utterly confused. So they were going to the Ministry, a place that Sirius hated, to get papers. "Oh, are you serious?" Harry asked. Yes, said Sirius before pausing. I mean, not only am I Sirius but I'm Sirius. Wait, that isn't right either. That point, Remus cut in, smiling, is that Sirius was wondering if you'd like him as your official guardian. We'd have to go to the ministry and get the guardianship papers and get them signed by the Dursleys. Sirius nodded. They owe me. Once I get the papers, you answer to me. Muahahahaha. Harry scratched his chin in thought. What about Remus? Both men turned to look at him. Harry explained. Well, he's sort of like my family. And I don't want him left out. Remus smiled sadly. I would be honored to become one of your guardians, but the ministry would never let me. I'm a werewolf. Only in extremely special cases would that be allowed. Remus, if I'm not in extremely special cases, no one is. All I have to say is that Voldemort would love nothing more than to grind my bones for his bread and drink my blood under a full moon. This way, if that happens, he has 170 pounds of werewolf to look out for. And they can't take away your rights to be happy simply because of an accident when you were young. It's illogical. Dumbledore took this time to butt in, his eyes twinkling again. That just might work, Harry. As for protection, I'm sure Severus and Mr. Malfoy here wouldn't mind getting out. I'm sure with them and a couple more Slytherins you'd all be fine. McGonagall looked at the headmaster in shock. What about what happened yesterday? Severus still hasn't healed and they almost all died. Dumbledore smiled. But Tom will now expect them to hide. The ministry is protected by wards and the wards around Mr. Potter's home should be efficient in protecting them until they get back here. McGonagall didn't look convinced. Albus, these are children. Draco Malfoy spoke up. I'll go. It's not like we have much else to do. And I refuse to hide from the Dark Lord. Dumbledore nodded and Lucius smiled. Harry on the other hand, thought the morning was going downhill fast now. The Slytherin were going to the Dursleys with him. Might as well tack a sign on his forehead saying he was verbally and emotionally abused as a kid right now. And damn it if his eyes chose today of all days to work up. Snape didn't complain at all, much to everyone's surprise. Turns out the snarky, ill-tempered potions master had one great fear, Madame Pomfrey. Of course Harry could understand that fear very well. Hogwarts Mediwitch could make Voldemort stay in her ward all night if she thought it was in his best interest. In the end, the group for the liberation of Harry from the Dursleys consisted of Harry himself, Sirius, Remus, Snape, Malfoy Sr., Draco, Pansy, Blaise and Theo. The younger Slytherins seemed to be the closest with each other, almost like Harry, Ron and Hermione, in a sneaky Slytherin sort of way. It took about 15 minutes of Dumbledore calling in favors by Flo for them to get a connection to the births, deaths, guardianship and inheritances branch of the ministry. Mr. Malfoy had lost his job at the ministry when he was arrested in June and the visitors' entrance wouldn't fit them all. So they all went to Dumbledore's office and one by one Flo ed over to the ministry. Now the pre-elemental Vila Harry could have given Tonks a run for her money with his clumsiness, but this Harry was graceful. He landed perfectly on his feet, leaving Sirius to make the comical entrance. And Harry was no disappointed. Sirius Black came tumbling out of the fireplace, tripped over the stand of pokers next to its entrance and right into the receptionist's desk. The brunette blinked, her papers everywhere from Sirius' abrupt tumble onto her desk and then from the fact that it was Sirius who had fallen in. Sirius smiled charmingly at the girl. Sirius Black, I was wondering if I could speak to someone about the guardianship of my godson. The poor girl looked over and saw Harry standing with the group of Slytherins and her eyes widened so much, they threatened to fall out. Mrs. Greengrass in cubicle number 9 is free. I'll magic message her to let her know you're coming. The girl wrote a note quickly and it zoomed off, in paper airplane form to cubicle number 9. The group followed the message, stopping at a frosted glass door with the words Mrs. Belinda Greengrass on them and knocked. The cubicle was more like an office. Come in, came a deep musical voice that sounded a bit odd. Sirius bounded in like a little kid, bouncing on the balls of his heels when he stood in front of a surprised blonde. B. How are you? Sirius said, obviously enjoying his new ability to render people speechless. Snape rolled his eyes before sitting down in one of the chairs in the far corner. He seemed to be regretting his decision to come. Blaise however pipped up. Aunt Belinda, I didn't know you worked here. The surprised lady blinked her brown eyes and looked over at her nephew. Blaze, what are you doing here? With these people? I haven't been able to contact your mother for weeks. Blaze smiled and actually went over and hugged his aunt. I'm staying at Hogwarts for the summer. The Dark Lord found out about Dumbledore's spies, so mother and father are away in hiding. I'm here with Black and Potter as bodyguards. Her eyes went back over to see Harry, Sirius and Remus sitting patiently for the little family reunion to finish. Sirius Black, Harry Potter. She looked like she could hardly believe it before smiling and shaking Sirius' hand like an old friend. So you really are free. Thank Merlin, the truth came out. I knew you could never do such a thing. Sirius beamed at Belinda before she turned and shook hands with Remus and Harry. Remus, it's great to see you as well. And this must be young Harry. Looks just like James. But Lily's in there as well. Harry blushed. It always felt good to be told he looked like both of his parents. Well, sit down. Sit down. I suppose you'll be wanting custody of Harry now that you're free. Sirius nodded. I was hoping you could get Remus and myself as his guardians. Mrs. Greengrass bit her lip. Getting you custody would be easy, but there are special regulations that have to be followed in Remus' case. He's a known werewolf. Harry must have had some expression on his face at those last words, because the lady was quick to say she held no prejudices against the man Harry considered an uncle. Well, what are they? The regulations? Asked Harry. He was determined to win this fight. Mrs. Greengrass shuffled through some papers. Well, the child in question must be of a certain age, which you are, and there has to be either no other option or the present guardians have to be shown as unfit. Of course, the fact that you'll be having 2 guardians gives you some points. Harry sighed. There was no doubt in his mind if this woman knew what the Dursleys had made him do and had done to him in the last 15 years, they'd be declared unfit, but Harry had no desire to rehash his shit-sad upbringing in front of the Slytherin. Pansy would pity him, and he hated pity. Snape might actually shut up about him being a spoiled celebrity, but it would get out. Harry Potter, boy who lived, was personal South Avenue to a bunch of relatives and abused as a child. But it was for Remus. Remus balanced out Sirius as a guardian. Remus, who was afraid of being hurt as a child and even now deserved to belong somewhere. Have a family, dysfunctional as this one would be. Remus, who had always gotten the short end of the stick, deserved for things to go his way. How do you declare someone unfit? Harry asked, keeping his eyes averted from the Slytherin as Draco Malfoy's robes whipped around in surprise. Harry, began Remus, in a sad voice. You don't have to do this. Harry finally drew up his Gryffindor courage and looked around. Blaze looked like he had just missed something obvious. Pansy's eyes were wide while Theo, Lucius and Draco looked at him intently. Snape was making funny sounds with his mouth working like a goldfish. If he was a fish, it would sound like he was drowning. Mrs. Greengrass went all ministry official and pulled out another piece of parchment and something that looked like the present Ron had given him. I will have to ask you some questions and this will tell me if you are lying and by how much. If it stays white you are telling the truth. Gray you are lying a bit, even just a bit, and it will turn and black if you lie outright. Harry nodded, but Sirius grabbed his arm. I'd understand if you want me and Remus to leave, but understand I will not stop my anger if it's bad. Harry smiled at him, trying to comfort the older man. Belinda cleared her throat. We need witnesses anyway. So let's begin. First, I would like to know what makes you think your present guardians are unfit. They are your relatives by blood, are they not? Harry nodded. They are, but they are also Muggles, and while I have nothing against Muggles, one of my best friends being one and my mother being a Muggle-born witch, my relatives hate magic. Snape seemed to be stuck on the fact that Harry was declaring his relatives unfit guardians. And how do you know this? Harry sighed. They have told me. They lied to me about how my parents died and tried to stop me from going to Hogwarts. Hagrid, the groundskeeper and care of magical creatures professor at Hogwarts, Harry added for her benefit, had to personally deliver the letter to me and explain all about the wizarding world. The crystal hadn't turned gray yet, so Mrs. Greengrass scribbled down all Harry was telling before looking back up. These questions will be hard. Was there ever any verbal abuse? Any name-calling, berating, insults that were because of you and only you? Yes, to all of the above. My aunt became jealous of my mother when she went to Hogwarts and passed that anger and jealousy onto me. My cousin has the same beliefs, although it is mostly my uncle who is guilty. He considers us, wizards and witches, freaks, and has called not only myself but my friends and their families freaks as well. Harry confessed all of this in an emotionless voice. In a way it felt good to talk about it, but talking about it made it real, and Harry hated that it was. Was anyone ever told of this? The ministry official asked, probably as shocked as Snape that Harry was abused. A friend's parent, a teacher, a friend. Sirius nodded. Myself and Remus were told some bits, but I was on the run and Remus here is a werewolf. No one would have believed it. She sighed. You're right. Our government is flawed in so many ways. Were you ever denied any basic human rights? Food, clothing, shelter, freedom. Again Harry nodded and explained. All my clothes were Dudley's, my cousin, hand-me-downs. He is still about 3 times bigger than me, so none of it ever fit. The reason was probably because he was fed more than me. Were there ever periods of starvation? Yes. Especially when I had bouts of accidental magic. Not knowing I was a wizard and could do magic, I could never explain why I was suddenly on the roof of my school or how that snake got set loose in the zoo once. It was simple, really. Blame me for everything that went wrong. I was yelled at, then told to go to my cupboard without anything meals. Sirius was shaking silently beside Harry and Remus looked sick. Cupboard, whispered Pansy in a shaky voice behind Harry. Ah, yes. My first bedroom, continued Harry. Just a bit more and then I'm done. It's all for Remus. Once this is over they can't hurt you anymore. My first Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. I lived there for 10 years, until the Dursleys thought that they were being watched, when I got my letter, and gave me the spare room. They toned it all down since I've been going to Hogwarts. Now they just ignore me. That and make me do all the chores. But here we are now. If you can do this I won't ever be going back. Just long enough to get my stuff. Then I'm gone. Mrs. Greengrass nodded. One more question. I have to ask if there was any physical abuse. Harry shook his head in the negative. They've never hit me intentionally. The crystal turned gray. Harry frowned. I don't consider being thrown into that stupid cupboard physical abuse, you stupid piece of glass. It turned white again. Belinda Greengrass sighed. Well, it official. With this I can proclaim them unfit and give guardianship of you over to Sirius and Remus. You can also press charges of child neglect with this information. Harry paled and shook his head so hard it was in danger of falling off. I want this over with. I press charges and there's a trial and it all gets out. I just want to forget it and move on. The lady nodded and made out her forms. Once everyone present signed it she gave Sirius the guardianship papers. Get them signed and send them to me. Once I get them it's official. I could put a charm on them to make them automatically copy and be sent here if you want. Sirius nodded and they quickly left the cubicle. As the Slytherins and Sirius walked a bit ahead, Remus pulled Harry back and hugged him. That was a very brave thing you did back there. You faced your demons and came out stronger. I am very proud of you. Harry hugged the werewolf back, his eyes blurry. I did it for you. And a bit for me too, but I know I'll be happy with you and Sirius. If things had went the way they should have I'd have been with you and your mate anyways. Remus looked shocked. How'd you? What do you? Huh? Harry chuckled but his eyes were still blurry for some reason. I was made to be a goddess matchmaker. If I couldn't see you two as mates I'd be a pretty bad one, don't you think? Remus chuckled as Harry began to rub his eyes again. Frustrated, Harry took off his glasses and looked at them. He could see them clearly and they were spotless, so what was the problem? Wait a minute, Remus. Harry whispered excitedly. I can see. Remus smiled as they began to catch up with their group. Of course you can. You aren't blind. Harry made an irritated noise at his soon-to-be guardian. I mean without my glasses. I can see. That made him frown. Already. How's your nose? Harry wiggled it. Tingly. Is that normal? For me anyway. Remus shook his head. No, it's way too fast. But look at yourself. What color is your magic? Harry looked down at his hand and squinted. An emerald green and silvery gray layer covered his skin but seeped into it too. Green and silver. Harry replied before realizing that it was Slytherin colors. Is it really? Asked Remus, amused. Harry groaned and caught the attention of Pansy, who quickly averted her eyes. The whole group was walking in silence, Pansy off by herself. Harry walked over to her and Remus went to calm down Sirius. Pansy kept her eyes ahead as Harry came level with her. Harry had seen pity in her eyes. Pity and sorrow. Don't, he said in a tone that made her eyes dart over to meet his. I never told anyone because I don't want the reaction I'm getting now. I don't want or need your pity. I swear pity is what made Voldemort go dark. I also don't want you to be upset about it. You couldn't do anything even if you knew. And most of all, you didn't do it to me. Pansy was silent. Harry continued, looking around without his glasses for a moment. I like you, Pansy. You're okay, for a Slytherin. Just don't change now and ruin our truce, for lack of a better word, that we've made over that last few days. Pansy smiled. I guess I was just shocked that it happened to you. You've never let on or acted differently. She closed her eyes for a moment and opened them. Time for my confession, I guess. When I was 6, my mom and dad separated for 2 years. My mom actually remarried, but he was a horrible person. He was physically abusive. When my mother tried to end the marriage, he threatened to kill her. Draco found out about it and his mom and dad found my dad. He came and saved us. Mum took him back after that. Harry was a bit shocked. He always figured that the Death Eater parents were abusive evil gits in the first place, but not that it was so complicated. Pansy was still speaking. Draco said he knew something was wrong because I acted different. His mother and mine are best friends, so when he told her about it, she came over and got the truth out of my mum. She still has nightmares about it, my mum. I don't remember much. It is just amazing how you can still believe in good and all that crap after that. Harry sighed. Well, I was never beaten. It was all mental what they did, but it was because they were afraid of me. It was discriminative and wrong, but it was bred out of fear. Hermione is really someone you should talk to. Not only is she book smart but people smart too. My friends know, for the most part, what happened, and that helped. Ron swore a lot and named out many different ways he'd killed my relatives, and Hermione explained it to me. Are you going to stop the Pure Blood is Best campaign now that the jig is up with Voldemort? Pansy smiled. I'd love to. I seriously need so girlfriends, if you know what I mean. While I can girl talk to Draco, Theo and Luis all I want, it's just not the same. Harry gave her a funny look. Girl talk, are you saying? Pansy made a shish motion with her hands before looking around and nodding her head. Harry was still dazed when they got to the spacious room where portkeys were used. Come on, we haven't got all day. I have potions I need to brew before all those cretins Albus calls children come back. Lucius snorted regally, if that's possible. You and your potions, Severus. You'd spend all day and night down in your potions lab if we let you. Snape was quiet as Harry came over. Oh Merlin. It was a rare moment indeed if Snape could feel sorry for what happened to a Potter. Harry sighed and turned to the man. Professor, please stop acting God. Concern does not work for you when the concerning is about me. I'm perfectly fine with you continuing to hate me in peace, or however it is that you hate me. But if you continue acting all wonky and awkward around me, I'm likely to curse the next thing that moves. Everything you heard about in there had already happened when you hated me before. Why should now be any different? That seemed to clear the air, and Snape scoffed at the idea that he was acting concerned about Harry. The portkey activated and Harry felt that jerk around his belly button before they all landed in the alley where Harry fought of the Dementors last summer. Well, this gives me cheerful memories of dark cold night and evil soul king creatures, said Harry as they looked around. Theo made a face as he stepped on some rotting garbage. Is it always this dirty? Harry, PFFT, Ed. You'll rethink that question when you get out there. He pointed to the street. The adult transfigured the wizarding robes into muggle clothes, and Harry had to keep his eyes from straying over to where Draco stood in his dark blue jeans and silver t-shirt. Now that he thought about it, it was hard to imagine that Draco Malfoy wasn't gay. The fact that Harry had missed it was a credit or discredit to his intelligence. The Slytherins followed the Gryffindors down Privet Drive, Blaise staring at the cars as they drove by, Pansy at the people and Theo at the fire hydrants. Snape sneered at the muggle houses, while Lucius and Draco looked around in mild interest. Sirius was amazingly quiet since they had left the ministry. Harry put a hand no his arm in a silent question. I am okay, Harry. Just angry. How could they do that to you? I remember you as a baby. You hardly ever cried and did whatever Lily asked you to do. How could they treat you like that? Harry swallowed. Did Sirius think he'd never asked himself that same question? That he didn't wonder all those times why he was treated so badly while Dudley was treated like a king. Getting angry won't solve anything, just make more problems. Promise you won't hurt anybody. Please. Sirius ran a shaky hand through his shoulder-length hair. I promise. But you have to show me. Harry looked confused. Show you what? That cupboard. You have to show me where they put you. They had reached number 4 before Harry could reply and Remus had knocked on the door. Dudley answered the door. He went pale at the sight of Harry and the people around him. What or why you doing here? Harry shrugged. I need to speak to Aunt Petunia. Can we come in? Who is it, Duddykins? Came Aunt Petunia's voice in the kitchen. Dudley ran back to her, leaving the door wide open. Mum, it's him. It's the freak. Dudley yelled and Harry winced. Sirius growled and so did Remus. Pansy glared at the boy who was cowering behind his mother. Petunia's eyes grew wide as Harry came in, followed by Sirius and Remus, the former smiling nastily at her and the Slytherins who were a shifty-looking bunch no matter what. She clutched at Dudley. What do you want? She asked, her voice shaking. Vernon will be home any minute now. Harry sighed. No he won't. And I've come to get my stuff. I'm not coming back. Once you sign the papers I'm gone for good. Good. Came Dudley's voice, muffled by his mother's apron. I never want to see any weirdos like you again. Sirius glared. Oh but Dudley, we're the bad kind of weirdos. I suggest you call us wizards or my friends here might not be able to control themselves. Harry rolled his eyes at Sirius. I am going to my room. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Pansy nodded. I'll help. Blaise, Theo and Draco nodded as well. Sirius stopped them on the stairs. Where is it, Harry? He asked. Harry closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I am standing on it. Then headed up the rest of the stairs. Right at the end of the hallway on the 2nd floor, Harry and company stopped at the smallest bedroom. It was the door had a cat flap and 4 padlocks on it. Pansy touched them. You didn't say you were locked in your room. Harry shrugged and touched the locks with his fingers. They sprang open. Blaise was looking at the cat flap. What came in here? He asked as Harry pulled out a backpack from his tiny closet. Food. Draco was looking at Harry's window. After Harry and the twins had ripped off the bars, Uncle Vernon just cement glued them onto his windowsill. How did you receive any owls? Draco asked, his voice light. Harry put down his bag and went to the window. Opening it, he took one loose bar out. Hedwig Fitz thought there. Harry's nose was tingling even more, now that he was standing so close to Draco and the tingle was spreading throughout his whole body. Harry got this contradiction of feelings when he saw the look on Draco's face. He felt elated at the obvious anger the pale boy was showing at his relatives and sad at the same time that Draco had to know this about his past. Pansy cleared her throat and woke both boys up from their thoughts. Harry was confused when he saw Draco's face tinge pink. Harry turned back and walked toward his bed. All my important stuff is under here. Quickly, Harry pulled out his photo album, his invisibility cloak, his firebolt and a stack of letter from Ron and Hermione. Draco picked up the cloak and smiled. I knew you had this. It was you that day in Hogsmeade. Harry smiled secretly. Maybe. Come on, let's go before Sirius can really commit murder. Blaise looked longingly at Harry's broomstick. Can we have a decent Quidditch game when we go back? Harry shrugged. Sure. Downstairs, Remus was holding onto Sirius' arm. Almost had to push him in your cupboard when he saw it. Harry glared at Sirius. We had a deal. Are the papers signed? Lucius nodded. They've been sent to the ministry. Harry nodded. Let's go. Then Harry walked out on his past, into an unknown but hopefully happier future. Unfortunately for Blaise, it rained for the next 2 days at Hogwarts, not the ideal conditions for a Quidditch match. Harry didn't mind though. He spent hours just standing in the rain, practicing moving the wind and freezing the water. Remus had said that his mother loved it when it snowed, but Harry had an obsession with the rain. With his new and improved eyesight, Harry could see people's magical signature. Hogwarts herself even had one, pure white. Dumbledore's was the twinkling blue of his eyes mixed with a golden color. Remus was amber and blue with a hint of gray while Sirius matched Remus, a sign of mates. Harry could only read these though because they were either experiencing high emotions or doing magic. So he had yet to see any Slytherins perform. Then his nose finally gave in and hyped up. Sadly, it was right when Harry was returning from a bout of dancing in the rain. His clothes being only half dry, Harry suddenly got a whiff of himself, times 10. The smell made him stagger into the wall. Ew. I smell like wet snuffles. Harry complained before quickly looking around. No one in sight. He quickly ran his hands down his body, drying himself and ridding his nose of the toffle smell. Harry had found out last summer at the Order headquarters that he was very good at wandless magic. When he told Hermione of the Dementor attack on his cousin and him, she gasped when he told her how he found his wand. She then made him practice all summer. It turns out wandless magic can't be traced like magic used with a wand. Watching the green and silver glow around his body, Harry sighed. It was 4 days into his transition week and finally he was making some headway into the "who's my mate" bit of his life. With his sense of smell finally cooperating, all Harry had to do was single out and sniff the Slytherins present. Matt Flint passed Harry, waving but with his nose stuck in a book. As he passed, Harry caught the smell of bubble gum. It wasn't awful, but it told Harry what he already knew: too young to be his mate. Harry was just walking past the kitchens when he smelled it. Coffee, vanilla and cinnamon twirling around his nose, making him feel like he was floating. Rounding the corner, Harry came face to face with the Slytherin Dream Team. Harry could practically see the fumes coming from them. It was one of them. Blaise smiled at him. "Harry. Just the Gryffindor I was looking for. This blasted rain stops tomorrow. Then on with Quidditch." Pansy rolled her eyes at them. Just like Hermione, she could live without Quidditch. She suddenly looked at Harry concerned. "Are you all right?" she asked, stepping closer. The smell didn't come with her, again ruling her out as his mate. "You look dazed." Harry shook himself mentally. "Geesh. Find a nice smell and he goes all peppy le peau on them." Clearing his throat, Harry nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just bored. Can't wait for that Quidditch match though. I haven't been on my broom all summer. I'm probably rusty." Draco sighed. "Natural flyers don't get rusty, Potter." He said Harry's last name without its usual malice. "And I hate to say it, but you're a natural." The compliment gave Harry another warm feeling. He had the sinking suspicion ever since the whole Elemental Vila thing came out that fate was going to play one huge cosmic joke on him and give him Draco Malfoy for his mate. Now that at first, stupid idea was looking very possible. The book, as Harry had knighted it, told him he'd be attracted to his mate before he knew that person was his mate. And well, even if Harry wasn't an Elemental Vila, he'd have to have had his important bits hacked off at a very young age not to be attracted to Draco Malfoy in some way. What was it Ginny called him? Every Hufflepuff's nightmare, every Ravenclaw's science project and every Gryffindor's wet dream. It also said for the first bond to work, both parties had to know of the connection. I just find it damn freaky that it rained for 2 days straight when we decided to play a game of Quidditch. You can't have a good game in the rain, Blaise declared, still miffed with the current weather. I like the rain, said Draco and Harry in unison, then looking at each other curiously. Blaise sighed. Draco had been pondering Harry Potter since he saw the boy barely a week ago. Maybe if they were left in peace they could sort out their strange tension. I'm off to check the weather reports again. If there's nothing I like more than watching a good game of Quidditch, it's playing a good game of Quidditch. Ta! Pansy suddenly gasped. Oh, I just remembered I need to return that book to the library. The one I borrowed long ago. Theo, you can help me look for it. Pansy seized a protesting Theodore not by the arm and dragging him after Blaise. Harry and Draco watched them go, Harry with a questioning look on his face, Draco with an amused one. Not very subtle, your friends, are they? Harry asked the blonde. Draco laughed. An honest-to-God laugh. It sounded like music to Harry. Pansy means well, she really does. It almost killed her to not be herself for the last 6 years. I expect that we'll all end up with an overdose of Pansy before school commences. Harry smiled as the two boys began walking down the corridor together. She reminds me a lot of Hermione and a bit of Ginny, really. I expect Ron to die of shock when he returns from America to see you've all gone spy. Draco grimaced. Simply because I am attempting to be civil with you in no way means we and Weasley will ever get along. He's just too fun to tease. Harry was silent. That would be one major problem, not that Harry knew a Slytherin was in fact his mate. Ron wasn't a very accepting person. Especially of new things. He saw the world in black and white and hated anything Slytherin. But Harry had to try. You know he's not that bad. A lot like your friend Blaze. A bit flaky but a nice person. He's just had a lot to live up to with 6 siblings. Draco sighed. I'd rather not talk about Weasley. Our families have hated each other for decades. A Gryffindor befriending some Slytherins is not going to change that, Potter. For a brief moment Harry wondered what his name, Harry, would sound like on Draco's lips. Hesitating, Harry finally threw Cat Eye onto the wind. First off, Draco, my name's Harry. And second, does either side even remember what caused the feud in the first place? All I ever hear is that you hate each other, blah, blah, Gryffindor and Slytherin, blah, blah, Weasley, Malfoy. Draco's elegantly curved eyebrows frowned in thought before he gave Harry a sheepish look. I've honestly never asked what we hate each other for. And me and Weasley just hate each other on principle. Must there be a reason, Harry? Harry sighed, blowing his bangs out of his eyes. This was going to be harder than he thought. Doesn't hating for no reason, or hating for any reason, get tiring? Not to mention childish. If you all spent less time arguing and more time working together, Voldemort might not have come to be. Draco looked over at Harry, approval showing in his eyes. You still call him Voldemort? Even after all he's done to you? Harry's posture stiffened. I suppose I could call him Tom, but to call him the Dark Lord, or, you know who, or Eventhy stupider, he who must not be named, would be in sign of some twisted show of respect, and I have nothing but hate for that monster. So I call him Voldemort. Draco nodded and looked out the window, sighing. At Harry's curious look he explained. I'd love nothing more than to go out in the rain right now. So why don't you? Harry asked, thinking the idea was great even though he himself had just spent hours under the storm. I'm a Malfoy, Harry. It would be undignified if I just played in the rain. Harry was grinning. I still do it, if that makes you feel any better. Come. Without another thought, Harry grabbed the pale boy's hand and began to drag him down the stairs. The tingles where their hands touched became waves of warmth, and from Draco's small gasp, Harry wasn't the only one to feel it. At the main hall, Draco struggled and Harry reluctantly let go of his hand. Quickly Draco took off his expensive-looking robes and motioned for Harry to do the same. Harry complied. If I'm going to do this, I'm not getting my best robes dirty, was all the Slytherin said before grabbing Harry's hand this time and pulling the other boy along. That's when Harry noticed the smell. That wonderful scent was coming off Draco in waves. Then it was dampened by the rain that fell in buckets. Draco had the scent of his mate. Now all Harry had to do was trick him into doing some magic. The rain felt great on Harry's sensitive skin, but Draco started to shiver within the first 5 minutes. Catching Harry's eye, Draco grinned. We should have kept on our robes, instead of dying of hypothermia. Harry took out his wand and made a show of shivering. Warming charm. Draco nodded. He pulled out his wand and did one for himself as well. Harry squinted and saw that while both their magical signatures were present, they were identical in color. He had found his mate. His Vela side was dancing merrily inside him at the fact that he had found his mate, and with them being so close right now, Harry felt that energy too. His hair and clothes were soaked and his mate was someone he had hated for the last 5 years, but he didn't care. The urge to bond with Draco was almost too much, but Harry was just over halfway through his transition week and could keep himself in check. For now. And Draco looked too happy to disturb. He, like Harry, was soaked to the bone but was also enjoying every minute of it. Harry was suddenly struck with an idea. Grabbing Draco before he could conjure up an umbrella and twirl around, Harry began to lead him toward the lake. I want to show you something, Harry explained as Draco suddenly yelped. Walking down the sloping grass that lead to the lake, it happened. Draco was walking a bit behind Harry when his shoes slipped out from under him, making him land flat on his ass with another yelp and slide into Harry. Harry had turned at the noise Draco made only to be knocked off of his feet as well, when the blonde Slytherin came sliding down the hill. Falling on top of him, both boys were powerless to stop as they rolled all the way to the bottom of the hill. As fate would have it, Harry landed on top. Bruised, grass-stained and tender, Draco Malfoy did the only thing someone in his position could do. He laughed. Harry's world was still spinning when he felt Draco trembling under him with laughter. Looking up into his mate's face, Harry was transfixed with the way it was transformed when he laughed. Silvery gray eyes crinkled at the corners and his blonde brows were pulled down into an M His usually pointed nose was scrunched slightly and his pale lips were pink and pulled back to reveal beautiful straight, white teeth. Noticing Harry's stare, Draco's laughter slowly subsided and he gave the black-haired wizard a questioning look. "What are you staring at?" he whispered, not sure why. Harry cocked his head to the side and Draco noticed for the first time that the boy wasn't wearing his glasses. It made his eyes stand out like two glowing emeralds. "You," he answered honestly. "You were laughing." Harry's body was registering major tingling in all the places where their bodies touched. Draco's face inched closer. "Why? Is there something wrong with my laugh?" Harry's head was also moving closer and Draco heard the words, "No, it's beautiful," before their lips met. Neither party hesitated in contributing to the key, as both pairs of satiny lips glided over one another. Draco worked a hand out form under Harry, threading it through the Vila's hair and Harry almost purred. Everything else, the hard ground they were lying on, the rain and the mud that clung to their clothes faded away as Harry and Draco continued to key. Of course Draco was still human and Harry wasn't immortal, so the need for oxygen arose and they reluctantly broke apart for air before they sprang back together. Harry expertly coerced Draco's mouth open with his tongue, distantly wondering when he became such an expert on key. Dotting but stopped, thinking that is, when Draco's tongue snaked out to meet his. Draco tasted like he smelled. Coffee, vanilla and cinnamon combined uniquely made the taste of Draco and Harry loved it. Of all the things to break up what Harry considered to be the most wonderful key he had ever had, he never thought a sneeze would be it. Pulling apart rather quickly, Harry sat up and turned his head quickly before the sneezing fit caught him. Draco, pushing himself up to rest on his elbows, looked on in amusement until Harry finally finished. Raising his eyebrow in question, Harry felt his face burn. "I got some water up my nose," he mumbled, embarrassed. This got Draco started back in on laughing. Wiping tears from his eyes, Draco got up and gave Harry a hand. "Come on, let's go get something to eat. Your godfather may send a search party out for you if you're gone too long." Harry snorted. "Yours would accuse me of feeding you to something in the Forbidden Forest." There was a bit of an awkward pause as they both walked back toward Hogwarts. At the entrance, Draco smiled at Harry and entered. Harry stood outside thinking. The high of being near his mate had worn off into a pleasant buzz and Harry could finally think. Draco Malfoy was his mate. What had taken place just minutes ago was proof enough of that fact. But Draco didn't know. As far as he was concerned, Harry just randomly ed boys in the rain. If Harry didn't tell Draco, the bond wouldn't be forged and Harry would die. But Draco didn't have a choice in the matter. He either chose to bond with Harry or face the fact that he killed another person. It wasn't the fact that Draco was Harry's mate that had him upset, Harry now realized looking at the door that Draco had entered a few minutes ago, but the fact that because Draco was his mate Harry had taken away Draco's ability to choose his own life. And he deserved that chance. Not the Draco Malfoy Harry had come to hate in his last 5 years at Hogwarts but the Draco Malfoy who was a witty, proud ex-spy that loved to stand in the rain. He deserved the chance to say no, to not fall for Harry like Harry had already fallen for him. Pansy and Theo stopped at the common room portrait and looked around before whispering the password. By some amazing stroke of luck, the dorms were completely empty. Most of the Slytherins were taking advantage of Hogwarts' library while Draco's father was busy helping Snape make potions in his personal labs. Pansy had left Draco to unintentionally keep Harry occupied while Lupin and Black were at the Ministry getting Black's account unfrozen. It was the perfect time for Pansy to break into the Gryffindor rooms. Theo was left in the Ma and common rooms and was ordered to whistle at the notice of anyone coming. Everyone had, for the most part, believed that Pansy had given up her search on what had happened to Harry Potter, when in truth she had buffed it up. All her research came up empty and those who knew the answers weren't talking. So Pansy dusted of her old spy glass and decided on the trusty, search through your enemy's belongings approach was best. After 6 years of learning the habits of her exhibited classmates, Pansy had learned that Gryffindors were the messy sort. And she apparently had the 3 most messiest Gryffindors to ever grace Hogwarts living in the Slytherin dorms. The beauty of the rooms were hidden under books, bits of parchment, broken off quills, clothes and other odds and ends. Zonko and Weasley's joke shop, WWW catalogers covered the coffee table, while defense books and Harry's school books covered the many end tables present in the cozy common room. Harry's homework was piled neatly on the kitchen table and Pansy quickly leafed through that, finding nothing. Lupin had a calendar with the full moon marked and the end of the present week circled. Pansy kept note of that date. All the books left were Quidditch books, Pansy noted with a roll of her eyes. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary in the room and it was driving her insane. You'd think they'd have jotted down a note and kept it where they'd see it, like on the wall or the fridge. The fridge, said appliance, was almost covered with notes, the notice about the reading of the Potter's Will, a cut-out newspaper clipping of Sirius Innocence and other tidbits about life as Harry Potter, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black, but one thing stuck out in the middle of the fridge. List of clues for Harry's mate. It was in Lupin's writing, she recognized, having had the werewolf for a professor for a full year. The list talked about Harry being cold until he came to Hogwarts, the person feeling like it was a guy and a Slytherin. The list had the words, scent, and sight, with questions marks behind them. Harry had a mate. As far as Pansy knew, wizards could have soulmates, but that didn't make sense. Harry's aunt wrote of him being ill, having his temperature go from fever to chills like the sun sets and rises. That and the fact that he was throwing up blood had nothing to do with needing a soulmate. And how different he appeared. Harry Potter was a pretty decent-looking guy before this summer, with his black hair and unique green eyes, giving him that dark and mysterious look, but on his first night back, Pansy herself felt like jumping the guy. And her own instincts telling her he'd be fine after this. It was like he had transformed. Understanding hit Pansy like a hammer to a nail. It was rare, but possible that a wizard's or witch's blood was sometimes mixed with that of a magical creature's. That's how werewolves and Fleur Delacour were possible. And Dumbledore saying how Harry was sick with his mother's illness, and on his 16th birthday, a coming-of-age year for many magical creatures. But what was he? He couldn't be a werewolf. Dobby, the house elf, respected him, and house elves are known to be fearful of werewolves. Not a vampire either. Dumbledore wouldn't risk having a newly awakened vampire down in a dungeon full of life people. And besides, a vampire doesn't need a mate, just a companion or a child. Pansy had already searched the common rooms and quickly moved on to the bedrooms for more clues. Searching Lupin's and Black's would be a waste of time, so she quickly moved toward Harry's. The trunk at the foot of his bed was shut but not completely. Opening it, Pansy saw just what Harry needed for school that year. Carefully putting it back the way it was, she looked around the room. The only other thing that stuck out was a small shelf with a few new-looking books on them. One of the books caught her eyes. It was, unlike the others, fairly old-looking and thick. Sliding it out, Pansy gasped as she read the cover. Elemental Vila, the beginning. Everything clicked. Harry Potter was an elemental Vila. Flicking through the book, words like transformation, Vila allure, controlling elements, popped out at her before she hit the chapter on mates. Theo's sharp whistle hit her ears and she quickly shut the book and put it back in its proper place. Harry was an elemental Vila who was looking for his mate. Pansy had 3 guesses who, and the first 2 didn't count. Harry had been pondering, during dinner, just how to tell Draco the truth about himself when Pansy came rushing in. She had a look on her face close to the one Hermione got when he found out something new and exciting. Her friends shot her some questioning looks, but she just waved them off with her hand and a quick, later. Before she began eating, Harry sighed gustily. He had more important things to worry about. Like his mate. Like telling his mate he was his mate. Sirius and Remus gave their godson a look and Harry looked around before pointing to his nose and eyes and giving a thumbs-up sign. Sirius gave Harry a mischievous smile and Remus grinned at the Vila while Harry rolled his eyes and mouthed, "Figures." Dumbledore suddenly turned and spoke to the group. "Harry, could you please come with me after we've all finished? I have something important I must ask you." Harry nodded. He knew Dumbledore probably knew Harry knew who his mate was and was wanting some confirmation. A sudden commotion from Pansy made everyone look at the Slytherin end of the table. The female Slytherin had dropped her fork onto her plate by accident, causing the noise. "Sorry," she mumbled before she continued eating. Draco, who was sitting next to Pansy, caught Harry's eye and smiled. Even with the uncertainty hanging around them, Harry couldn't help but smile back. Before Harry knew it, dinner was over and he and Dumbledore were making their way toward his office. "You seem tense, Harry." Dumbledore said as he took his place behind his desk. I have no discouraging news to give you. I'm just checking up on one of my favorite students. Please sit. Harry smiled and sat down before he remembered why he was here. I know what you want to ask me, and yes, I've found my mate. Dumbledore beamed at the boy, but Harry didn't smile back. May I inquire who it is? Moodily, Harry crossed his arms and swung his legs back and forth like a sullen child. You already know who. I don't know why you even ask. It puts people at ease to know I don't know everything, which is true, I don't. And there is always the possibility I am wrong. Harry rubbed his face with his hand. It's Draco Malfoy. Dumbledore nodded. I suspected as much, although you do not sound as happy as an elemental Vila should after finding their mate. Is Draco being your mate a problem? Harry sighed. Since becoming an elemental Vila, he'd been doing a lot of that lately. It would just be so much easier if we didn't have all this history, this baggage to sort through first. He has to decide it in 3 days if he wants to spend the rest of his life with me or I die. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. I hate to say this, but there really is no choice in the matter. He will never be as happy with another person as he will be with you. That is why you are mates. He is a Slytherin, and one thing Slytherins do best is look out for their best interest, and sometimes that of their own kind. I'm sure if you explain it to him, young Mr. Malfoy will come to see bonding with you is in his best interest. Harry was silent before suddenly straightening up, remembering something. Sir, my scar. It burned a few days ago, but nothing too bad. Will Voldemort ever be able to get into my head again, now that I've become an elemental Vila? Dumbledore sat in thought for a moment. Truthfully, Tom has never been about to get into your head and look around, like you could with his. He has no goodness left inside him, while you are both darkness and light. I told you in June that you needn't have learned occlumency because it was your heart that saved you. With your new powers, you should be able to tell which visions are true and which ones aren't. So what can I do to make sure I kick his scaly ass in the end? I've really done nothing to train for this. Dumbledore smiled. The best thing you can do is to live your life right now. There is no wizard dead or alive who could possibly have anything to teach you. When the time comes, you will know what to do. Fawkes chose that moment to glide over and stand on Harry's knee. With one musical sound, he made Harry feel better. Petting the phoenix, Harry smiled. He was going to fix this, or die trying. Literally. Dumbledore smiled and patted his knee. Well, it's getting late. Perhaps with a good night's sleep everything will work out, Harry took that as a cue to leave. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Harry. The trek back to the Slytherin common rooms was a peaceful one for Harry, and the Vila regretted finally see the portrait that guarded the rooms so soon. The serpents hissed their greetings to Harry as he said the password, and the painting swung open. Sirius and Remus looked pale in the silver light given off by the silver fires in the fireplaces. Most of the Slytherins were looking at Harry with a mixture of awe and distrust. All but one Slytherin. Draco's silvery eyes were dark with anger and betrayal. When Harry and Dumbledore had left, all the Slytherins finished dinner quickly and retreated back to their common rooms with Sirius and Remus quick on their heels. Pansy had, for the first time in a long time, given the signal that she needs to talk to them all. Dropping her fork on her plate wasn't an accident. Sirius and Remus seemed to find all the Slytherins leaving the Great Hall at once, a bit odd, and asked Blaise what was going on. Pansy's just called a meeting, was all he said as they all walked through the portrait-ed entrance to the common rooms. Sirius and Remus both felt chills go up their spines at the word meeting. Well, don't let Remy and me get in your hair. We'll just go to our room and wait for Harry to come back. Sirius said and began to walk swiftly toward the door. Pansy pulled out her wand and spelled the door closed. Actually, I think it would be better if you stayed. You can shed some light on the situation. Remus felt the wolf rise to alert as he and his mate sat down onto one of the comfy dark green couches. Standing in the middle of the group, Pansy took a deep breath and just said it. I know what Harry is. Sirius nearly choked on his own tongue and Remus gasped. The rest of the Slytherins began to ask questions, drowning out each other. Remus spoke up. Pansy, don't. This is Harry's to tell. Pansy shook her head. Not if it affects my best friend. Everyone turned to look at Draco, who was pale. What affects me? And what are you going on with? What Harry is? No one commented on Draco's use of Harry's given name, too curious about what Pansy would say. Does this have to do with Mr. Potter's mysterious illness? Asked Draco's father, his face calm. Pansy nodded. Sirius looked about ready to hyperventilate. Pansy gave them a regretful look but continued. Harry Potter is an elemental Vila. The statement was met with silence until Matt Flint spoke up. Get out of town. Harry can't be. They've been underground for a century. Pansy shook her head. I did some research before dinner. Harry's mother was one as well. Sick with his mother's illness, whispered Blaise as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Everyone looked at the two Gryffindors still sitting on the couch. Remus sighed. He knew Harry was going to hate him in the morning, but it was bound to come out. Pansy is right. Harry came into his inheritance on his birthday. Snape looked as if he had just walked in on Voldemort in the bath. Ew. Sirius sighed as well, finally finding his voice. How'd you figure it out? Don't say the library, there aren't any books in there with elemental Vila in them. I've had to look. At this Pansy blushed. I sort of went into your rooms and found it. Sirius looked murderous. You snook in our rooms. What a LOW, sneaky, evil, Slytherin thing to do. Most of the room bristled at the comment, but Pansy beat them to her defense. He wouldn't have told us anyway. And we deserved to know. Sirius was furious. What gives you the right to know? You see him sick and suddenly you're best buds. And you would have found out by the end of the week since you obviously know the part about Draco. What about my godson? Came Snape's voice, rough with worry. Pansy turned to Draco at this part and grabbed his hands. One of the clues that helped me find out was that every elemental Vila needs a mate. Whatever Pansy was going to say was cut off when the portrait swung open to reveal Harry Potter. Harry, said Sirius cheerfully, too cheerfully. How was your visit with the headmaster? Harry raised his eyebrows. Fine. He looked around the room, his eyes coming to rest on Draco. Why are you all looking at me like I've just declared my alliances to Voldemort? We know, Harry, said Pansy, her navy eyes bright with nervousness. The beautiful Vila paled and the temperature dropped slightly because Harry felt threatened. Well, that's nice, Harry said, edging toward the door to his rooms. Pansy caught this and continued. You said that if I guessed right you'd tell me. Is that deal still valid? Harry nodded. He vowed to never break his word, and being a Gryffindor he planned to keep it that way. But there's nothing to guess. I saw the book, she said, and Harry tensed. And the list on your fridge. You're an elemental Vila. Harry was shaking. This was not how he wanted them to find out. You saw. He looked over at Remus and Sirius. Did they break their word and show them? Pansy took a step toward Harry. Your godfather and Professor Lupin had nothing to do with it. I went into your rooms when you were gone with. The temperature quickly climbed as Harry registered what the blonde had said. You went into my rooms. Ron and Hermione have never done that, and they're my best friends. What gave you the right? They're Gryffindors, Harry. Just like you. Harry was trying to get her away from revealing too much. Don't go giving me all that crap about Gryffindors being stupidly honorable or foolishly trusting because. Pansy was finally fed up with Harry avoiding her questions. Stop avoiding the frickin' point here. You're an elemental Vila, and someone here is your mate. Pansy was yelling at a possibly dangerous person, but she didn't seem to care. So Harry yelled right back at her. So what? Yeah, I'm an elemental Vila. And who my mate is none of your concern. Pansy shook her head. The whole of the common room just watched the two argue. Harry, we know how much a regular Vila needs his mate. But an elemental Vila. Merlin. Stories have been passed down in our families about how legendary your power is. Little pure-blooded witches always dream of being the mate of an elemental Vila because it is supposed to be the most amazing thing. Yeah, well, bugger off and let me fix this. Pansy didn't take too well to being told to bugger off, and was about to open a major jar of tongue lashing on Harry when Lucius spoke up. It's Draco, isn't it? Snape looked at his friend as if he had suddenly grown an extra head. And just how do you figure that one out, Lucius? The two of them have hated each other since day one. Blaise nodded. I've felt it too. The connection. It was weird. Pansy glared at Harry. So why didn't you just tell him? Would it have been such a bad thing? Harry was bloody sick and tired of Pansy always throwing questions at him. He wondered distantly if he should write and ask if Hermione had died, since Pansy here seemed to be channeling her spirit. You know what? This really is none of your business. Harry spat at the girl before turning to Draco. He had been silent throughout the whole thing. "May I please speak with you? Somewhere private." Harry was nervous. He had seen the look on Draco's face when he first came in, and the pale boy was wearing his mask at the moment. Everyone probably thought it was pretty stupid to ask for privacy now that everything was out in the open, but Harry didn't care. What he was about to say needed to be said in private. Draco nodded and stood up. Snape stood also. "You're not going anywhere with Draco. God only knows what." "It's okay, Sev." Draco spoke for the first time, his voice emotionless. "I just need some answers." Before Snape could answer, Draco turned and followed Harry out of the common rooms. Both boys walked the halls in silence. Harry was close to panicking but held it together. From what Harry knew, Draco usually had a very dramatic temper, and this quiet fury scared him. They finally reached the place Harry wanted. The Room of Requirement. Inside it was done almost like the Gryffindor common room but with different shades of blue. Both wizards ignored the chairs and stood. Draco broke the silence. "Sown elemental Vila." Harry chuckled nervously. "Yeah, it was quite a shocker for me as well." They lapsed into another silence. "Was she right?" Draco finally asked. "Am I your mate?" That was the question of the hour. Harry thought before nodding. Draco exhaled shakily and finally showed some emotion by running a hand through his hair. "Gods, just when I think I'll finally have some control over my life." Harry hated seeing him like this. No matter what had happened earlier, Draco Malfoy did not want Harry Potter. He saw that now. "I know you're mad at me," Harry began but was cut off. "Why didn't you tell me? Why did he have to find out from Pansy?" Harry threw his hands up in the air. "I just found out myself a couple of hours ago. With all the talking and the rain." Draco ignored the last part. "Everything just makes so much more sense. How your looks changed, the thing in Hogsmeade, why everyone felt attracted to you." Silence. Harry was pulling in all of his courage to do what had to be done. "You don't have to do this, you know." Draco looked at him, eyes wide. "I have a choice." Harry put on a mask of his own. This was his gift to Draco. If he truly didn't want him, did not want to bond with him, Harry was not going to force him. "I'm giving you a choice. If you want you can stay and we'd have 6 months to properly forge 3 bonds. They would be unbreakable. But if you don't, you can walk right out that door and he won't do a thing to stop you." And that was the deal. Draco looked torn. Harry was tempted to tell him, he'd die if he said no, that he, Draco, could never be happy with another like he was with Harry, but knew that this decision had to be made without biased ideas like that. It had to be about what Draco wanted. "I'm just not ready for this," Draco said quietly, almost too quietly. "We barely know each other. We still don't even get along all the time." Harry felt himself grow cold. Rejected. Draco was rejecting him. "I am sorry." Draco Malfoy was actually apologizing to someone. Harry shook himself but the cold was getting worse. Looking at Draco, he smiled. It was fake but his mate, no his ex-mate, looked like he was afraid of something. Harry walked over and put a cold hand on Draco's cheek. The boy flinched and Harry understood. "He's afraid of me." Gently, showing Draco he wouldn't harm him, Harry looked into those sad, silvery eyes and said, "It's okay," before dotting him gently on the cheek. That was not enough to establish a bond because it was a sign of leaving, not love and not participated in by both parties. Turning, Draco walked out of the room and down the hall. He needed to go for a walk. To think. Harry still stood in the room, his vision was blurring already. He was going to die soon. The book said his health would suffer quickly after rejection, but Harry guessed that with him being so powerful the whole process was accelerating like his transition week. Harry didn't want to die in the Room of Requirement, lost until someone came to start up the DA and found his body. He wanted to be in a place where he felt safe and loved. Slowly, Harry made his way to his family graveyard. This was the right decision. He just hoped Sirius and Remus forgave him and that Ron and Hermione could, someday, understand. And that Draco Malfoy found the happiness he deserved. Draco didn't know what to expect when Pansy gave the signal, but this wasn't it. Harry Potter is an elemental Vila. Vila. That was really the only word Draco heard from that point on. Harry was a Vila. Everything he'd felt since they saw each other 5 days ago wasn't what he felt. It was Vila-induced. Draco's thoughts suddenly turned dark. Potter probably had a right old laugh at it too, along with Granger and Weasley. Merlin, I'm such an idiot. Draco thought back to the day he got Potter's aunt's letter. Even then, in the hospital wing, Draco felt attracted, almost insanely, to the boy Wonder. But his feelings never developed until Potter saved them that next day in Hogsmeade. They weren't even his feelings, just some hormone-produced hallucinations. And then earlier today, God, he had laughed with the Gryffindor. Smiled at him and at him. Black was probably in on the whole thing. Draco thought as he looked over at the innocent Azkaban escapee, who was red with rage. Not too sure about the werewolf, but Black was for sure. Probably thought up the prank himself. Then the object of Draco's embarrassment and rage walked through the portrait hole, and Draco hated himself for still feeling that tingle in his limbs when he saw him. Draco felt the temperature drop as Pansy dropped the bomb. That was proof enough that Harry had lied to him. Then Draco registered Pansy telling the Gryffindor golden boy she had broken into their rooms. Why would she do that? Draco hadn't really been listening when she had grabbed his hand earlier. Another temperature flux and Harry and Pansy began yelling at each other. Draco stopped his thoughts to actually listen to what was being said. An elemental Vila, and someone here is your mate. Pansy had yelled right back at Harry Potter. He was so back to Potter right now. Turns out Harry had finally stopped denying the truth. So what? Yeah, I'm an elemental Vila. And who my mate is none of your concern. Mate. Oh no. Ordinary Vila needed their mates to keep their beauty, and in a witch's or wizard's case, magic. When they came into their inheritance they would only touch their mate. Like what had happened between him and Harry earlier that morning. Draco felt numb. So Harry was only doing this because he was being forced to. If this connection never came to be, they'd still be at each other's necks. Again, their feelings weren't real. Suddenly, Harry was standing before him. Draco made himself listen as the boy asked to talk privately. Maybe I'll get some answers. Harry was nervous, Draco could tell, his body posture screamed nervousness. That's when the reality of the situation hit him. Harry would expect him to bond with him. Now, he was just 16, had yet to be in a true relationship. He couldn't commit like that. He voiced his thoughts. Harry looked upset. Was it because he was stuck with Draco as a mate? But why didn't he at least tell him that they were mates? I just found out myself a couple of hours ago. With all the talking and the rain. So that thing between them was just a test run of sorts. But everything that was so pleasantly confusing a couple of days ago seemed to horribly fit into place. Draco didn't even realize he was talking out loud. Harry's next comment was like a ray of hope and a thundercloud all in one. You don't have to do this, you know. He had a choice. Harry looked so solemn. Or was this because Harry didn't want Draco? Of course he doesn't. He just found out a couple of hours ago that you were his mate. You two have been lying to each other for the last 6 years. Why would anything relationship between you two be welcomed? Draco felt torn. He was sure what he had felt the last few days was real, but Harry had lied to him. Harry didn't want him. Why else would he tell Draco he had a choice? His non-real feelings told Draco that he did want to be with Harry, but so soon. Tied down with 2 more years of his childhood left. Draco wanted to travel, play Quidditch, have a one-night stand, for crying out loud. He wasn't wanted, and that hurt. Buddha wasn't ready. Harry's face closed off when Draco gave him his answer, but the Vila put on a forced smile and walked over slowly. Draco could help but flinch when Harry gently touched his cheek. He was only doing this because he was a Vila. The gentle key was almost Draco's undoing, but he stiffened his back and quickly left the room before he did something they both would regret. But as Draco walked away, he felt like, maybe, if Harry had wanted it, they could have been good together. Harry staggered into a coat of armor, his body shaking too much to support him sometimes. Although Harry felt cold, the parts of armor that he touched had melted and frozen quickly, becoming brittle. The book has said that the only known elemental Vila to have died from rejection was observed throughout the whole process by the few trusted Medi-witches of that time. The Vila in Harry was attacking itself with its 2 most used weapons, the cold and the heat, because it deemed itself unworthy to live in the same world as its mate. In rapid succession, the body was feverish and chilled, but since Harry wasn't even through his transition week, his body couldn't handle the changes as good as a fully transitioned elemental Vila could, and was dying quicker. Harry figured he probably had 24 hours instead of 48. He'd already wasted an hour getting to the doors that guarded the graveyards. The magic of Hogwarts, sensing his distress, opened before Harry was completely before them. Instead of opening up to a peaceful nighttime setting, like Harry expected, the weather was stormy. The wind whipped the flower petals around and the rain that fell was drowning the flowers that were able to stay grounded. Nature was mourning the loss of an elemental Vila. Harry felt the earth magic greet him in a sympathetic embrace, but the weather made his journey a bit harder, the rain in his blurry vision making him practically blind. Finally Harry got to the end of the rows of headstones where his parents lay. Drained, he flopped down onto a patch of grass, the water around him freezing and them evaporating at different intervals. If Harry wasn't so sick, he'd have seen 2 flashes of golden Arlette zooming around him before going out the doors. Draco walked and walked and walked some more. The empty feeling he suddenly felt, just moments after leaving Harry, wasn't getting any better. He felt pathetic. Here he was, a commitment-phobic, emotionally handicapped Slytherin moping over what he could have had with an elemental Vila Ized, Gryffindoric savior of the wizarding world. Talk about ironic. Harry will probably move on in September anyway. Find another mate and be happy. Without him. Sighing, Draco rubbed his tired eyes. He'd left Harry 2 or 3 hours ago and was emotionally drained. He was tired. Turning, Draco made his way back to the common rooms. Albus Dumbledore sat up as he felt the castle's magic shifting. The storm that was to have begun to tamper off was back with vengeance. Albus felt uneasy. Looking around his office, everything seemed to be in order. Fawkes was sleeping, he had more paperwork than was healthy, and the portraits were quiet except for the scatter snore from its inhabitants. Albus rubbed his eyes. The last time he had felt like that, Lily and James Potter were attacked. With his eyes closed, Albus never saw the 2 flashed of red and gold enter his office and settle into Fawkes. His eyes did open as his familiar suddenly awoken with a screech and took off from his perch. Over and over again, Fawkes sang a certain tune, one Dumbledore was sure he'd heard many times. Standing, he attempted to calm his pet, just enough to pick out what it was trying to tell him. Fawkes landed on the floor and repeated the tune in a shrill note that made the hairs on Dumbledore's neck stand up. The tune was one he and Fawkes used when they were talking about Harry Potter. Ignoring the late time, Dumbledore got the sudden urge to visit the castle's resident elemental Vila. Lightning flashed through the graveyard as Harry tossed and turned in a nightmare. All of his worst memories were coming back to punish him. If he hadn't been so mean to Draco, if he hadn't beaten him at Quidditch, taken the house cup away, got his father put in prison, or let Voldemort come back, maybe Draco would have wanted him then. The thunder boomed, shaking the ground as Harry thought. Maybe. Draco let his surprise show when he saw Dumbledore sitting as though he belonged there in the Slytherin common room. Everyone was still in the spots he and Harry had left them. Pansy came rushing forward to hug him. It was her way of apologizing, and Draco accepted. Dumbledore smiled at him before gesturing for him to sit down. "I thought Mr. Potter would have been with you," he commented lightly, but Draco understood the message. Where was the golden boy? Sirius and Remus were looking at him strangely. Funny how just 5 days with Harry had gotten him calling the 2 men by their first names even in his head. Draco sighed. "We talked and decided that it would be best if we just went our separate ways." Sirius choked on the butterbeer he had been drinking while Remus just looked at the blonde in horror. Dumbledore, who had been unsticking 2 lemo drops, dropped them and turned his eyes sharply to Draco. "What, Mr. Malfoy, that simply isn't possible." Snape, being his usual snarky self, just had to give his 2 sickles worth. "Of course it is, Albus. You can't force him into this. Potter will be fine without him. I'm sure this will do wonders to help his enlarged ego." Sirius had unstuck the butterbeer from his throat and looked at Draco shocked. "How could you do this?" he whispered before his face turned red with anger. Remus grabbed his mate before he could kill the blonde boy, but his anger was just barely in check itself. Dumbledore took control. "Sirius, Remus, go get the trusty map of yours and find him. Bring him to Madame Pomfrey, she can keep him comfortable while we sort this out." Remus nodded and told Sirius to go get the map before turning back to Dumbledore. "We have to hurry. He is probably going through the process much faster than normal. He went through his transition week in 4 days." Dumbledore nodded before turning to Draco. Tell me, what did Harry say exactly? Draco was obviously confused at all the hurry. He told me that Pansy was right and that I was his mate. He said he didn't tell me because he only just found out himself that it was no problem because I had a choice. If I wanted to, we'd have 6 months for something, or that if I didn't want this I could leave and he wouldn't stop me. What's wrong? Dumbledore had closed his eyes when Draco began mentioning a choice. He had had this conversation with Harry just hours before this, and now he had a rejected elemental Vila dying somewhere in his castle with a confused but just as much reject mate sitting in front of him. Draco, were you upset to learn about Harry's uniqueness? Draco was silent for a moment. He lied to me. Everything was a lie. Dumbledore shook his head. Did you ask him? There is a difference between outright lying and just withholding information until a later time. Although neither approach seems to work with Harry. Draco shook his head in the negative. I didn't ask him myself, but Pansy has been badgering him since he changed. Dumbledore looked at the female Slytherin who avoided his gaze. I mean this in the nicest way possible, but what happened to Harry was none of Ms. Parkinson's worry until Mr. Potter or yourself gave her the privilege of knowing. Now how else could he lie to you? Draco hesitated. He didn't really want to be giving out his feelings for everyone to see. Dumbledore sensed his hesitation. Perhaps the way he made everyone feel. The attraction he had everyone but the most strongest of minds under. Draco nodded, but Dumbledore shook his head. Again, no. Harry is an elemental Vila. He has always been one, he just hasn't shown it until his 16th birthday. He could not have lied to you about what he is because up until that time he did not know himself. And elemental Vilas are extremely beautiful creatures. Everyone's lust for his physical appearance is real. Even yours. Sirius and Remus came out of the rooms with a piece of old ratty parchment. Draco glared at the old man. What about all those other feelings? How can they be real? Sirius stepped in, out of breath. We don't have time for this, Albus. We've got to find Harry. Dumbledore shook his head. Draco must understand first what has happened and why. Harry told him there was a choice involved in the matter. Mr. Malfoy did not just throw this chance away. Sirius smacked his forehead and groaned about Harry being too noble for his own good. Dumbledore continued his talk with Draco. I'll assume you're talking about feelings of actually liking Harry as a person and not lusting after him, like many do for Vilas. Draco nodded, looking a bit pink. When did these feelings start? Draco avoided eye contact with everyone in the room. The day after the Hogsmeade attack. Look, it doesn't really matter. Any feelings we might have had for each other weren't real. Just the Vila magic working. No, it was not. Elemental Vila can control their allure, the power of attraction, but it usually takes time. Since Harry was having an accelerated transition week, he learned control during the Hogsmeade attack. Any feelings you had for him then weren't from Harry's Vila heritage confusing you but true, honest emotion. I said it before, Harry is an elemental Vila. How he feels, how he reacts are just that, how Harry feels. Harry Potter the wizard and Harry Potter the elemental Vila are the same person. As a Vila, he understands his need to be with the one person who could make him the happiest and who he could make the happiest more than any normal witch or wizard. Draco looked thoughtful. So he wasn't forced into it. No, Dumbledore smiled. It is something he now, as what he was meant to be, an elemental Vila wants. I'm guessing he never told you this, wanting your decision to be what you wanted and not swayed by perks, but you will never be as happy with another person as you would be with Harry. The same goes for him. That is why he gave you the choice. He wanted you to be happy. Dumbledore sighed. That is why, at this very moment he is dying. Draco paled and the other Slytherins gasped. Dying. Why? Dumbledore leaned in. You rejected him. A rejected elemental Vila dies within 48 hours of its rejection. But with Harry being so powerful, the process is going too quickly. Draco looked around wildly, thinking. Harry could die. He would die if Draco didn't accept that he was Harry's mate. No one but Harry could make him happy. What are we just sitting around here for? We've got to find him. Sirius, who had been standing by silently, suddenly bounced forward as if he was being held back by an invisible force. He touched his wand to the parchment and mumbled something no one could hear. Lines spread out, taking the shape of the castle. Where did you leave him? Draco looked for the place on the map. It was just an empty space. The 7th floor. He called it the room of requirement. Remus scanned the place. He's not there. He must have moved from there. Where though? There, pointed Pansy, right at the center of the map. Sirius looked at the place squinting. I don't remember ever being in that room. And the mortars have been everywhere. Blaze looked at the black-haired wizard funny. Mortars. Dumbledore shook his head, his beard looking rumpled. Perhaps another time. Will one of you children please inform Madame Pomfrey we are bringing Harry in? I need Sirius, Remus, Severus, Lucius and Draco to follow me. I know where he is. Where? Demanded Sirius, quickly rolling up the map. With his parents. The heat had stopped. Now Harry was just cold again. Like when he first became an elemental Vila, but with a darker intent to it. His arms and legs felt stiff as he fought the darkness trying to envelope him. Once he fell into that, only his mate could awaken him. Harry wanted just a few more minutes inside Hogwarts. Inside his home. Although his head was fuzzy when it came to the outside world, Harry wondered where he'd go when he died. Harry had never been a religious person. Talks of God and the devil seemed like something normal people did, and Harry wasn't normal. Dumbledore had said that, to the well-organized mind, death was the next great adventure. Would he become a ghost? Or become a presence, like his parents, comforting those he loved? Harry was sent the memory of Sirius, after he'd come back from the dead, telling how he had been put on trial by the spirits in the Vale and found innocent, then he fought his way back to the living. Would Harry have to face his past mistakes and sins? When Harry had found out the truth about how his parents had died, he vowed to live his life with no regrets. But as he sunk below the darkness, Harry couldn't help but regret not ridding this world of Voldemort. Dumbledore walked swiftly for an old man, Draco thought as he puffed to keep up with him. He also didn't recognize where they were headed, but Dumbledore did. When he had said the words, with his parents, Draco's heart stopped. But Dumbledore assured everyone Harry was still among the living, no pun intended. Reaching a beautifully carved door, the headmaster stopped. Albus Dumbledore asked that these doors be opened to the Gryffindor graves. My company includes Severus Snape, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy. Draco felt the magic come out and wrap around him, like the castle was shaking his hand before the doors cracked open with a groan. The group had to brace themselves against the storm that was raging inside the graveyard. Flashes of lightning kept the place lit as well as any Lumos spell could, and Dumbledore shouted above the wind. Right at the end, only Draco will be able to touch him. Hurry! They quickly fought their way against the wind. Draco kept his eyes at the end of the rows. A flash of lightning lit the place up and Draco saw a huddled figure lying on the ground by the graves. Draco broke away from the group and sprinted toward the figure, thinking the worst. Reaching out a hand, Draco rolled Harry over slowly. Even to Draco the Vila felt cold but was still breathing, even though it was shaky and uneven. Just having Draco touch Harry made the fierce wind die down a bit. Quickly, Draco scooped up the precious bundle and watched in awe as the storm calmed. In his arms, Draco felt Harry slowly begin to warm up and watched as his pained face rubbed against the soft material of Draco's robes. Draco looked up at the group. His father had a surprised look on his face as he saw the extent of Harry's power. Sirius and Remus looked worriedly at Harry in Draco's arms while Dumbledore just smiled, that bloody twinkle in his eyes. His godfather, however, had his attention elsewhere. He was looking at one of the headstones behind Draco. As the group finally left the graveyard, Draco turned and looked at the names on the stones. His silver eyes widened as he read Rachel Potter Snape before they were too far away to read. At the hospital wing, Theo was waiting for them. He said he was drafted to report any news on Harry's condition as Draco was unlikely to be returning tonight. Draco told him to tell the others everything would be fine now and to get some sleep. Madame Pomfrey was outraged when they finally arrived. Ordering Draco to put Harry on the bed, but still keep contact with him, she rounded on the adults of the situation and nearly sent them running. Dumbledore skillfully reminded her she had a patient and just smiled at the death glare she sent his way. I have to give him a potion to wake him up. I must access how much damage was done to his brain, if any. She poured a light blue almost glowing potion down the boy who lived's throat and waited. Harry's eyes fluttered and opened. The room must have been too bright because the first words out of his mouth were, "Am I in heaven?" Madame Pomfrey bent over his head, into his line of sight and replied, I'm flattered, Mr. Potter, that you think me worthy of being a supreme being, but no, you are not dead. Now, what is the date? Harry couldn't grasp that he was still alive. I'm not dead. How is that possible? He looked around and spotted Draco. Oh, that's why. Madame Pomfrey must have been very upset with that answer. Mr. Potter, answer my question or I will give you a potion that will keep you in her until the start of term. What is the date? Harry sighed and looked away from Draco to the ceiling. August 4th, unless it's past midnight, then August 5th. It's the 5th now. What is your full name? Harry gave her a funny look. Wouldn't that have been the first question? Harry James Potter. He quickly answered the question when the Mediwitch gave him the look. What house are you in? Gryffindor. Where are you? Harry growled. I am stuck in the hospital wing of Hogwarts being asked stupid questions by the crazy school nurse. Madame Pomfrey smiled. He's fine. While thinking, works every time. She then pulled out a bottle of sleeping potion and put it on the table near his bed. Now I want you to drink that in 5 minutes' time. You need your rest. She gave Dumbledore a look. He smiled at her. Can the potion wait a few minutes? Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy have some things they need to clear up first. Madame Pomfrey began to shake her head. No, but stopped and looked between both boys quickly, understanding the situation more. Fine. But everyone else out. She quickly drove the adults out, but Remus came over and unshrunk a book from his pocket. He gave it to Draco. You might want to read this later. Draco nodded and studied the cover of the book until the hospital wing was empty, Madame Pomfrey having gone into her office. Harry was tense. Draco could feel that in his hand. But he had to know. Why didn't you tell me? Harry turned to look at him. We've been through this already. I only found out today, well yesterday, about the holeless being mates thing. Draco narrowed his eyes. That's not what I meant and you know it. Harry glared right back at him. I could ask you the same question. Did you say you weren't ready for this? I didn't know you were going to die, if I was scared. Harry looked back at the ceiling. What was so freaking interesting about the ceiling? Draco thought. I don't want your pity. You said you weren't ready. I gave you the option of being stuck with me or living your own life and you chose the latter. Draco sighed, frustrated. You just forgot to mention the part where you died if I said no. Or the bit about us being mates because no one could make us happier than each other. Why'd you choose to leave that out? Harry sat up. Why? I was saving you the trouble of having to deal with this. It's not what you want. Draco was angry now. How do you know what I want when I don't even know? All I know is I don't want you dead. Harry looked at him, his face grim. To do that you'd have T-bond with me. Completely. Do you know what that means? Draco shrugged. Not completely, but if it keeps you from dying. Harry closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and Draco saw a sadness in them he had never seen before. You told me you weren't ready. I don't want you giving me half of yourself just because you don't think it would be right to refuse me or whatever other reason your conscience sum up with. Harry, read the book before you commit to anything, Draco. I won't be used. Draco tried to grab Harry's arm but the boy pulled away from him and rolled onto his side, his back toward his mate. I'm tired. Good night, Draco. He said and downed the potion before Draco could say a word. As Harry drifted off to sleep, Draco decided to follow his advice and read the book, Elemental Vila, Personalized Guide for Mates. The personalized part Draco didn't really understand. The book itself was old-looking and made of soft, worn leather. Opening the book, Draco soon came to discover it was blank. The yellowed pages were totally clear, like a journal. How am I supposed to read a bloody blank book? Merlin, this is hopeless. Draco rubbed his eyes, the book open on his lap. Harry was determined to make sure Draco knew what he was getting into before he agreed to anything, and Draco was mad at him for keeping the secret and worried sick at how long Harry would survive not being bonded. Suddenly the hand that was still on the book felt something. It felt like someone had just written on the parchment as it was slightly indented in the pattern of words. Looking down at the book, Draco was that words had begun to appear across the page. What the bloody hell? He was reminded of the time his father had to give the female Weasley the Dark Lord's old journal. The girl had written in it and had almost died. But Draco didn't write in it. He just asked a question. Shrugging to no one, Draco took a chance and read the words. First off, I am not a bloody blank book, and second, all you had to do is ask. Then. And don't swear. Okay, the book had just answered his questions like it had a personality. Getting it, Draco looked at the cover. Personalized guide, it had said. The book had a personality. Sorry about my foul language, but this is more than a little frustrating. More writing appeared. Yes, as it is with all elemental Vila mates. You are the first one I have talked to in over a century. Draco raised his eyebrows at the book. A century. That's a long time to be stuck in a book with no one but yourself to talk to. Well, I guess this is your lucky day because I have no idea what is expected of me now. No idea. Has your mate told you nothing? He told me I had a choice, which I didn't, and then almost died. Because of his stupid sense of honor or whatever it is he thinks he should live by. The book had this old personality that Draco found comforting, like a grandfather. He gave you a choice, did he? Well, then he must have fallen hard for you, young man. Fallen hard. The book must not understand. Harry, the elemental Vila in this situation, and I have hated each other for the last 5 years, almost 6. I thought he was a spoiled, egotistic, famous boy hero who could do no wrong, and he thought I was a spoiled, bigoted Death Eater in training who was as evil as the man I served. But you are not. Both of you were blinded by society. I suspect that the situation was, in fact, the total opposite. That is why you are mates. Draco snorted. Because we hated each other for 5 years. Yeah, I'll admit I was wrong about Harry, but I am in many ways a spoiled, bigoted person. How can we benefit each other? If a book could sigh, the book in his hands just did. This is going to be harder than usual. By being passed on to you, I am aware of everything that goes on in your life. You may be spoiled and bigoted, but what you lack in that area, your mate will make up for. Now would you like to know why this has happened? Draco looked at his watch. It wasn't a muggle one, although at first glance you would think so. It was made of white gold and had his parents' names on it, pointing to things like, working, at home, and trouble. Touching one of the 3 dials, Draco could change it to actually tell time or to show a small map of the area he was in. It was a gift from Blaze, Pansy and Theo last year for his birthday. Changing the dial to time, and saw that, even though the time was late, he, Draco, was wide awake. Might as well. Harry won't let me help him until I understand what I'm signing up for, and he don't know how long he has. Your mate is unusually powerful, even for an elemental Vila. His transition week ends 7 days from his birthday. But first you must understand how Harry came to be what he is. The book then began to tell Draco of the legend of how elemental Vila were made, by the goddess Aphrodite, and how they were attacked by their jealous cousins. So Harry doesn't have an ugly side when he gets angry. No, but he is even more deadly than an enraged Vila. No wizard or witch, or magical creature for that matter, has survived an attack by an elemental Vila. Once they are set on destroying something, only their mates can stop them. Draco was surprised. I have that much power over him. You are, in short, his life. If you were, heaven forbid, killed while bonding, Harry would go into a deep depression and slowly die, thinking he had failed you. If you were to die after you were bonded, Harry would die soon after. The connection, the bond would be that deep, that strong. What if he were to die? The magic would not be the same. While bonded, you would feel empty inside. You would survive his death but would never be the same. I'm sure you felt that feeling when he was dying tonight. The book, or Chuck as Draco had decided to call him, halfway through the telling of the creation of elemental Vilas, was talking about the cold, empty feeling Draco had gotten after he left Harry. It was not pleasant. So how come Harry didn't know he was an elemental Vila before? Why at 16 he's suddenly Mr. Powerful Hottie? Chuck was a bit stuffy, really. Well, the 16th year is the coming of age for an elemental Vila. At his coming of age, Harry went through his transformation week. It's rather painful, he'd tell you if you asked him. All I was really told about it was that the body is subjected to what they call the cold and the heat, to prepare them for their new powers. The impure blood is also forced out of their bodies and replaced by elemental Vila blood. It can be quite scary for someone who has not been told of their heritage. So what Harry's aunt wrote about him was because of his transformation week. After that, if the elemental Vila's mate has been born, they begin their transition week. It is the process of becoming a fully fledged elemental Vila, with control over his or her allure and powers, from an untrained, dangerous magical being. They gain their heightened senses and the need to find their mate. At the end of the week, an elemental Vila must make the first bond with their mate or they will perish. Now they were getting to the important bit. The first bond. What is it? And exactly how many do we need? The first bond is a physical bond and is established with a key. It must be on the lips and be acknowledged as a bonding key for it to work. Both parties must participate. Okay, so he and Harry had to key. It wouldn't be the first time. And, Draco mused, it wasn't as though Harry or himself were bad key-ers. Sensing Draco was okay with this so far, Chuck continued. The second bond, one of the hardest to establish, is a mental bond. There must be trust, honesty and love between the mates. This bond takes the most time to establish and is completed when the mates can sense each other's emotions. It is a slight feeling, nothing too overpowering or else the relationship becomes too predictable. Because it is essential to keep you safe, Harry will already be able to know if you are in danger, but when a mental bond is formed, you will also have this ability. Harry and Draco were going to have to trust each other. Be honest. Love. That meant sorting through the last 5, if not 16 years of their lives. Draco already knew a bit about Harry's childhood, horrid as it was, but nothing that he knew was told because Harry had wanted him to know, because Harry trusted him with it. It was either rumors from Hogwarts grapevine or what Harry had told the Ministry to get Remus as a guardian. And Harry really knew nothing about Draco. Having to spy on the real Death Eaters in training, Draco couldn't let his true personality show. And some of the things they had said to each other. What is the next one? How many more? I mean, what is this, a 2-for-1 sort of deal? Patience, there is only one more bond left. The last is an emotional bond. It is completed when you engage in a mating ceremony of sorts. A mating ceremony? What? Chuck wasn't making much sense. When Draco thought of mating, the first thing that popped into his head was, oh. You could have just said say, instead of making me think it out. You needn't worry about being embarrassed, you're a book. Unfortunately, Chuck was also as stiff as starched pants, to go with his stuffed shirt attitude. There are certain things that should not be spoken about in polite society. He said, pompously before continuing. Anyway, when all 3 bonds are completed, you will be mated for life. Nothing can break an elemental Vila bond with its mate. What makes this so difficult is that the 3 bonds must also be completed with 6 months from the first bond. If not, the elemental Vila dies anyway, having not fulfilled his duty to keep its mate happy. 6 months. He had half a year to literally fall in love with Harry and have say with him. It was mad. Now Draco was no blushing beep, his first time having been with Luis at the end of their 3rd year, but he and Luis were very good friends when that happened, still were to this day. They had known each other for a good 7 years before it, and Harry hadn't had a civil word with each other until 5 days ago and had even tried to get each other expelled many times. But Harry seemed to attract life and death situations no matter what he was doing. Just the thought of Harry dying made Draco's heart feel like someone had poked it with shards of ice. What had happened tonight to Harry had looked painful enough. And what would his parents think? His father was accepting of Draco's interests in other boys, but would he be accepting of having the boy who lived in his family? Bloodlines would have nothing to do with it. Harry was purer than everyone in his whole family. And having an elemental Vila in the line would be anything but dishonorable. His mother would be thrilled, really. She wanted what was best for Draco and was really nothing like the women she made the wizarding world think she was. True, she was confident and independent, but she had a sweet side to her that made his father simply adore her. Lucius hadn't even allowed her to receive the dark mark, although he was tortured for his decision. Yes, his parents would be accepting of a relationship with Harry. The only true dilemma Draco saw was Harry's friends, Weasley and Granger, and Draco's godfather, Sev. Harry had already compared 2 of his closest friends to his, Pansy being like Granger and Blaise like Weasley, although Draco was a little disbelieving of that. Draco knew Sev hated Harry because of who his father and godfather were, not because of Harry himself, but if what Draco saw in the Gryffindor graveyard was true, Sev and Harry were family. Something Draco knew Snape valued more than life. He could remember once when he was little, asking his father why Sev was so sad and bitter. His father's reply stuck in his memory even today. Draco, your godfather has lost much in his life because of the choices of others. He does not always see where the true blame lies, and because of that blames himself for letting people in and showing what he feels is weakness. Draco now understood what his godfather had lost because of the Dark Lord, but still didn't understand how he could hate someone who was the blood of the person he loved. For Harry, Draco was willing to try and get along with Weasley and Granger. That last thought stopped him. He cared that much already for the black-haired Vila sleeping on the cot beside him. He was willing to forget the Malfoy-Weasley grudge if it made him happy. You seem relieved to find you do care for what happens to Harry. Were you worried you would not? Draco had forgotten about Chuck. But how did it understand what he was thinking? I told you. Now that I am in your ownership, I am aware of the world around you and your villa. You were projecting strong feelings of confusion before, but now you seem content. I'm just sure of what I feel now. I just wish I knew why he was willing to die if I didn't want this. That is something only Harry can answer. I maybe be a thinking book, but I do not have all the answers. Draco smiled before letting loose a huge yawn. I'm exhausted. Good night, Chuck. Sleep well, Master Draco. In last night's haste, Madame Pomfrey must have forgotten to shut the blinds. So when sunrise came, its gold and pink light roused from their slumber birds, rabbits, and sadly, at least for him, Harry Potter. His first thoughts were, of course, why was he in the hospital wing again? And second, why am I not dead? Harry was about to sit up, when he saw a head of white blonde hair resting by his hip, gently holding Harry's hand as he slept. Harry decided then, that no matter what anyone said about Vilas, Draco Malfoy was as close to perfection any mortal was going to get. Muttering a quick time spell, Harry sighed as he slowly withdrew his hand from Draco's. He rather regretted having to relinquish contact with his mate, but Harry was starving. Surviving last night would mean nothing if he died of hunger. Not wanting Draco to worry, Harry quickly wrote a note, saying he was gone to the kitchens and would be back after he was finished. Then he put it here he had been sleeping, hoping Draco would see it as soon as he awakened. The trip to the kitchens was one Harry rather enjoyed. Everything looked brighter, but maybe that was because the Vila part of Harry believed Draco would accept him and start the bonding. Not wanting to ruin his good mood on worrying over what Draco's decision would be, Harry just soaked up the happiness he was experiencing by just walking through Hogwarts. If he had died last night, he would have missed the castle, with its hidden passageways, trick staircases, the classes, heck, maybe even Snape a little bit. One person the castle housed, Harry was sure he wouldn't miss, decided that today of all days, she would come down from her tower to walk among the living. She had also decided that, like Harry, the kitchens were the best place to get food, if the Great Hall was empty. That was how Harry suddenly found himself seated at a small table with his divination teacher, Professor Trelawney, her beads glittering in the light and her glasses making her bug-like eyes seem a bit more larger than usual. "Good morning, Harry Potter," she said in her misty voice, her eyes blinking slowly at him as they did while she taught. "My inner eye had said I would be meeting you here." Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes, but just barely. Trelawney had been predicting Harry's death since he had taken her class in his third year, and had a knack for saying her inner eye had predicted something obvious, like it being cold in January. Harry and Ron had determined that Trelawney must have heard about Harry's previous 2 years at Hogwarts before picking him as her dying student, since he was almost always in danger from Voldemort. That way, she could say that she was almost right and that Harry was supposed to have died or something. So instead, Harry put on a fake, bright smile and said, "No way. Me too," before ordering up some salmon omelet, some vanilla tea and a chocolate milkshake. All week, Sirius had found amusement in the strange combinations of food Harry would eat, all being either very sweet or containing some sort of seafood. Trelawney ordered some rosemary tea. Trelawney nodded at Harry, smiling also. "Yes, I always saw an aura of power around you when we looked into the future. I'm glad to see your friend, Miss Granger, hasn't rubbed off on you. Poor girl, had just as much the ability to see as a blind man." Harry bristled at the comment of one of his best friends. Trelawney had a habit of putting down the other professor's subjects, declaring divination to be one of the most important courses of their school experience. Well, Hermione is great at a lot of other courses. Especially Transfiguration. Harry's enhanced hearing heard Trelawney's mumble about divination being a real use of real magic before accepting his food from the house elves. Professor McGonagall and Professor Trelawney did not see eye to eye on a lot of things in the magical world. Ron had joked that there was a bitter love triangle going on between Trelawney and McGonagall for Dumbledore's affections. Hermione had told Ron to stop reading his mother's romance novels, but later told Harry that Trelawney didn't have a chance against McGonagall because that old bat was a fraud. But Harry knew better. Whatever the cosmic powers that shaped the future were, Sybil Trelawney was a regularly connection to them. In her lifetime, the seer had made 2 prophecies, one to Harry and one about Harry. He was seeing a pattern here. Suddenly feeling nervous, Harry began to bolt down his breakfast, wanting to get away from the prophecy-spouting bomb. If Harry was her catalyst, he'd make sure he was nerve within a 10-foot broomstick of her again. He grabbed his teacup to quickly wash down the last of his omelet. It tasted odd, not like the vanilla tea he always drank at the Gryffindor table. Trelawney suddenly spoke again. "Did you receive your OWL results yet?" Harry shook his head. He had forgotten about those. Ed. They are late. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Harry muttered, getting annoyed at the professor's powers of stating the obvious. Finally full, Harry stretched and stood. "Well, it was nice talking to you. Good day." His professor nodded but then spoke suddenly. "You did well. Your dream is in sight. Good day, Mr. Potter." Then she became interested in sipping her own tea. Harry looked at her, not sure if he should believe her words to be true, shrugged before leaving the kitchens. For a moment, he had been afraid that she would go all wonky and possessed-like on him again. Just as Harry's robe whipped around the corner, Sybil Trelawney made a choking sound and dropped her teacup. Grabbing her throat, the seer stumbled backward, eyes wide as the tea she had just been drinking turned a blood red and began to bubble. The house elves were crazy as blood spilled out of Trelawney's eyes, nose and mouth, and she fell to the floor. The cups had accidentally become mixed up. The poison tea had been Harry's vanilla-flavored favorite. When Harry got back to the hospital wing, there was a crowd waiting for him. Sirius spotted him first. "Harry, where have you been? We thought you'd ran away to die again." The group consisted of an harassed-looking Madame Pomfrey, a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed Dumbledore, Snape looking like his normal, happy self, a relieved Remus, Pansy, Blaise and Theo all looking tired, an oddly amused-looking Lucius and a panicked-looking Draco. "Where'd you go off to like that?" Draco demanded, looking Harry over carefully. "You should have woken me instead of just running off." Harry furrowed his eyebrows. "Yes, Mum. I don't know what you're so upset about, I was only at the kitchens." "Don't know why we're so upset," said Madame Pomfrey in full angry nurse mode. "You went from literally dying to just walking off, again, without telling anyone. And we cannot be upset." Harry threw his arms up in the air, frustrated at all the babying the nurse was doing. "I left a note. I was trying to be responsible and everything. I did. Pansy, who was sitting on the bed, shifted and everyone heard the crunch of parchment. Lifting the blankets that weren't covering the bed like that when Harry left, she pulled out Harry's crumpled note. Harry pointed at the offending piece of paper, a smirk on his face. "See, I left it on the bed by Draco's head before I left. Someone else covered it up." Madame Pomfrey blushed. She had woken Draco up when she had seen the empty bed and had flicked the blankets over the note, thinking the worst. The Medi-nurse cleared her throat. "Well, now that is settled. Mr. Potter, sit down on the bed and let me examine you. I'll be right back." Sirius flopped down on the chair Draco had been sleeping in with a sigh. "Harry, I'm going to be gray before term is out if you don't stop scaring me like this." Harry smiled. "Gray is the new black, Sirius. I swear. But then the girls won't like me." Sirius whinnied. Remus smiled at his friend. "What do you care if the girls like you or not, And besides, they don't like you now." Snape, who was probably dragged down here by Pansy and probably didn't really see what the fuss of Harry being missing was all about, made a face. "I would rather not heard about anyone who likes black this early in the morning. It ruins my whole day." "What were you going to do today that is now ruined anyway, Severus?" asked Lucius, looking happier, at least to Harry, now that he no longer served Voldemort. "Make potions. You do that no matter how your day goes." Snape glared at his friend. "I am a potions master, Lucius." Potionery is what I do. Madame Pomfrey came back with some more potions. This one is just for extra energy, she said, giving him a bright pink potion that tastes nothing like it looked. Now, any aches or pains? Is your head hurting? Vision okay? Harry nodded. I feel fine. I'd rather be outside playing Quidditch. Madame Pomfrey gave him the look. You will not be flying until at least you're forged the first bond. If I find out your feet left the ground more than the required height to walk, I will tie you to your bed. Understood. Harry nodded miserably. Blaise slumped in defeat. Draco went over and patted Harry on the back, smiling. It's KS to be you right now. Harry was about to open his mouth to reply when a curious-sounding voice from the door to the hospital wing interrupted them. Might I inquire what is going on here? Everyone turned to see Narcissa Malfoy standing in a traveling cloak, her hands on her hips. At the exact same moment, Dobby popped into the hospital wing, frantic. Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Murder. There has been a murder. Dumbledore crossed over to the frantic house elf and grasped his bony shoulders. Who has been murdered, Dobby? Who? Dobby was sobbing so hard he could barely speak. Dumbledore's fortune teller. Dumbledore's Trelawney. Nay. Everyone was silent after Dobby's outburst. Harry couldn't seem to wrap his mind around the fact that the woman he was just talking to minutes ago was dead. That's impossible, Dobby. I was just with her. Drinking tea. Dobby's cheeks were shiny with tears as he shook his head. The tea. It was poisoned, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Poisoned. Dumbledore sprang into action. Poppy, check Mr. Potter here for poisons, please. Where did this happen? The last question was directed to Dobby. In our kitchen, sir. Just after Mr. Harry Potter left. There was much blood. Narcissa had come in to stand by her husband, looking oddly over at her son and Harry. When Dumbledore had ordered that the boy who lived be checked for poison, Draco had quickly grabbed his hand. What was going on here? Madame Pomfrey was slowly scanning Harry's body with a blue light coming from the tip of her wand. When that was over, she grabbed an empty potions bottle and poked Harry's finger with the tip of her wand, taking a sample of blood. The scan was negative, Albus. I'm checking his blood now. Quickly, she pulled out 2 small vials from her robes, one clear the other black. After adding the thick, black potion, she waited. The revealer clings to any type of poison in the blood. After we had the clear one, if there is poison in his blood, the potion will have black splotches and the liquid will be the color of the poison. If it turns clear, there is no poison. She finally added the clear mixture and the room watched in a tense silence. It slowly cleared, showing no poison in Harry's blood. Sirius actually sighed in relief. Dumbledore turned back to Dobby. Do you know the house elf who served Sybil and Mr. Potter? Dobby nodded his head, looking like a bobblehead that Harry had seen in the back of many Muggle cars. It was Dobby's friend, Winky. But she wouldn't hurt flies. She wouldn't. Please, get her. It might be possible she was just as much a victim. Dobby, crack it away, and the room fell silent. Blaise finally voiced the question on everyone's mind. Who'd want to poison Trelawney? Everyone knows she was a fake. Harry, Sirius, Remus and Dumbledore shared a look. Being James Potter's 2 most closest friends, Remus and Sirius were let in on the contents of the prophecy about Harry and Voldemort, which was heard by Dumbledore himself. Sybil Trelawney has made 2 authentic prophecies in her shortened lifetime. Was all Dumbledore said before Dobby and Winky, crack it back in. Winky was worse off than Dobby was when he first arrived. Master, Winky is sorry. Winky would be punished. Winky should be killed. Dumbledore, who was a lot taller than most wizards, towered over the sobbing house elf. Everyone watched in shock, as the headmaster pulled out his wand and shot a purple spells at Winky. Instead of killing the house elf, even though it was well within Dumbledore's right, the spell wrapped around her before flashing yellow. Just as I suspected, Dumbledore said, talking more to himself than the room. Winky was put under the Imperious Curse within the last hour. An unforgivable. The only people who Harry knew that liked to throw around unforgivables were Death Eaters. Dumbledore didn't seem ruffled at this. Instead, he ignored the hospital wing's occupants and focused on Winky. Do you, by any chance, remember your orders? Who your target was? You will not be punished, Winky, he added as the house elf trembled, looking frightened. Someone forced you to do this. Winky nodded before screwing up her eyes, thinking. I was to put the poison in someone special's tea. He said they had ordered vanilla because it was their favorite. Harry inhaled sharply, making everyone look at him. He was the target, not Trelawney. Someone had tried to kill him. Someone who knew his favorite tea. That will be all. Dobby, take Winky back to the kitchens. You are relieved of duty today if you want. Dobby nodded and took his still crying friend back to their duties, as house elves believed it punishment to not have to do work. Harry looked at Dumbledore, his eyes shadowed. It was my tea that was poisoned. I drank Professor Trelawney's by mistake. I was in a hurry. Pansy sighed. Well, I guess the question is who'd want to poison you. Harry glared at the girl. Do you have a while? The list is pretty long. And it begins and ends with Voldemort, said Remus quietly. Dumbledore looked over at Narcissa and she smiled at him grimly. I suppose you want to know where I've been all morning. Dumbledore nodded, looking apologetic. Draco's head snapped up from where it had been staring at the floor. You can't possibly think my mother had anything to do with this. Harry grabbed Draco's hand tightly. I'm sure he doesn't, but it's better she has an alibi if the Ministry tries to pin it on you Slytherins again. Narcissa nodded. Rosmerta can confirm I flew in early this morning and had breakfast at her charming little pub. When I came up to Hogwarts, I ran into Sabrina Vector, a friend of mine from my days here right up until she walked me here. Stratified. Dumbledore smiled at her. Very. Well, I must be off. I need to inform the Ministry of what has happened. He looked over at Harry. Remember what we talked about, Mr. Potter. Then he left. There was an awkward pause, in which Harry and Draco realized they were still holding hands and promptly let go. So Mum, what are you doing here? I thought you were going to stay in France. Narcissa smiled at her only son before lifting her shoulder in a shrug. It was not typical Malfoy behavior, Harry noticed. What, no hug for your mother? Lucius looked at his wife. You're avoiding the question, Sissa. I thought we agreed it was safer for you in France with your cousin. Sissa rounded on her husband, her blue eyes sparking in anger. I just received word about Hogsmeade. Yesterday. For the first time in his life, Harry saw Lucius Malfoy look nervous. Oh, well, word does travel incredibly slow, nowadays, wouldn't you agree? He's in for it, now, Draco whispered to Harry, who looked at his mate's parents confused. Narcissa advanced on her husband, who looked like he wanted to run but regally stood his ground. Yes, it does. Especially if you are put into hiding by your manipulative husband. I vividly remember you saying that you would be staying at the safest place in Britain while I was in France, and yet, you've been here not a week and have already been attacked by dementors and vampires. Lucius narrowed his eyes at his wife, but she continued before he could respond. And a member of the faculty has been murdered while you're in the safest place in Britain. I will not hide from the Dark Lord. You don't hide from the Dark Lord. Then why should I? Lucius saw where this was heading. Now, Sissa, but Draco's mother wouldn't hear of it. Don't you, now, Sissa, me. I'm staying and you will not stop me. It is not safe here. Narcissa threw her hand up in the air. That's what I've been telling you. Seeing the prim and proper Malfoys arguing like a normal couple suddenly seemed incredibly funny to Harry and the rest of the room. You should know never to argue with a black, Lucius. Remus said, smiling. Sirius cocked his head to the side. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is. Draco left Harry's side to stop his parents from embarrassing themselves further. Father, it's no use. Let Mum stay. Dumbledore could use her now with a divination spot open. And I'm sure going to need her help. Narcissa, who was smirking at her husband, turned to look at her only son, concerned. What is wrong? Something has happened. I knew it. Snape stepped in. Perhaps we should go somewhere a bit more private for this conversation. It involves all who are present, sadly. He glared at the Gryffindors. Remus ignored him while Sirius stuck out his tongue at the potions master. Maybe Harry will take us to his room of requirement. Harry nodded and hopped of the examination table he was pushed upon when he had been poison checked. It's on the 7th floor. Since it was still so early, the group made it there with no trouble at all. Harry got a few strange looks when he began to walk back and forth in front of the same stretch of wall, but was rewarded with the appearance of a door that almost blended in completely with the wall. The room Harry had asked for was one with information on the topic they were going to discuss and for it to be completely anti-house prejudiced. The room turned out black. Very depressing, Harry. Thanks. said Sirius as he strolled into the room and flopped down into a squashy armchair. Harry shrugged. I've had a depressing life. Once everyone was seated, no one really knew how to begin. Finally, Draco just sighed and rubbed his face. I'll explain it as best as I can, but I'm going to need your help, he said to Harry. The Vila nodded. I'll explain what I can. I'm not finished my book yet. Snape sneered at this. Draco ignored him and looked at his mother. Mum, what do you know of elemental Vilas? Narcissa's eyes widened. It wasn't a normal, everyday question. They are very rare, she began, knowing a bit from the fairy tales her mother had told her. Beautiful, powerful magical beings that are the top of society. To even see one is considered an honor. Many pure-blooded families tell tales of them, their power, their beauty, but mostly of their devotion to their mates. It is a very lucky witch or wizard who becomes the mate of an elemental Vila. Harry smiled. Gee, I'm flattered. KS though, how most people know more about me than I know about me. Narcissa looked at Harry, not just a fleeting glance but really looked at him. Her eyebrows rose as she took in the changes since that one time she saw him at the Quidditch World Cup. His hair, his eyes, his body language were completely different from what she had first seen them as. He looked much more like both of his parents than just a carbon copy of his father. You are. She let the question fade off, but smiled when Harry nodded. Got it from my mother. Narcissa nodded her head excitedly. Yes, your mother was a beautiful woman. Oh my. This is exciting. Draco also smiled at his mother's disbelief. Now for the important part. Harry has just came into his inheritance this week and has also just recently discovered his mate. Narcissa wasn't a Slytherin for nothing. Draco, she questioned and both boys nodded. Harry had never thought he'd meet someone who would hug him as much as Mrs. Weasley, but he was proven wrong. Narcissa Malfoy had walked over to him and just stared into his eyes for a full minute. Harry couldn't tear his gaze away from her own and felt as though she knew every bad thought he had ever had. She must have found what she was looking for because she suddenly leant down and hugged Harry, who swore he heard a few ribs creak. Then it was just a few questions about what would happen. Harry had said, him and Draco still needed to talk about that, the Vila giving his mate a look that told him to think before jumping into anything. So that seemed to give Pansy, who Harry still hadn't forgiven, the idea that Draco and Harry should talk right now and sort it all out before Harry tried to die again. She quickly pushed both boys out of the room of requirement and told them to, don't show your faces until they were in no danger of either of you dying. With nowhere else to go, Harry suggested they go to the Gryffindor rooms in the Slytherin common room. Thankfully the rest of the Slytherins were either still asleep or at breakfast when they arrived, so there were no more interruptions. The rooms were just as messy as when Pansy had been spying, so Harry led Draco to his room, trying hard not to blush at what that implied. Nervous, Harry kept standing while Draco sat at the desk in Harry's room, putting Chuck down next to Harry's elemental Vila book. So, I take it you read your book? Harry asked, avoiding eye contact with the blonde. Draco nodded but realized Harry wouldn't look at him and replied, yes, while you were sleeping. I got all the answers I needed to make a decision. All clear one. Harry looked at him, confused. Why did you give me that idiotic choice if you need me to live? You never told me half of the information necessary for me to make an informed choice and almost got yourself killed in the process. If I had told you that I would die if you said no, you'd have agreed out of pity. Then in 6 months if we didn't make the bonds I would have died anyway. I was trying to save you the trouble. Draco gave Harry a disbelieving look. You were making the choice for me. Draco stood up and walked over to grab Harry's shoulders. Yes, if I knew the truth I wouldn't have said no, but it wouldn't have been because I pitied you. Harry was practically humming with happiness at Draco's nearness but tried to concentrate on what he was saying. No. Why? Draco smiled. Harry, we are perfect for each other. If we weren't, I wouldn't be your mate. I'm not sure if it's love, but I've felt something with you the last few days that I've never experienced before. It's got me, a Slytherin to the core, acting so, he struggled for the right words. Unslytherin, Harry supplied and Draco nodded. Harry seemed lost in thought. It was all happening so fast. But Draco was so close and from what Harry's muddled brain could pick out, agreeing to bond with him. While Harry had been thinking, Draco had been studying him. Attraction was there. Defiantly. He wanted to run his fingers through Harry's soft hair and key, his lips like they had done in the rain. So while Harry was thinking, Draco plotted. By the time Harry had noticed the blonde Slytherin had gotten closer, Draco had already backed him into a corner. Draco's hot breath ghosted across Harry's bottom lip, sending shivers up the Veela's spine. "What are you doing?" Harry whispered, his control shaking. Closer still came Draco, and as he spoke, his lips grazed Harry's. "Bonding with you." "Oh," was all Harry could manage before he gave up and let his Veela instincts take over. The taste of coffee, vanilla and cinnamon filled Harry's mouth as he keyed at his mate, his 3 favorite flavors. Since it was Draco who initiated the key, the urge to fulfill the bond was almost unbearable, and Harry quickly ran his tongue across Draco's bottom lip, asking again if he was sure he wanted this. Draco didn't hesitate, and as they surrendered to the key, a warmth filled their bodies as the first bond began. Harry saw vivid flashes of light surround them. Even with his eyes closed, he recognized it as lightning. It swirled around them before it melted away into cool, clear water. Minutes flashed by as ice and then fire emerged and swallowed them in a red and blue aura. Finally their own magic snaked out from their bodies and twisted together in an embrace before seeping back into its rightful owners. Harry let go of Draco's mouth, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The back of his neck tingled where Draco's hands had come to rest, but it was a pleasant tingle that almost made Harry duck his head again to key his mate. Harry looked at Draco. He seemed to glow from the inside out, his head cocked cutely to the side, a small smile graced his face. "That was impressive," he said and looked up at Harry, his eyes bright. "I feel more powerful. Is that your fault?" Harry furrowed his eyebrows in thought. "I think we might have awakened any dormant power you had. Did you feel the elements? It was a sign of the completion of the first bond. I honestly didn't know I had that much power." Draco bit his lip in thought. That brought Harry's gaze and thoughts back to Draco's lips. They were pinker and slightly swollen with the intense workout they'd just gotten. Harry decided a little bit of payback was due. Draco suddenly felt Harry shift and was shocked to find him now the one back against the wall with Harry securely in his personal bubble. "What are you?" His question was cut off as Harry quickly covered his lips with his own. Not that Draco was about to complain. It hadn't worked. That Potter brat's luck had won out in the end. Again. Instead of him drinking the poison, that fraud Trelawney had. Now Dumbledore would be on the lookout for anything suspicious and Potter's security would be upended. That ungrateful ass. He didn't deserve anything. Not the fame, the glory, the friends. It should have been his. Instead all he got was a mere passing, dismissive glance, a pitying look, while he, Potter, had gotten it all. Even his family had been overlooked. Everything they had sacrificed for Dumbledore, and they were but a mere afterthought. For a minute, the stranger rested on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Getting into Hogwarts had been easy. Harry Potter wasn't the only one to find out many of Hogwarts' secret passageways. Having no friends helped make his goal easier. He had had an obsession with the boy who lived ever since he could remember, the murderer mused as he began to walk back home. He had read every book on the boy he could find before entering Hogwarts. And what luck to have his obsession sorted into his house. From Potter's first night at Hogwarts, he had watched him, studied him. Know thy enemy. He just watched and simmered in silent anger as the boy won a place on the house Quidditch team, made his own band of loyal friends and admirers, and saved the Philosopher's Stone. And that was just the brat's first year. But this year would be different. His master had returned. Although Potter had escaped again, it wouldn't be long before the Dark Lord killed that bastard off for good. Harry Potter didn't just have his enemies to worry about, oh no. There was a snake in the lion's den. The Aurors had arrived at midday. The kitchens were blocked off and every single house elf was questioned. Winky was the only one to have had any interaction with the murderer, but another house elf, Twink, had seen a cloaked figure flee the kitchens not long before Harry left. When the house elf questioning was over, Dumbledore, as headmaster, gave a new order. House elves were no longer able to obey anyone who was not a student or professor at Hogwarts. Nor were they allowed to obey anyone they could not identify. The location of the kitchens was then put under an advanced hiding charm, just a step under the Philodilus charm, from anyone who did not already know of its whereabouts. Those who did, would have to be identified and kept track of. The amazing thing about all this was the person had to have been a novice, having used a house elf who can remember almost exactly the instructions they are given under Imperio. The ministry had done many case studies on the unforgivable before making it an unforgivable, and those tests included its effect on house elves. Hermione would probably have an apoplectic fit after hearing that bit of information, but Harry had no desire to stroke the flames of SPEW ever again. Then everyone who was currently living at Hogwarts was gathered into the Great Hall to be questioned. A small dosing of a simple truth serum cleared everyone, although Harry was questioned furiously, as he was practically witness to the whole thing. Then of course, Cornelius Fudge, the daft idiot, couldn't resist the temptation of visiting Hogwarts and expressing his deepest sympathies on the loss of such a fine member of society. Once he heard the way in which she was killed, he was quick to hint, quite heavily, that there was a potions master hiding at Hogwarts. I find it most amazing, Albus, that you still let certain members of your faculty teach during these hard times. The ministry would be more than happy to supply you with some more suitable professors, if the need were to arise. Harry, who was still being questioned by Dawlish, the only non-order Auror present, stopped and cocked his head to the side. While Fudge and the rest of the occupants of Hogwarts, who had been declared innocent, were all the way across the hall, Harry's improved hearing could pick them up just as if they had been shouting in his ear. Dawlish was asking Harry for the 100th time if he had noticed anything suspicious when Harry cut him off. "Excuse me, someone has let the minister off his leash without his muzzle." Harry missed the amused look Dawlish gave him as he was already making his way across the hall. Fudge was borderline smirking right until he caught sight of Harry's cheesed-off facial expression and looked horrified. "Do you have selective hearing, or are you just that dense? You know what? Why am I even asking an inept dorkwad like you?" Fudge didn't look very happy at Harry's tone of voice. Or choice of words for that matter. "I am investigating the murder of a Professor Potter. Even though what I do is none of your business. A murder was just committed in a castle full of Death Eaters, an ex-convict and a dangerous dark creature." Not the best thing to say to an obviously peeved-off elemental Vila. Did your puny brain not register, Fudge, that barely a week ago, you swore a wizard's oath to keep the bloody hell out of Hogwarts affairs? And to not accuse any of Dumbledore's spies of Death Eater activities? Fudge glowered at Harry before waving his hand in Sirius and Remus' direction. "You still have Black and the werewolf. It would have been easy for them. It's second nature to a dangerous dark creature to kill." The word, creature, was really starting to tick Harry off. Remus got that same look that Harry hated, the look of acceptance that people thought him a creature, less than human. Remus was a person, damn it. "Might I remind you, Fudge, that you are insulting my family." Harry was speaking in a forced calm voice, but his eyes were dark and swirling with anger. Sirius was found innocent, meaning he has a clean slate. In Remus, he stressed the name, hating Fudge for calling the kind-hearted man a creature. Would he feel that same way if he knew of Harry's true nature? He is a person, not a creature. Are you going to punish him for being a victim of circumstance or fate or whatever you believe rules the universe, when we don't punish you for your stupidity? You have an idiocy complex so large it needs its own area code. Instead of keeping his mouth shut and just looking stupid, Fudge had to open it and prove it. If Black was so innocent, why'd he run? Only those who are guilty run. Harry closed his eyes, his hands curled into fists and mantra-ed to himself. "You will not hurt anyone, Harry." Fudge cannot help his stupidity, he was most likely born that way. Violence solves nothing. Sirius stepped forward to defend himself, sick of the last 15 years of doubt. "How could I prove my innocence without a trial? How could I do anything when you have given the order to key on sight? You're just upset that you look like a fool now that the truth is out." Dumbledore had a cold look on his face, his normally warm blue eyes looking like ice. "You racist ideals will soon lose you your job, Cornelius. Instead of making alliances and treaties with our undetermined allies, you are making enemies for years to come. Everyone here is a dear friend of mine and I will not tolerate your disrespect of them. At all." Fudge was shaking violently with his own anger. "You need to fill 2 positions in this school before it opens in 3 weeks. Do you think you can find a competent divination and defense teacher in that amount of time without my help?" Dumbledore was unruffled. "Of course. I already have the perfect candidates, if they accept. I'm sure you know Narcissa, she is a registered seer with the Hall of Prophecy at the Ministry. And since the return of Voldemort, Fudge yelped at the name. Many parents have written, asking for the return of one Remus Lupin as Hogwarts defense professor. Apparently, many students have told their parents that Remus was the only competent defense teacher they had had yet, and many parents feel they have judged him too swiftly. With Sirius on as his assistant and supply professor during the full moon, I'm sure Hogwarts will be running as smoothly as it ever has. Dawlish took that time and interrupt the group of irate wizards with his report. Minister, it appears as though Sybil Trelawney was not the intended target of today's attack. Fudge looked at the Auror, shocked. Oh. And pray tell, who was? Dawlish jerked his head in Harry's direction. Mr. Potter here. It appears that the murderer also knows Mr. Potter personally, having known his favorite type of tea and even the location to the kitchens. Fudge grinned nastily at Harry. Another one. My. People just seem to drop dead around you, don't they, Potter? Harry felt like he had been kicked in the stomach. Fudge had a point. His parents, Cedric, Sirius, although he came back, and now Trelawney. Ron and Hermione had been put into many life-threatening situations, and Ginny, who Harry had barely known, had almost died in his second year. Sybil's death is yet another sign that war is approaching, Cornelius. A war you could have very well prevented, had you acknowledged Voldemort's return earlier. Now, you are finished your investigation, I must ask you to leave. Your oath will not withhold the strain of staying here much longer. Fudge glared at Dumbledore but knew he had gotten to Harry. I'll be back, Albus. With Mr. Potter here, I suspect you know who will want Hogwarts under his control soon. Good day. Albus looked at Harry, Hopale with his eyes averted from everyone. What Fudge had said was Harry's weakest spot. Harry, what the minister said is not true. It was his revenge for embarrassing him. You do seem to make enemies with very important people. Harry's lips tilted upward in the tiniest of smiles. Dumbledore put a wrinkled hand on the Vila's shoulder. It is harder to forgive a person for being right than it is to forgive them for being wrong. That is the fault of pride. It is a tasteless, sizeless object, that can sometimes be the most difficult thing to swallow. Harry nodded and sighed. I'm going to go for a walk. I'll be careful. Dumbledore held out an arm as Sirius went to go after his godson. Let him be for a moment. He must forgive himself before he can forgive those who have wronged him. He must not excuse his guilt, tolerate or smother it. He must look it in the face, call it what it is, let its horror shock, stun and enrage him, and then he must forgive. 1. Harry sat up on the astronomy tower roof watching the sun set. Everything had been fine up until they had discovered someone else was trying to kill him. It was probably on Voldemort's orders but not Voldemort himself. Harry would have felt it. Dumbledore would have felt it. But what Fudge had said had really got to him, because he had just voiced Harry's own thoughts before Sirius had returned from the dead. People did drop dead around him, but it was the fact that it was because of him that scared Harry. His ears picked up someone coming up the tower stairs just before the smell of coffee, vanilla and cinnamon reached his nose. Draco. Another loved one he could very well lose. Draco sat down beside him on the roof and was silent for a moment. What's wrong? The concern in his voice made Harry pull up the old, "It's okay" mask. He smiled at the blonde, in what he hoped was a convincing smile, and said, "Nothing." Draco's face was serious as he gave a skeptical look. Harry closed his eyes and whispered almost inaudibly, "Everything." Draco was obviously struggling in trying to be sympathetic, but it wasn't an easy-coming ability. Would you like to talk about it? I'm not a great conversationalist myself, but I figure after years of listening to Pansy my listening skills should be pretty good. Harry grinned. Draco was rambling. And here I thought all these years you just liked to hear yourself speak. Draco glared at Harry playfully. It's called an image, should know, yours as the Gryffindor golden boy. Harry's misled disappeared and he looked back at the sinking red sun. Yeah, too bad I'm far from golden. Draco sighed and pulled out a tuna sandwich and some chocolate cookies. Harry's mouth watered when the smell of seafood and chocolate. Draco grabbed a cookie for himself and let Harry have the rest. You missed supper. Your godfather said you'd like this. Something to do with the elemental Vila thing. Harry munched his sandwich, his eyes closed with a heavenly expression on his face. I'd bite your arm off for any kind of seafood and sugar. Mostly chocolate. And I would kill for strawberries. At the word, kill, Harry's depressed mood came back. What Fudge said really got to you, didn't it? Draco finally asked, after nearly 10 minutes of silence. Harry shrugged. It's true. No, hear me out. He asked as Draco began to protest. My parents died to protect me, right? Well, you don't know it, but I needed to be protected from Voldemort at all costs. In my first year, he said that my mother needn't have died. Dunno why, he probably would have enjoyed killing her if she just stood aside and let him kill me, but that's not the point. She died for me. I may not have cast the spell that killed her, but there is a chance she could still be here if she had just let me die. Then there was Cedric Diggory. I knew I hadn't put my name in the goblet, knew there was someone trying to kill me, but I still told him to take the cup with me. And again, while I didn't cast the curse that killed him, Wormtail would have flown the coop if only Cedric had shown up, afraid of being discovered. But since I was there, Cedric was a spare. And I fell for that trap just in June and pulled Sirius into a mess at the Department of Mysteries, which ultimately got him killed. Because I was there. And now just this morning Trelawney wouldn't have drank the wrong tea, if I wasn't there to accidentally take hers. She wouldn't even have had to worry about poison tea if I wasn't there. Draco looked at Harry in shock before grabbing his arm. Harry, did you tell your parents to stand in front of that killing curse for you? Did you ask Cedric enter the Triwizard Tournament? Did you tide Sirius up and drag him to the Department of Mysteries? Did you make Trelawney decide to have breakfast in the kitchens today? No. Those were their own choices. Your parents chose to die for you. Cedric chose to enter a dangerous competition. Sirius chose to follow you that night. Trelawney chose to leave her tower. You can't save everyone, Harry. Voldemort would have Britain by now, if you hadn't been there that night. Harry looked into Draco's stormy eyes as he desperately wanted to believe what the Slytherin was saying. I know that. I really do. But I can't stop thinking that because I care about these people, I put them in danger. You are now in danger. Your mother and father. Your friends. Just because I'm here. Harry, we're all in danger anyway. My family has been Dumbledore's spies since they graduated from Hogwarts. Professor Snape since before that. You didn't ask my parents to do that. It was their choice. Harry sighed. I'm just worried about you, that's all. Hogwarts isn't the safest place in all of Britain. Nowhere is. Draco scooted closer to Harry as the Vila lay his head down on his mate's shoulder. I know. I'm worried about you too. After all, in the end, it's you they're trying to kill. Both were still as they watched their twinkling start comes out, hoping the other would be safe this year. With the first bond in place, Harry and Draco had 6 months to finish the other two. 3 days after the Trelawney murder, as the papers were calling it, Draco moved into the Gryffindor rooms, which made Harry practically glow every time he thought about it. The next 3 weeks flew by as Harry and Draco began to get to know each other. It was still awkward at first, but they were civil to each other now, almost like distant friends. Of course, friends didn't suddenly get the urge to snog each other senseless at random times. Draco's Slytherin friends found it endlessly amusing to hear the once rival arguing heatedly in their rooms 1 minute and then complete silence the next. Draco and Harry usually came out of their rooms looking properly snogged, and Snape had taken to staying in his private quarters more often. But no matter how much they did get along, when they fought, it wasn't pleasant. Draco and Harry still didn't agree on a lot of things. Gryffindors, Slytherins, Harry's friends, Draco's family, Sirius and Remus, Harry's friends, politics, bloodlines, and Harry's friends were just a few of the things they consistently clashed on. While not the fanatics that Voldemort thought they were, most Slytherins did take in a person's purity of blood into account as part of a person's worth. Harry told Draco that didn't make sense, seeing as someone somewhere made Draco and himself mates, equal in every way and perfect for each other, but Draco's ideals made Harry either his lesser or his superior. Sirius was struck with peals of laughter, even days after their latest debate on the purity of blood, when Harry explained how he was technically more pure than them. Snape had looked sour. The best part, according to Sirius, was when Harry threatened Louise Montague after he had insulted both Harry's mother and Hermione Granger, saying Muggle-borns or anyone raised by them didn't deserve an education at Hogwarts. Harry had said that if Louise ever spoke like that again, he, Harry, would castrate him, making sure the Montague line did not continue, and then strangle him with his own intestine. Remus was a bit more strict and chided Harry for threatening other students, but later told Harry he had never seen a person pale so quickly. The topic they, Harry and Draco, clashed most over were Harry's two best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione. Draco seemed to care deeply for his three best friends since Malfoy's hardly ever showed emotion. Draco wouldn't admit he loved them like his family, and Harry seemed to get along with them quite well. Draco would not budge on giving them a chance. The thought of having to give up Ron and Hermione because of Draco made Harry's heart ache, but he needed his mate. Both Gryffindors wrote to Harry twice over the summer break from America, post taking much longer to travel, but Harry hadn't told neither of them about his changing or Draco. It was too dangerous, in case the letters were intercepted, and Harry respected both of his friends too much to say something this important in a letter. Draco must have known Harry cared just as much for his friends as Draco did about his own, because he never once, even while they argued, told Harry he had to choose between them. But Harry was determined to get Draco to see just how much alike their friends were and accept them. Pansy was, although she didn't show it, amazing intelligent, just not in the Hermione I can repeat everything you just said and then do it backwards and in French Granger way, but had her own twist on everything. She could also be very nosy and annoying, but in that same caring way that Hermione was. Blaise, while very refined and a bit stuffy, was every bit like Ron when it came to homework and Quidditch. He hated the first and adored the latter. He also had a liking for the Chudley Cannons, as Harry found out early one Saturday morning when he left his rooms to find Blaise dressed in violently orange pajama bottoms in the Slytherin common rooms, slipping coffee. He was also fiercely loyal to Draco, which Harry took great comfort and annoyance in. Theodore, or Theo as Harry found out everyone called him, was oddly enough, like Seamus Finnegan. Both boys had gotten fairly good, depending on how you looked at it, reputations early on from the opposite, or in many cases, same say. He was also, bloody impossible to wake in the morning. Harry found himself getting, along with them, laughing and joking, and wondered if this was how it could have been had he picked Slytherin instead of Gryffindor. Thinking about Gryffindor reminded Harry that they still hadn't caught the dirty bastard who had tried to kill him and had killed Trelawney. It just had to be a Gryffindor. Someone who had talked to Harry, knew he liked to eat in the kitchen sometimes, knew he knew a few house elves there that he trusted. Snape had pointed out Ron and Hermione and even Ginny, which irritated Harry to no end. Yes, they did know that information about Harry, but they were an ocean away. Harry distantly wondered what it was about him that made his aunts and uncles hate him simply on the principle that he was Harry Potter. Snape and his Aunt Petunia could make a club, get together every Saturday and discuss what they hated most about Harry. That thought was very depressing. 2 days before they were scheduled to start school, Dumbledore reminded Harry, Sirius and Remus to meet at his office at noon. Receiving 3 blank stares, the headmaster explained that Lily and James's will were to be read that day. Harry looked at his kippers with mixed feelings. He was happy to be finally learning more about his parents, but saddened at the reason why. In a world without Voldemort and with Lily and James Potter, Harry would have been different. He would have known about him being an elemental Vila, known about Snape and his aunt, everything he didn't have today. He wouldn't have been as strong-willed or mature, but he'd be more innocent. But one thing he would always have was Draco. Chuck, Draco's book, had told them that in any afterlife, past life or alternate universe, their souls would be bound for each other. He had explained that even this universe that they lived in now, could be the result of them bonding in another one. It reassured Harry that Draco would come to love him someday, and reassured Draco that this was right, their relationship. Draco had been afraid that Harry would have been a weak-willed driven elemental Vila to which he would slowly lose his independence and free will to if they bonded. That wasn't the case. While Harry's feelings for Draco grew, Harry wasn't afraid to tell Draco when he was. Draco didn't cringe from tell Harry when he was being stupid, which wasn't happening as often as it did before. Finally midday rolled around and the 3 Gryffindors left the Slytherin common rooms where they had been relaxing. His problems with Draco solved, for the moment, Harry turned his attentions to his guardians. He was a matchmaker by nature, and Harry had come into the ability to not only see bonds but tell them apart. There were sibling bonds, blood bonds, friendship bonds, bonds of love and, like his and Draco's, mate bonds, which were the strongest. Remus and Sirius shared a mate bond, but it was slowly breaking down over the years apart they had spent. Even now, with Sirius free, both men acted like teenagers around each other. It made Harry just want to throw them in an empty broom closet until they got over it and snogged. That's it, the Vila thought as they traveled up the moving staircase, his mind made up. If they don't do anything about it by tomorrow, I'm stepping in. The sight of a dying Bond was horrible to an elemental Vila. In Dumbledore's now familiar office was the headmaster himself and an old, mean-looking goblin who introduced himself as Swifthelm. Harry found out the reason he looked so old was because he had looked over the Potter vaults for nearly 300 years. He was old. Everyone settled down in the comfy armchairs Dumbledore had once conjured for himself in front of the entire Wizengamot, Harry between Sirius and Remus, Swifthelm on the right side of the Dumbledore. Occupied desk, many papers stacked beside him. If everyone is present we may begin, Swifthelm said, his voice wheezing slightly. Everyone present was forced to sign their full names, Dumbledore's taking the longest, on many official-looking documents before they were magicked off to the ministry. Mr. and Mrs. Potter requested that their son, Harry, be put into the guardianship of Sirius Black or, if for some reason that request is not possible, Albus Dumbledore. Is Mr. Potter in one of yours care? The goblin inquired. Sirius nodded. Harry is in the guardianship of Remus and myself. I am his godfather and Remus was a very close friend of the family. Dumbledore looked at Swifthelm. I was unaware that I was also named as a suitable guardian of Harry. He was placed with his mother's sister and her husband up until the beginning of this month. The goblin shifted through some of his papers, his eyebrows frowning. No, no, no. Mrs. Potter clearly left notice that her son was not to be placed with a Mrs. Petunia Dursley, in case of her death, but to yourself or Mr. Black. If both of these choices were not available, then as last resort, movement was to be filed and Harry was to be placed with Mr. Lupin. Remus closed his eyes. He had missed years with Harry, his cub in all but blood, but was making up for that now. Dumbledore looked at Harry gravely. I apologize for not looking into the matter more closely. I could have saved you all from much heartbreak. Harry nodded. He wasn't surprised that his mother had not wanted him placed with the Dursleys, but it was over with now. No good living in the past. Swifthelm pulled out a ratty piece of parchment and looked at Dumbledore. I will need 7 drops of blood from Harry, please. Right on the middle of the parchment. Harry looked at the goblin confused. Blood magic was illegal, that had been plowed into his head by the fake Moody in his 4th year. With the outcome of that year when Voldemort used Harry's blood to return, he was very reluctant to let anyone have his blood again. Sirius explained at the guarded look on Harry's face. Your blood is more unique than even your magical signature. Even Polyjuice cannot replicate a person's blood. It's just another precaution pure-blooded families use. 7 drops because 7 is a very magical number. It's the only bit of blood magic still legal. Harry relaxed at that. A quick poke from Dumbledore's wand and 7 drops later, the room watched as emerald green writing began to form on the old parchment. The last will and testament of Lily Jade Potter and James Dominic Potter. Recipients: only heir and son, Harry James Potter. Others: Sirius Caesar Black, Remus Jacob Lupin, Albus W.B. Dumbledore. Goblin representative, Swifthelm. Date: August 30, 2005. Many other formalities followed until the parchment glowed red and gold and 5 sheets of parchment were pushed out of the old ratty one. Each one was clean, blank and new-looking, and was addressed to have won the 5 occupants of the room. Swifthelm had to sign his and them stamp it with a seal form his ring which he wore on a fine gold chain around his neck before more writing appeared on the separate parchments. Harry had, as everyone had thought, all of the Potter's money, titles, possessions and properties. It was a lot. Harry, also being a direct descendant of Godric Gryffindor, inherited a fourth of Hogwarts itself. His paper went on to say that when Godric had died, he had passed on his part of the castle, like his 3 companions, to the next headmaster, who was like a tenant, buyer and groundskeepers all in one. Harry owned part of the castle but he couldn't take it, but he was fine with that. He was also very rich, but that was to be expected, his father being from a pure-blooded family. All pure-blood families owned special vaults deep in Gringotts with family treasures in it. He now also had say in any Potter stocks and dealings. His mother had left information on her father, not the one Harry had heard his aunt call father, but her elemental Vila father, who had it seems, passed away a few years before Harry was born. His name had been Hallen Farrell. Him and his sister, Astrid, had been the last of a small colony of elemental Vila before Hallen had met Harry's grandmother, Juliet Evans, his mate. She was already married and had a child, Petunia, when he had claimed her as his mate. They spent one night together before she turned him away and he died of a broken heart. Juliet found out after that she was pregnant and told her husband Philip that it was his. So you could say it runs in the family, this if it's weird give it to him thing that happens. My grandfather on my mum's side became the only elemental Vila to have died of a broken heart. I'm destined to be abnormal, said Harry after reading his mother's words. Sirius had gotten the manor that James, Remus and himself had bought when they were Aurors in training and access to the Potter vaults to take care of Harry. James had also left a journal for Sirius, with all the pranks they had ever done in it for safekeeping. They mainly just wanted him to look out to Harry. Remus was given a sizable amount of money, having been disowned after he was bitten, and James had written that it was because he had deserved it. He was also given a cottage deep in the forest to relax at. Remus was given his run of the Potter libraries in Gringotts, and many Defense Against the Dark Arts books were Passett and Tohi's possession. A personal comment was left at the end of both men's parchment which made Remus blush and Sirius look torn between amusement and longing. The reading of the will had taken almost all day and went late into the night. Harry had many documents he had to read and sign before they were freed. Silently they walked back to the Slytherin common rooms, which were empty. Sirius and Remus went straight to bed, calling out soft good nights. Harry entered his rooms and went straight to check on Draco. Today had been the longest he had gone without his mate, and by supper time he was missing the blonde. His Vila sighed in relief when he saw the head of silky white blonde hair sticking out from the covers. The Vila in him worried every day for his mate even more than normal because of the attempted murder on him. If anyone knew about his unique family, the easiest way to kill him would be to go after Draco. Harry would die from his connection with him. He had the mad urge to crawl into bed with Draco but shook his head and willed himself to leave. Draco wasn't ready for that yet. Hell, Harry wasn't ready for that yet. Going through his nightly routine, Harry quickly crawled into his own bed and let sleep take him. Too soon, he'd have Ron and Hermione to talk to about this whole experience. At least he hoped. All day on September 1st, Harry was tense. Hermione was pretty open about things in the magical world, once she knew all the facts. Same thing with anything in the Muggle world. Ron on the other hand was almost the exact opposite. When Seamus came out and said he liked girls and guys, Ron had avoided the Irish boy for almost 6 months. Harry had also seen the look in his best friend's eye during their 3rd year when Hermione had told them Remus was a werewolf. Ron looked at Remus like he was a monster. The Weasleys may be open to Muggles, but they were still pure bloods no matter how much they liked Muggles. One was never good enough to become a Weasley. Bill had broken off his engagement to Fleur after Ron spilled the beans about her being part Vila. The whole family had said it was because she had never told him herself, but Harry and Hermione saw it different. He wasn't the only one nervous. Pansy finally proved that Slytherins did have nerves and they could be shaky. There were deep emotions under those masks. Be who you are and say how you feel, Pansy, said Harry with a shaky smile. Those who care don't matter and those who matter won't care. Draco looked at the Gryffindor. Where'd you hear that? Harry grinned. Hermione. She's always sprouting things like could be a greeting card writer if she wasn't such a great witch. Draco rolled his eyes. Sure. Now why don't you follow your one advice? Harry closed his eyes and sighed. Because those who matter usually care. At supper time Harry gave Draco one last key, before going to wait for his friends in the entrance hall. Draco frowned at this but left with his friends to sit at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall. Harry would see him that night, as Dumbledore had shown them a portrait of Merlin that hid a stairway to the rooms in the dungeons. It was at the bottom of the Gryffindor Tower so Harry could easily get from his rooms to his friends. As the minutes went by Harry's nerves went crazy. Most of the school would be able to look at Harry and see that he had changed. His 2 best friends would notice it at a distance. His hair stuck out vividly, the locks of pure white hair looking like shooting stars in his usually midnight black mop which was now stripped with a dark red. His skin was pale, almost glowing, his scar not as noticeable as before, his eyes dark with worry and not hidden by those horrible glasses. He had also grown, like Sirius had said, a good 8 or 9 inches in the last month, his body looking lean but strong. If Ron didn't catch up on it, Hermione sure would. Professor McGonagall came out from her office and smiled at Harry. Most all the professors knew about Harry's elemental Vela transformation and that Draco was his mate. Professor McGonagall, being his head of house, had told him about his mother's transformation and how James had accidentally rejected her as well. She had also told him, in a jokingly strict voice, that his new powers had better not affect his Quidditch training. She would hate to have to find another seeker as good as Harry. "Ready, Potter?" she asked and opened the door at Harry's nod. The students came through the door like a wave of black water and just as noisy. Many were second, third and fourth years Harry didn't know too well, but they still called out to him. "Stupid Vela charm." Ginny caught sight of him and pulled on Hermione's arm, pointing. The bushy-haired Gryffindor beamed at him before grabbing her 2 companions and dashing for him. "Harry, it's great to see you. I've been so worried. I can't believe someone killed Professor Trelawney while you were here." Hermione had said all of this in a rushed voice while she had grabbed the boy who lived in a tight hug, filling his mouth with her hair as he tried to answer. Ron pulled her back. "Let him breath, Hermione. You don't want to kill him, do you?" Hermione pulled back and grinned. She was taller than before and very tan. Ron and Ginny had gotten extra freckles, if that were possible, from all the sun they had gotten in America. Ked without you, mate. Had to listen to these two talk about all the guys. Drove me mad. Ginny whacked her brother in the arm and hugged Harry as well. Since having gotten over her crush in her 3rd year, Ginny wasn't shy around Harry at all. She was also, the last Harry heard, dating his yearmate Dean Thomas. "He's just upset that we couldn't visit any nude beaches. Hermione's relatives like to follow the rules, just like her." Hermione glared. "Following the rules never hurt anyone," she said before turning back to Harry, taking him in. Harry grinned nervously at her as she noticed the difference between the Harry she left in June and the one standing before her. Ron also looked at him. "Wow, you've actually grown, Harry. You're about as tall as I am." Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Ron, that's about 8 inches in 2 months. Most boys grow that in a year if it's the peak of their growth spurts. You didn't use magic, did you?" Hermione looked a lot like Mrs. Weasley did when Fred and George did something they shouldn't have, which was often. Harry looked insulted. "No, I'll have you know this is all me. Sort of. I'll explain it later. Let's go to the feast." Ron nodded in agreement. "I am starving. Missed the food trolley because the midgets were fighting." Hermione huffed. "Ron, they're not midgets. It's first years." Harry smiled as he sat in his usual place. It was good to have Ron and Hermione back. Harry tried to keep his eyes from straying over to the Slytherin table as him and his friends talked about their summers. He really did. But he couldn't get Draco off his mind. Amazingly, no one had mentioned the Slytherins at all yet. Ginny suddenly scanned the head table and her eyes widened. "Is that Professor Lupin and Sirius up there?" she asked excitedly. Ron whipped his head around to look at the table as well. "Bloody hell, it is. Are we getting a proper defense teacher this year?" Harry nodded. Dumbledore gave them and Mrs. Malfoy the 2 remaining Hogwarts positions here when Fudge came to investigate Trelawney's death. Hermione also scanned the table. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy's mother. Along with Sirius, Remus and Professor Snape, it's a wonder many parents let their children come this year. Harry smiled. Actually, many parents wrote asking for Remus to return. It seems he became quite popular despite his uniqueness. Sirius will be filling in when he's out howling at the moon. The 4 Gryffindors waved at the 2 men who waved back. Many were whispering about this year's selection of teachers, Voldemort and the lack of Slytherins this year. Ron grinned at Harry. "Malfoy doesn't have a Quidditch team at all this year." Harry frowned at his redhead friend. "They were spies, Ron. I'm sure you heard about it before I did." Ron looked at Harry in surprise. But you don't really believe it?" Harry opened his mouth to reply that he did indeed believe it, as he was swapping spit with the Slytherin Ice Prince on a regular basis, but was stopped by the arrival of Professor McGonagall and the first years. The batch this year was actually a bit smaller than normal. With Voldemort back and Trelawney and Cedric's deaths, many parents felt Hogwarts was unsafe and homeschooled their children. Hufflepuff ended up with 7 new students, Ravenclaw 9, Gryffindor had 10 while Slytherin only got 6. two of which were siblings of some of Harry's Slytherin friends. Blaze's little sister, Carmen, and Terence Higgs' little brother Henry were sorted into Slytherin. Dumbledore stood in the hall had quieted. Only Snape had that kind of reaction on students, but this was a respectful silence while Snape's was usually one of terror. Another year, Dumbledore's voice rang out strongly in the Great Hall as he looked over every house. Has come. For those of you who are new, welcome, for the old, welcome back. I have just a few start of term notices to hand out before we can feast. The Forbidden Forest is forbidden to all students old and young, and some would do well to remember that. Ginny smirked at Harry, Ron and Hermione. Harry had been in the forest the most, but not because he had wanted to. That place was freaky. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has a list of 1,000 magical contraptions that are not permitted in our walls. Many of these come in the form of pranks from a delightful shop called Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Prefect have been given a complete list of all items forbidden to remind them of their duties. Ron huffed. I had to repack my trunk after I read that list. Couldn't take anything with me. And finally, on a more serious note, we invite 3 new professors this year to teach at Hogwarts. Back by popular demand is Professor Remus Lupin, who will be aided by his assistant and close friend, Sirius Black, for defense against the dark arts. Someone outside the castle might have thought a bomb had exploded by the amount of noise the students made for Harry's guardian. Remus blushed and nodded at the hall. Even many from Slytherin had clapped for his return, and Harry was happy to see Draco, Pansy, Blaise and Theo were among them. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, perhaps the defense curse will be broken with Professor Lupin's return. And lastly, Mrs. Narcissa Malfoy has accepted the post of divination professor this year. I hope everyone at Hogwarts will show her the best of Hogwarts hospitality. The Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables clapped the loudest while Harry, Hermione and a few others from Gryffindor clapped. Ron had stubbornly refused to acknowledge Draco's mother as his professor. Now, I'm sure you're all starving and eager to begin another wonderful school year, so tuck in. The plates filled with food in the hall with noise as people began talking and eating all at once. Ron had eaten 3 times as much food as Hermione before he was satisfied and began getting involved into the chatter. I dunno what Dumbledore is thinking, having a Malfoy teach at Hogwarts. Everyone knows that they are still a dark family. Malfoy's father a spy. He obviously just wanted out of Azkaban. Hermione tutted at Ron. Then why would Dumbledore go along with it? Don't you see that the true dark supporters have gone to Drumstrang? Victor told me that his brother has to bunk with 2 extra boys in their dorms this year to cope with the surplus. Ron rolled his eyes and mumbled something that sounded like, still talking to old Vicky, before looking back at the bushy-haired witch. The Malfoys have always been evil. They are the spawn of evil. They marry evil. It's just evil all around. If they are good enough to trick you, know who, then who's to say they're not tricking us now? Hermione glared at him, but it was Harry who answered. That's twisted logic, Ron. If they were tricking Voldemort, Ron flinched, then that would say that they are spies, and if they are spies then they are not evil. You're mixing up the words, dark, and evil. Ron looked at Harry incredulously. What is with you tonight, Harry? This is Malfoy we're talking about here. You, no, the git who insults my family every chance he gets. We hate him just as much as we hate Snape. Harry nearly winced, but held it in check, at Ron's words. He did not hate his mate. And while he could happily skin Snape most days of the week, the man was family. His life was just too complicated. Ron, I've spent the last month here. With them. They're not all that bad. Not all that bad. Harry, you've gone mad. Ron exclaimed as he stood up and looked down at his best friend in shock. All talk in the Great Hall stopped as its occupants looked at the Gryffindor Dream Team. Ginny and Harry quickly pulled Ron back in his seat. Ginny telling the Hufflepuffs at the table behind them to bugger off. Talk resumed and Harry caught some amused looks from the Slytherin table before Hermione looked around and whispered at them angrily. Let's talk about this later. It's too crowded. Here. Harry and Ron nodded and Harry ate an ice cream in silence. The year wasn't off to as good as a start as Harry had hoped. Making sure Ron or Hermione were looking elsewhere, Harry snuck a peek at Draco. The blond boy raised an eyebrow at him and Harry gave him a slight roll of his eyes. Draco mouthed, told you. At Harry, who narrowed his eyes at his mate. Smug brat. The person sitting on Harry's left cleared their throat, making Harry jump slightly. Ginny raised one ginger eyebrow at the villa, looking a lot like of one the Slytherins Harry had spent his summer with. What? Harry whispered, trying to look confused. Ginny gave him a look before whispering back. Why are you rolling your eyes and glaring at the Slytherin table after just telling Ron that they're not that bad? Harry shook his head in denial. You're seeing things, Gin. And they aren't bad. Dumbledore rose from his seat again and Ginny let it go. Now that we are all fed and watered, the night is late. Go and rest up, because tomorrow we begin. Ron and Hermione had to help with the first years, so Harry told them to meet him and Ginny in the room of requirement and discreetly handed them his cloak. Harry had recently found another power of his, invisibility, but the cloak was still useful. They quickly made their way to the special room, not wanting to get caught on their first night back, and required a room. It was small but cozy, sort of like the Gryffindor common room but done in cream and a dark chocolate color. Ginny sat down on a cream-colored chair and whistled at the room, smiling. Nice, Harry. Did you get some fashion sense over the break? Harry blushed before mock glaring at the youngest Weasley. Are you saying I had none before? Ginny laughed at his expression. She seemed to not be affected by his charm, thank Merlin. It would have been very embarrassing if she had. Yeah, actually I am. You'd come to class in a violet and neon green jumpsuit if you owned such clothes and if it was comfortable. But I guess you're not giving any hints until Ron and Hermione show up, huh? Harry grinned, shook his head and sat down on one of the brown armchairs. A few minutes later the door opened and Hermione pulled Harry's cloak off of them. We've got some sharp Gryffindor this year. Hermione beamed with pride. Took them no time to get used to the castle. Ron grunted. They're still midgets in my book. One little runt kicked me. That's because you keep calling them midgets, Ron. Hermione said, looking frustrated. But they're so short and twitchy. Like mice. Harry and Ginny laughed at this, making Hermione glare at them all. Ron flopped down on a cushion and looked over at his best friend. I'm beat. So are you going to explain why you look so different and are spouting Slytherin rules everywhere? Harry took a deep breath. Well, yeah, I have changed. But I've changed into me. The real me. The May should have been, I mean, the me I am. 3 confused faces stared back at him. Harry ran a hand through his unruly hair and smiled, uncertain. I'm not really sure where to start. Ginny grinned. The beginning. Cliched, I know, but very workable. Harry stuck out his tongue at her before beginning. Well, this all started a week before my birthday. 1 week exactly. While you guys were gone, I got sick. Very sick. Hermione grabbed his hand, looking worried. Are you okay now? It's not bad news, is it? Harry patted her hand and shook his head. I'm fine now, and it was God that I got sick, because on my birthday I came into my inheritance. Ron looked totally baffled. Harry, you're not of age until you're 17. Hermione bit her lip. 16 is a very important number in both ancient rune and Arthemancy. Witches and wizards with a magical being's blood in them come of age at 16. Ron and Ginny looked at Harry, who nodded. You really are too smart for your own good, Hermione. But yes, I do have magical being blood running through my veins, but I got it from my mother. Lily Potter? Ginny asked. Every pure-blooded child knew Harry's name. It wasn't a shock that they knew his parents as well. Actually, Lily Evans she was before she married my dad, but technically she was a feral. My aunt is really my half-aunt. My mum was an extremely rare occurrence, really. Hermione tapped her chin. What could you be? You're not a werewolf or vampire, because werewolves do not experience a change of their human bodies until the full moon, and if you were a vampire, we'd probably all be dead right now. Harry nodded. Keep going. I will be pretty impressed if you get this right, actually. Hermione got a glazed look in her eyes as she thought out loud. Rare magical being. No, I've been listing what people consider magical creatures. Your grandmother was a muggle though, so it'd have to be Velas, sprites, fairies, genies, or a ceased that could pass on a physical change like yours. Ron looked at his friend and squinted. Harry ignored him and smiled at Hermione. Ginny was silent. You're very close, actually. What do you know of elemental Vela? Ginny yelped. Hermione gasped and Ron slipped off of his cushion. Silence followed everyone's reaction and Harry could hear his heart pounding. Please let them understand, please. Hermione recovered first, somewhat. She looked at Harry, really looked at him and gasped again. Wow, you're serious. This is amazing. There hasn't been a known elemental villa in almost a century. Ginny looked at Harry and he was relieved to see no hate, fear or disgust in her wide eyes. That's amazing. She copied Hermione before jumping up and hugging him. So your mother was one as well. Harry nodded before turning to Ron. The tall redhead looked at Harry before grinning. You do look better, he said before frowning in thought. But how come we're not attracted to you? People did seem to notice you more this year, why not us? Hermione was grinning like she had just found the spell to bring back the dead. From what I've read about them, which is very little mind you, Harry would have gained control over his powers of attraction by now. Can you really control the elements? Harry nodded, overjoyed that they were taking this so well. He pointed a finger at the fire blazing in the fireplace. His finger glowed red for a moment and the fire morphed into the rough outline of a person and began to dance. A quick twitch of Harry's finger and another glow later, it was back to normal. That's just some tricks. I haven't learned it all yet. Ron suddenly jumped and punched air with a cry of, yes. Harry turned to look at him. Can't you just see the look on Malfoy's face when he finds out you're an elemental villa? Pure-blood children are told fairy tales about you, Harry. You're considered the best of society. Harry bit his lip. He already knows Ron. Ron's smile faded. Before us. Why tell him? He can just crawl back to his master and rat you out. Harry shook his head. No, Ron, he won't. I've gotten to know them, all the good Slytherins. They're different. They really truly hate Voldemort for what he's done. Ron snorted. What are you all friends now? These are the ones who made fun of you and insulted your parents. Mate, I sympathize for you having to go through a whole month with them, but Malfoy is bad news. Hermione looked torn. Dumbledore wouldn't have them here if he didn't trust them, Ron. I know it's hard to forgive them, but Harry does have a point. Ron looked at Ginny. Come on, sis. Not you, too. Lucius Malfoy put that diary in your book during your first year. Can you forgive that? Ginny bit her lip in thought. Harry looked at her, his dark green eyes pleading. He wanted so bad to tell them about Draco, his mate, but Ron was just so damn unforgiving. Ginny finally looked up. I can't forgive Malfoy's father for what he's done, but I can't condemn his son for his actions, Ron. I'd be just as bad as Snape is with Harry. And Hermione's right, Dumbledore went to the Ministry and vouched for them as his spies when they got arrested. You've got to trust Dumbledore. Ron looked at his housemates like they had lost their minds. He's been wrong before, and it cost Harry his parents. That reminded Harry of Trelawney's murder. This debate could wait for another day. We'll drop it for now, Ron. Harry said as Hermione went to open her mouth again. I've got some more bad news. Ron looked like Harry saying Slytherins weren't bad as the end of the world but sat back down. Harry continued. Dumbledore kept me here to find my mate, but that's for later. I was here when someone killed Trelawney, but she wasn't their target. My tea was poisoned and she accidentally drank it when I saw her in the kitchens. Hermione looked horrified. Ginny was pale and Ron a mix of both. They were after you. Who do you think it was? Voldemort. Hermione asked, her voice shaking slightly. Harry shrugged. Probably not in person but on his orders. And before you can say it, Ron, all of the Slytherins check out. Ron was just about to open his mouth and glared at Harry. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them. Guys, this person knows me. Knew my favorite kind of tea. That I like to go to the would have to have been a Gryffindor. Ginny shook her head, her hair flying. Impossible. No one in our house would do that to you, Harry. Ron just pointed out that not all Gryffindors are perfect. And it would take a lot of balls to try and kill me in Hogwarts right under Dumbledore's nose. And so violently. Hermione nodded and sat up straighter. Well, we'll just have to keep a better eye out on you. Starting out right now, we should go back to the common room. Harry nodded but smiled sheepishly. I have my own rooms now, with Remus and Sirius by the tower. Dumbledore, also doesn't want a repeat of last year. Ron looked a bit jealous but nodded, understanding. He knew Harry had felt horrible after Sirius had died. We're all just happy you're finally where you belong, with Sirius and Remus, Harry, said Ginny. Mum made a cake the day it was in the papers about his innocence, or that's what Fred and George said. Hermione smiled. You still have to tell us about your mate. Do you know who she is? Harry put on his best put-out face and sighed. Not yet. Dumbledore said he has a feeling they're at Hogwarts and he's right. I can feel them. It wasn't an outright lie. Harry could feel Draco. But even Hermione thought his mate would be female. Ron slapped his back smartly and Harry glared at him. Don't worry. You'll find her. Now let's get out of here. I'm dead tired. Harry yawned. He was tired as well. You guys wear the cloak. Give it to me tomorrow. Ginny looked at him oddly. And just how are you getting around without being seen? Harry grinned devilishly and sort of missed it, out of sight. Ron whooped. Awesome, he said as Harry reappeared behind Hermione. Quickly the group made their way back to the tower. Harry walked them to the bottom, said his goodnights and quickly walked over to the painting of Merlin. Elemental Vila was the password and the portrait opened up at a cobblestone staircase which Harry quickly went down. The stairs had been magicked so that the trip from the second tallest tower at Hogwarts to the dungeons underground were only 2 flights of steps. Meeting the door, Harry knocked and listened. A soft voice whispered, "Come in," and Harry pushed open the secret door. Draco sat waiting for him in the couch, looking tired but relieved. What took so long? Were you giving them your life story? Apparently a sleepy Draco was a grumpy one. Harry smiled at his mate. Nope, it's a shit sad one at best anyways. Me, Ginny and Hermione were trying to convince Ron you Slytherins aren't so bad. Draco snorted. What weasel didn't take to the idea of being my buddy? Harry smacked Draco's arm lightly. First off, if you're going to call him by his last name it's Weasley and no he didn't. Big shocker there. Harry sighed. It's just, when I tell him about us, and I am going to tell him soon, I don't want to have to choose between the two of you. Harry sat down on the couch by the blonde who sighed and ran his hand through Harry's hair. Damn, being an elemental Vila gave him great hair. I won't make you do that, Harry. Ever. I accept that you like Weasley and all of the school of redheads they have. My friends actually like you, oddly enough. Harry grinned and purred as Draco ran his hand through Harry's hair again. Harry did odd things like that. He liked to lay in the sun and stretch out by the common room fire. The only feline attribute he did not share was the dislike for water. Harry loved it. Come on, it's late. You just had to talk to your friends on the first night back. I will be dreadfully tired tomorrow. Draco slowly got up from the couch and pulled Harry up beside him. I don't remember asking you to wait up anyway, Draco. You're already playing the worried spouse. Draco glared at the Vila then turned to walk away like some prince. I was going to ask for a good night key, but if you'd rather I. Harry grabbed Draco's sleeve and pulled him back into his arms. But Draco, I like good night key. He said before touching his lips to Draco's. Neither hesitated in opening their mouths to the one another's tongues. His mate's familiar taste filled Harry's mouth, driving all thoughts of sleep from his mind. Draco was an amazing key, but Harry could somehow always end up dominating him. Harry bit at Draco's lower lip softly, at each corner of his soft lips and memorized his mouth with his tongue. Finally they pulled back, slightly out of breath but happy. Draco had his head resting on Harry's shoulder but said, so Harry could hear. I think I like good night key, as well. Their bond has almost vanished completely. Harry thought as he ate his breakfast with Remus and Sirius. Harry had sworn to eat breakfast with his 2 guardians every day but eat supper with his friends. It was typical when families came to live at Hogwarts, so no one would be suspicious. Harry bit back at sigh as he thought about his present predicament. He was in the process of fulfilling the bonds with his mate, whom his best friends had no idea to the identity of. Someone had made an attempt on his life, not that that was unusual in Harry's life, and his guardians were slowly driving him mad with their dying bond. All in all, life was just peachy. Remus had gotten Harry's timetable for his that night, and after seeing his first class was potions, Draco decided to have breakfast with his friends. Harry felt fidgety about that but quickly reminded himself that Draco's friends would protect Draco while Snape, Draco's godfather, was there along with his mother. Lucius would also be there to assist Snape with potions, so Draco was all around safe. Harry still felt baffled at the fact that he had potions this year. He and all his year mates had gotten their OWL results in the middle of August and Harry had actually gotten the required O in the class. Snape seemed to be the only real problem Harry had with the class, and without him, Harry was actually very good at the course. Remus and Sirius were very proud of their charge that day. Harry had gotten 4 O's on his owls, potions, defense, charms and oddly divination. During divination he had told the examiner, Professor Marshbanks, that she would meet a round, dark soggy stranger and that she was to have died the previous Tuesday. Amazingly at the end of June, Professor Marshbanks, now Professor Rivers, met her current husband and discovered that, when her home had burned down that Tuesday, she would have still been in it had it not been for the owl informing her of her arrival at Hogwarts the next day. Harry had still failed 2 subjects, astronomy and history of magic. The only person, Harry found out, who did well in that class had been Hermione, who had achieved all, outstanding, in her owls. The mention of history of magic made memories of Sirius' death come back, so Harry rarely thought about the course. So his schedule now included 8 courses, DATDA, potions, transfiguration, charms, divination, care of magical creatures and 2 new newt courses, magical healing and dueling. Professor McGonagall was serious when she said she'd make him an Auror last year. Remus finished his breakfast and headed up to his classroom. Harry had him last that day and bid the werewolf goodbye and looked at his godfather. This was as good a time as any to get started on building that bond back up. As soon as I can get this moocher out, I'll be up to help Moony. Sirius called as he watched his childhood friend walk out the secret door. Harry watched as his godfather kept his eyes on the door, his gaze distant, even after Remus had left. Harry tilted his head to the side and concentrated on Sirius. The colors around Sirius were dull, not vibrant like his and Draco's. It made his chest feel tight, the amber and icy blue looking sickly and sad while the tinge of gray looked like Dementor's skin. Why do you hesitate to renew your relationship? Harry asked out of the blue, startling the animagus, hoping to shock the truth out of him. Sirius nearly choked on his tongue and spluttered, his eyes wide. That is we Remus and I how'd you know. Sirius finally got out and Harry grinned. Probably the same way my mum knew. Sirius grumbled into his coffee about matchmaking Vila. Harry narrowed his eyes at his godfather. You still haven't answered the question. Sirius sighed. It's not as simple as yours and Draco's relationship, Harry. Remus and I have too much between us now. Harry raised an eyebrow. He was picking up too many habits form his Slytherin mate, Sirius realized. And me and Draco hating each other wasn't too much between us. Sirius, I'm going to be honest. Your bond can't take much more of this. It's dying. Once it's gone, Remus won't be the same. You'll never get it back. Sirius was silent but had paled at Harry's words. Harry watched the man, worried. The dying bond had started to become a buzzing in his ears since the reading of his parents' will. It was in its last stages. Sirius finally looked up from where he had been staring and Harry was shocked to see the normally confident, cocky Sirius Black looking unsure and doubtful. How can I know if Remus will even want me back? I've caused him nothing but heartache and pain these last 15 years. If this bond dies maybe he can move on and be happy. Harry's eyes flashed in anger. So you're going to let something that happened 15 years ago ruin what you can have now? You're letting Peter and Voldemort win then. You think you've caused him pain. It wasn't you. It was Peter. Since you came back, Remus has been happy. I heard McGonagall saying it to Dumbledore. Remus loves you. He loses you again. I'm not sure he'll survive it. Sirius stood up, for once angry at his godson. Not all my actions can be blamed on Peter, Harry. I convinced your parents to switch secret keepers. I chased after Peter when he betrayed them. I walked into that trap instead of doing my duty and taking care of you and Remus. Harry stood up too, facing his godfather. It was a battle of stubbornness and Harry had that trait in spades. So this is some sort of sick punishment for your past actions. That was the most idiotic thing I've heard come out of your mouth. You didn't, Imperio, my parents into choosing Peter, it was their choice. Just like it was Peter's choice to betray them. You went after Peter, I can understand that. If anything happened to Ron or Hermione I wouldn't rest until the bastard that did it was in the deepest circle of hell, but you can't go on punishing yourself like this. Sirius was shaking, in anger or something else, Harry couldn't tell but he wouldn't let Sirius continue this personal Azkaban trip he was on. If anyone had the right to blame Sirius for anything that happened that night, 15 years ago, it was Harry but he didn't blame him any more than he blamed Neville for not being attacked that night. If this is what would make Remus happy, then why hasn't he tried to fix this? You have no idea what it was like for me. I don't deserve him. Maybe he deserves you. Did you ever think of that? He didn't do anything about it for the same reason you didn't. Guilt. Merlin, it's like a prerequisite to be in Gryffindor. You need a guilt complex. He feels like he failed you by not believing your innocence, and then when he actually did, not trying hard enough to keep you out of jail. You're his mate. No one could make him happier. Do you blame Remus for not believing you? Sirius scoffed at him. Hell, no. It was a trap. I wasn't given a trial, and Remus, being a werewolf, couldn't just visit me at Azkaban, not that he would have wanted to, believing I was a murderer. I can't blame him at all. How could you ask such a thing? Then why do you insist on punishing him right along with yourself? Harry asked, and Sirius froze. Being mates, you're perfect for each other, equal in every way, including your faults. Yours is your anger, which made you go after Peter that night, the one emotion Remus doesn't express as much as he should. So you punish yourself, staying away from him, thinking he would be better off without you, while at the same time, taking away the thing he has been living for ever since he found you. You say you don't blame him, then stop hurting him. Sirius sat down and put his head in his hands. How do you know? He asked, his voice muffled. Harry sighed, threw his arms up in the air and rolled his eyes before going over and rubbing his distraught godfather's back. I'm an elemental Vila, Padfoot. A matchmaker. It's my job to know these things. You think I didn't have many of the same thoughts when I found out Draco was my mate? Harry looked at his watch and groaned. He had to leave now or be late for potions. Sirius had his hands clasped together and was staring off into nothing. How can I fix this? Harry, who had already grabbed his school bag and was at the door, paused. Talk to him, he said, and turned to look at the black-haired wizard. When I said he wouldn't survive the death of the Bond, I meant it. Sirius knew Remus only had second-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaw's first period, so he stayed behind and thought about what he and Harry had said. Okay, yelled at each other. Then why do you insist on punishing him right along with yourself? Was he really punishing the calm, friendly werewolf he had come to love in their Hogwarts years? The thought of anyone making Remus smile, those shy, secretive smiles he gave when Sirius said something funny, made his insides boil with rage and jealousy. But if Remus was happy, you're his mate. No one could make him happier. Sirius doubted that. He wasn't there for him when James and Lily died. He wasn't there for him when he transformed for 12 years. The only thing he did was make Remus believe he was mated to a murderer. And even if that wasn't necessarily true, Sirius wasn't the greatest person in the world. He was a bigot when it came to good and evil, immature, temperamental, and downright cruel to people he hated, and Sirius could hate easily. He didn't deserve kind, gentle, loyal, unbiased Remus when you looked at it like that. Maybe he deserves you. Did you ever think of that? Sweet Merlin, what supreme being did Remus piss off to deserve him as his punishment? Sirius had practically used his best friend's illness against Snape in some schoolboy prank, not thinking for a moment how Remus would feel if he had hurt the greasy git in their fifth. Sirius had nothing to offer the man other than more pain, misery, and heartache. So you punish yourself, staying away from him, thinking he would be better off without you, while at the same time, taking away the thing he has been living for ever since he found you. You say you don't blame him, then stop hurting him. But if what Harry had said was true, then he was doing more harm than good by trying to do the noble thing and give Remus his freedom. It was almost exactly the same thing Harry did to Draco and almost died for it. Remus loves you. He loses you again. I'm not sure he'll survive it. Sirius' heart clenched at the thought of losing Remus. He wouldn't let someone else he loved die, not if he could stop it. He'd lost Jamsy and Lily Flower to Voldemort, and in an odd way, Peter as well. Harry was almost a grown man now, and would soon have to face Voldemort. Harry needed all the help and support he could get, and Harry loved Remus like a father. It would be selfish to deprive Harry of the childhood he never had because two grown men couldn't solve their problems like some crummy soap opera. Remus loves you. And damn it, Sirius loved Remus too. Potions was actually bearable for Harry. Ron had got acceptable on his owl and bid Harry and Hermione good luck before hopping off to go back to sleep in Advanced History of Magic. Harry was on time, actually there before Snape, and saw to his surprise that they were assigned seats. Draco had to have talked to his godfather because Harry found himself trying not to blind everyone with the brilliant smile that was trying to pop out at the sight of his partner. While he had not let Harry sit on the Gryffindor side of the classroom, Draco had made sure Harry sat with him all year. The class consisted of 4 Slytherins: Draco, Pansy, Theo and Blaise, 3 Gryffindors: Harry, Hermione and Seamus, 5 Ravenclaws. Harry had no idea how they were, having very few classes with them in the last 6 years, and 2 Hufflepuffs, Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchy. Draco was partnered with Harry, Pansy with Hermione, Theo with Seamus, while Ernie and Justin were paired up, leaving Blaise with one of the Ravenclaws who had no partner. Snape hardly said anything to Harry, the Slytherins in the class Harry's friends along with Hermione and the Hufflepuffs, and just ignored him. With Draco as his partner, Harry could bask in the nearness of his mate and get a good potions mark while he was at it. Another bonus was that it gave Hermione the chance to get to know the Slytherins Harry got to know. Hermione looked at her partnership to Pansy with optimism. At first and by the end of the class they were chatting like old friends. "Yes," Hermione was saying as they packed up to leave. "I also read that article. The seeds that fall off of a whomping willow are used in the potion to treat arachibutyrophobia." But what?" Harry asked, smiling at the sight the pair made. "Arachibutyrophobia, Harry," Hermione corrected with a roll of her eyes. "The fear of peanut butter sticking to the roof of your mouth." Harry looked at her oddly. "Is that dangerous?" Pansy shook her head. "It's completely illogical. That's what makes it a phobia. What's it called if you're afraid of insane dark lords trying to kill you?" Harry asked, jokingly. "It's called common sense, but professionals call it necrophobia," said Hermione before talking about whomping willow seeds with Pansy again. Harry sighed. "I'm so screwed up." The rest of Harry's day went fine. He had Transfiguration with just Gryffindors after potions, then lunch followed by another class of Transfiguration. Then Harry and Ron went with the Hufflepuffs to care of magical creatures. Hagrid was overjoyed at the response he had gotten in his classes. He was a bit upset that Hermione hadn't taken the course, but Harry and Ron explained that Hermione had a lot of classes already. Finally it was time for Defense Against the Dark Arts. This class was with Slytherins again. Unfortunately, with Ron in the much more crowded class, Harry only got as close as sewn desks away from his mate. Harry heard Draco sighed and grinned. It was nice, in a weird sort of way, when Draco was disappointed they couldn't get closer. Harry was sat back and looked up at his 2 favorite professors, anxious. Harry hoped his talk with Sirius that morning would have made the man jump into action, but the bond was still buzzing in his ears. Fed up, Harry quickly whispered to Ron and Hermione to not wait up for him after class and that he would meet them in the Great Hall. Thanks to Harry's teaching in the DA, this year's all scores on defense were the highest in over a century. Neville had gotten an E for his work in the group and had said it was all thanks to Harry that he had worked so hard. The boy who lived just waved it off and said Neville had done all the work himself. So the 6th year DATDA class was split into 2, Gryffindor, Slytherin and Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. Remus and Sirius were talking quietly at the front of the classroom, but the buzzing made it hard for Harry to understand what they were saying. It felt like someone had pushed a bumblebee into his ear and the poor thing was bouncing around, trying to get free. By the end of the class, Harry had no notes worth reading done and a very bad headache. Rubbing his scar furiously, Harry tried to smile at Ron and Hermione and Draco and his Slytherin friends. They all knew that Harry's scar meant trouble. Harry sat and waited until everyone had left with his head down resting on his desk. The buzzing was still present but muffled. "Harry." Remus' concerned voice came from above him as a hand rested on his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Harry raised his head and saw Sirius was still at the front of the room. And Hermione thought Ron was stubborn. Harry narrowed his eyes at the wizard before his and said in a calm voice. "Ask Sirius." Amber eyes followed emerald green to stared at the nervous man before him. "Padfoot. What's going on?" Harry got up and picked up his bag, then took a calming breath. "I tried to give you guys a chance to solve this on your own, but now I'm about a second away from ripping my own ears off." Remus made a jerky motion with his hands, as if to stop Harry from doing just that, but instead just put an arm around his cub and guided him toward his godfather. "Harry, I'm sure this will work out if you give it a few more days," Sirius said, but Harry's glare silenced him. "Your bond doesn't have a few more days, Sirius." Remus said in a sharp breath, and Harry turned to him. "I've already had this talk with Scruffy over there, now it's your turn." Sirius made a noise at the word Scruffy but was drowned out by Harry. Sirius, be quiet for a minute, Harry ordered before quickly putting silencing charms on the classroom before rounding on the two wizards again. I'm an elemental Vila. You know that. I know that. So why must you insist on driving me mad with your childish behavior? Remus opened up his mouth to reply but was cut off. I didn't say you could talk yet. I'm sure you've both heard this from my mother, as you both knew I needed my mate, but if you think you're doing the other a favor, you're a lot more dense than I realized. Both men looked a bit baffled. They were being lectured by their 16-year-old godchild and there was not a damn thing they could do about it. Harry leant on the Remus desk, his face serious. Your bond is dying. It's probably a day or two at the most from just flickering out. I have given you all summer to work this out, but you've left me no choice. Harry quickly crossed the classroom and walked out the door, shutting it behind him. Sirius and Remus sprang into action when they heard locking charms being put on the door. Harry, let us out. What do you think you are doing? Remus said as he pulled on the door. Not even his werewolf strength could open it. Harry's voice came from the other side, sounding smug. I found this spell that locks until its trigger unlocks it. Unless you two talk and reaffirm your bond, I'm not letting you out. I refuse to have one more defense class with that horrible buzzing in my ears. I'll get Dobby to send you up some food. Have fun. Remus and Sirius stood in shock as they realized the situation. You know, if it wasn't as he had done this, Toy'd say he was finally channeling his inner marauder. Sirius said with a half-smile on his face. Of course, said Remus, wondering just how long they would be in here. I spy with my little eye something that is blue. The sky. Damn it, Remy, you're good. Sirius, it was pretty obvious that it was the sky, it's the only blue thing for miles. My eyes are blue. I didn't notice. Liar. Excuse me. It had been 2 hours since their godson and all but adopted child had locked them in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. 2 whole, long hours of nothing but, I spy. Remus was literally at his wit's end. Sirius, apparently, wasn't very good at the Muggle game and took to insulting the werewolf whenever he lost. You heard me. It was just a lucky guess that it was the sky and not my eyes. Had I said no, you would have been forced to notice. Remus made an exasperated face at the animagus. Sirius, the game is called, I spy, because you have to see it. It's not possible for you to see your eyes without the aid of a mirror. Sirius looked shocked. You mean I have to look at it? It can't be something in my imagination. Where's the fun in that? If it's not real or even visible, there's no point in playing. So I can't make up stuff. Remus threw his hands up in the air. It defeats the purpose. Sirius crossed his arms and pouted. I don't like this game. Remus sighed. Dobby had already brought them up supper, having appeared and disappeared so fast neither man had gotten a chance to use the elf to call for help. Sirius was silent for once, like he was contemplating something. That was never good in Remus' book. Padfoot, let's just get this over with. What did Harry mean when he said he'd already talked to Scruffy? Ever seen a deer in headlights? Sirius made sure that Remus saw just how blue his eyes were as he went from quiet to full-out shocked and terrified. I don't want to talk about it. Sirius finally mumbled, looking away. That ticked Remus off. Of course, you never do. Sirius picked up on the bitter note in the werewolf's tone and felt a spark of anger. And just what is that supposed to mean? All the years of hate, regret and hurt were uncontrollable at that moment. Not even Remus, ever calm Remus, could stop himself. I don't want to talk about it. Sirius growled at his own words being thrown back at him. Well, isn't that too bad, because we are going to talk about it. Remus stood up abruptly from where they had been sitting playing, I Spy. So just because you want to talk about it we have to. Maybe I don't want to talk about it either. Sirius threw his hands up in the air. Fine, then don't talk. Listen. Oh, so now you want to talk. About what, Sirius? The sky. We did that. What can we talk about and what will you avoid? Sirius looked murderous. Why are you being this way? Remus swayed a little and sat down suddenly, his head in his hands. Because Harry is right. This bond is dying and I can't take much more of this. Sirius was next to his mate in a flash, rubbing his back. He saw the signs lately. Remus was more tired but wasn't sleeping. He was wearing a sweater in the late summer heat and just today, Sirius noticed that his spells lacked their usual power. "Why didn't you say anything?" he whispered, feeling cold at the thought of losing Remus. He'd go back to Azkaban if it meant he could keep Moony safe. Remus looked up into those icy blue eyes, his own amber ones weary. "Why didn't you?" Harry felt as though he had 1,000 bugs crawling under his skin, all reaching for one thing: Draco. Hermione had wanted to go to the library right after supper, and amazingly Ron agreed. When Hermione had recovered from her one shock and left to get her things, Ron confessed he wanted some alone time with Hermione. Harry grinned. He had seen the beginnings of their own romance in their auras. Hermione, Ron and Harry had a very deep bond of friendship, but Ron and Hermione were meant to be together. So that left Harry free to visit his own mate. After a quick check of the Morator's map, Harry brought it with him everywhere since someone had killed Trelawney. The Vila headed back to his rooms. Draco and his friends were hanging out there. At Merlin, Harry whispered the password and practically took flight down the stairs. He knew Remus and Sirius would be in their classroom for a while and didn't bother knocking on the secret door. He did for himself to be polite and knock on Draco's door first. Pansy answered it. "Hello, Harry. We were wondering where you were." Harry nodded but was trying to get a glimpse of Draco over Pansy's shoulder. He was tired after all day away from his mate and that buzzing had given him a doozy of a headache. Pansy smirked and opened the door wide enough to let the Gryffindor in. Harry fought the urge to run to the blonde Slytherin and dropped his bat on the floor. Draco was sitting cross-legged on his bed, rereading what looked like the potions essay they were assigned today. Draco looked at him funny when he came in. "What's going on? My hands feel strange." "It's still a new bond, Draco. We were too far apart." As Harry spoke, he had walked over and curled up in Draco's lap, much like an overgrown cat would. When his face touched the skin of Draco's neck, Harry couldn't stop the purr from coming out. "Ah, he's like a giant kitty," cooed Theo, and Blaise laughed. "Harry Potter, get off," Draco said, torn between annoyance and amusement. Harry just burrowed deeper into his mate's chest, basking in the scent and the magic of him. "Tired buzzing all day, stupid godfather locked in now," Harry mumbled sleepily before his purring told them he had fallen asleep right in Draco's arms. Sirius felt as though Remus had just punched him in the stomach. Why didn't he mention the bond? Was Remus that dense? Sirius had done nothing to deserve the werewolf, nothing at all. In fact, if it was up to him, Remus would be with someone who could make him happy, someone who didn't let foolish school-time rivalries rule his life. So much time had passed. Things are different now, emotions change, and we're not the people we were. I deserve you even less now. The timing never seemed right. Moony's face had become devoid of emotions as he looked at the animagus, but he couldn't keep the hurt look out of his amber eyes. I see. It was coming out all wrong. Remus thought he didn't care. That came out wrong. Remus stood up and smiled a bitter smile. No, I got the message. If your feelings have changed, I understand completely. We were young when we bonded anyway. Sirius grabbed his arm in panic, whirling the professor around to face him. That is not what I meant, and you know it. He wished Remus would just, for once, let his emotions go and feel, even a fraction of what he felt every time he saw his mate. I have never wanted to give up with you. I never have given up with you. Even in Azkaban, I wanted you. The doubt wasn't in my feelings but in yours. Have your feelings changed now that we've grown? Remus still looked as calm as ever. Sirius loved to hate that look. It grounded him, turned him on, and frustrated the hell out of him all at the same time. You know, as a werewolf, my feelings for you will never fade. It was this bull again. Whatever Remus couldn't control about his life was the wolf's fault. I didn't ask about Moony's feelings. I asked about Remus, the man. If you were not a werewolf, would you still have these feelings? This was beginning to remind Sirius a lot of Harry's and Draco's own mate problems, but he pushed those thoughts aside. No matter how much he loved his godson, Harry didn't belong in this part of his life. It was before him. There is no way of knowing how we would have felt, had I not have been infected with this curse. You know that. Sirius felt as if he had been dunked into the lake, cold and icy. Remus only loved him because some werewolf instinct said so. Was this how Draco felt when Harry had told him what he was? No, he had to think. So you only did this to satisfy some urge. Sirius said, surprised that his voice sounded so strong. Inside he felt like he was falling apart. Remus, lycanthropy was a sore spot for him, always had been. Sirius had never really taken a shot at his condition until now. Don't you dare degrade what we had to some animistic urge, Sirius Black. It was real, but things change, like you said. Bonds take work, and it takes a certain kind of wizard to make them work. Harry was wrong. Remus didn't think he was worthy of being his mate. Sirius had always had low self-esteem. It was what made him a player in his school years. It was always easier to be the dumper than the dumpy, easier to break hearts than to have your own broken, easier to leave than be left. His hurt pride made him lash out. I'm sorry if I'm not good enough for the great Remus Lupin anymore. Not the child I used to be. Remus looked totally perplexed, losing that calm facade he always used for pure confusion. This has nothing to do with you not being worthy. If I could die a hero tomorrow, I would still never be able to figure out what I did to deserve you. What got I pleased enough to smile down on me the day you and James walked into my compartment all those years ago? My silence has not been in doubt or confusion of your worthiness, but of my own. I could never figure out why you were silent. The room was silent, both men standing opposite each other, in complete shock. They had lost 12 years because of circumstance and 3 more from their own stupidity. Remus had spoken his part, it was up to Sirius to accept. Moony, not once in all the years I have known you, have you ever done anything wrong, anything bad or evil. You deserve this hurt just as much Harry does. Not at all. I made you think, for 12 years, that I was a traitor, a murderer. In my idiocy I left you alone to face your transformations, the ridicule in yourself. For not grabbing you and never letting go the moment I saw you again, I cannot be forgiven. I never willingly gave you up, and, if in some amazing stroke of luck, you ever decide to forgive me, take me back, I'd never leave you again. I may not deserve you, but I'll try my damnedest to life up to deserve the gift life has given me. Remus' face was in the shadows, the sun having set without their notice as they fought. Sirius couldn't see what he was thinking at all, but, to Sirius' horror, the werewolf was shaking. Remus, what's wrong? Are you sick? Remus shook his head quickly and sat down in a desk. Sirius quickly knelt next to him. The werewolf had his head in his hands, but Sirius could hear him as he spoke, looking at the floor. I turn into something evil every month. Sirius, if you truly feel that way, then I have failed you as your mate. Sirius sighed and rested his forehead on the werewolf's shoulder. Remus, I don't want to lose you. This bond is dying. You're dying. Please let me fix this. Remus looked up, his golden eyes in turmoil. But is this what you want? He whispered, looking lost. Sirius smiled and put his hand against Remus' cheek. Slowly he brought their faces, their lips closer until they were a whisper apart. More than anything, he whispered before Key, dotting his love for the first time in too long. A shock of electricity ran down both of their backs as the bond flared around them, its colors brightening and pulsing with life. Both men pulled back with a gasp, but now that Sirius had him in his arms, he was not going to let him go. Remus smiled at him and Sirius felt a devilish grin spread across his face. He stood quickly, pulling Remus with him and quickly Key at him again. Remus responded wildly and they both stumbled into a desk. We're probably still stuck in here. Remus mumbled against Sirius' mouth. We wanted, well, it was a bit obvious now that they both wanted this. Floor, suggested Sirius as they knocked over a few more chairs in their frantic dance, still Key dotting his mate. Remus pulled back and gave Sirius a look. We aren't 17 anymore, Siri. And anybody can just walk into the classroom. Sirius rubbed the back of his head, looking sheepish but excited. He looked around the room for a moment before his eyes landed on the door leading to Remus' office. That place had a few armchairs, a desk, better yet a door. Grin back on his face, Sirius quickly led a blushing Remus over to his office and threw open the door. Turning in the doorway, he tilted his head and Key at him, slowly, as if he were memorizing those was a loving Key. And while Remus thought it was sweet, he was growing impatient. The wolf taking over, Remus skillfully pushed Sirius back onto his desk. Ah, careful. Sirius laughed as he pulled out a broken quill from under his tush. Remus tossed it over his shoulder. It was my favorite too. Sirius pouted. I thought I was your favorite. I'll make it up to you. Harry had been sleeping peacefully in Draco's arms for the last 2 hours. Still keeping somewhat to his image, Draco had complained about the inconvenience to his friends in semi-whispers, until Theo, sick of it, told him if he was really that uncomfortable he could just put Harry down, had shut him up. They had left their friend alone, soon after, the blonde Slytherin claiming he needed sleep. The sun had been set for about half an hour when Harry suddenly jerked awake. Rubbing his eyes, the elemental Vila looked sleepily around the room, taking in his surroundings. When he saw Draco, under him and blushed, looking apologetic. "Sleep well," came the drawing question from his blonde mate, but it held none of its familiar frost. Harry smiled at Draco but looked thoughtful. Why had he awakened so suddenly? "I slept fine. Are Sirius and Remus back?" Draco furrowed his eyebrows and looked at his mate suspiciously. "No, they are not," he began slowly, looking at him closely. "Should they be?" Harry sighed and pulled out his wand, quickly doing a Tempest charm to tell the time. "I thought they would have solved things by now." Draco groaned, the noise doing things to Harry's lower parts, and got an exasperated look on his face. "What did you now, Harry?" The elemental Vila in question gave Draco an indignant look. "Why does everyone assume I always do something bad? Everything I've ever done has saved someone in one way or another." Draco sniffed. "I remember someone nobly letting himself die because he thought he was doing something good for someone else. Now, again, what did you do?" Harry sighed. He couldn't lie to his mate. Their bond was dying and it was driving me nutters. I'm a matchmaking type of being and they were being completely dense, so I sort of locked them in the defense class room until they work out their differences. Being a Slytherin, Draco was very apt at picking things apart. Understanding lit his silvery eyes and he began to chuckle. "You know, I never really pegged you as the meddling matchmaker type." Harry glared at Draco as the blonde laughed at him and his Vila-induced tendencies until he felt it again. The pulse of a newly reborn bond. The pulsing sent shivers of delight down Harry's spine and he couldn't help but grin goofy. A thought crossed his mind that made his eyes widen and his smile dropped to a look of horror. "They aren't. They wouldn't," Harry whispered to himself. Remus was his professor. Harry's professors did not have say in Harry's perfect little world. "I need a distraction," Harry thought wildly, looking around the too clean room for anything. Draco was wiping his eyes, not paying attention to his surroundings. He missed the gleam that shone in Harry's jade eyes but did feel the Vila pounce on him. There were no more sounds of laughter for a while after that. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.